Steel Toe Morning Show.
Good morning, boys and girls. Welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. That's our excuse for doing jokes about women.
Good morning.
It's April. She's here.
Yay.
It's our last YouTube show of the week. We've got Rumble Friday tomorrow. We've got a very good guest coming today. Mike Harrington is going to be joining the show, coming on to talk about his fight with He Who Shall Not Be Named on YouTube. Oh, my God.
Ugh.
You want to kill your algorithm. I don't know what they have against Alex, like with everybody else. Like with everybody else who's out there. You know, like I don't get it.
I don't know. He just talks really loud about things they don't like.
I guess so. He makes fun of the pedophiles that run the country and things like that. Yeah. I suppose they really don't like that. But, yeah, you put a hashtag Alex Stein in there, and then all of a sudden, you know, hey, how do you feel about this video going 10 times less people as it normally does? Not even views. I'm just talking about reach.
Which is kind of gross. There's nothing dangerous about Alex.
No.
There's nothing dangerous really about anybody that's on this platform.
He's totally fine. But we got Mike Harrington on the show today. I'm very excited about that. He's fighting Alex Stein this weekend at Carnival of Combat. Luis J. Gomez is fighting Tim Butterly. I have to plead ignorance. I don't know who Tim Butterly is.
I don't know, but he sounds delicious.
But he sounds like he's going to be really slick for Luis J. Gomez. Creamy.
Sounds like this fight is greased.
The tracks are greased for the Carnival of Combat this weekend in St. Petersburg, Florida. You can order it at carnivalofcombat.com. We're going to watch that one. And I'm interested to see how Harrington versus Stein goes. Mike has some boxing experience. He's fought at events like this 3 times, I think, and also does MMA. And Alex says, you know, this kind of became a happy accident because Alex has been trying to get in a fight for months now. And he had the one against Modine.
We had a hot dog incident.
And then he threw hot dogs at Modine. So then Misfits Boxing said, well, he can't fight now because he threw hot dogs at a Muslim. And you should see what Israel's throwing at Muslims right now. Israel still gets to fight.
It can always be worse.
Isn't that amazing? Israel gets to fight.
Yeah.
And they're throwing way worse than hot dogs at Muslims.
Well, maybe there's something about the hot dog itself that's like too simplistic and it makes it that much worse.
I guess. If only Alex Stein would have launched a cruise missile at Modine, he'd still be allowed to fight him. But unfortunately, it was hot dogs, so he's got to sit that one out. So then they scooped him up. I hope Luis J. Gomez and the Legion of Skanks guys do more of this kind of stuff. I know people complain. They're like, oh, YouTuber boxing and this kind of boxing is so gay. I'm such a big boxing fan. I just love boxing. If there's boxing on, I'll watch it. I don't care if it's, and we've gone to amateur cards before that I wasn't fighting on, professional cards, watch a world championship pay-per-view, and I'll watch Stevie Lou versus Ryan Katsu Rivera.
Sure.
I don't give a shit. I love the sport. It's fun to watch. And I can't wait for this Saturday for Carnival of Combat, carnivalofcombat.com. Also, we got some news yesterday from the boss man at Compound Media, Anthony Cumia. He announced he is going to be broadcasting by Thanksgiving.
Yep.
and that his cat Beavis died. Poor Beav.
Poor Beav. How old was that thing?
Beav was, well,
So
he had it when he was on O&A.
Yeah.
12, 13 years old.
That's a good cat life,
Yeah.
isn't it?
For a Bengal?
Yeah.
Shit.
Bengals, my friend has 2 Bengals, and they're not supposed to live past like 14, I don't
Yeah, it's just like dogs. The bigger they are, the more shit can go wrong with them.
Yeah.
Fucking Gordy will live forever if he doesn't get eaten by something.
Yeah, he just has to not be a bag of shit and has to have you not roll over him in the middle of the night or something.
I don't think so. I think I'll be fine. Although the way I am now, I still have to go to the gym tonight. I haven't told you guys. Scratched my cornea yesterday. That sucks. If you ever do that, don't. It's a pain in the ass. Because it's not one of those injuries where, like, you're debilitated and, oh, my God, I can't move. It just feels like there's always something in your eye.
Yeah.
It just feels like there's a chunk of something sitting in your eye.
I
and it's annoying.
imagine it feels like having a really, really dry contact scratching your eye all day.
It's obnoxious.
I don't know.
It's an injury that doesn't stop you from doing anything other than, like, contact stuff. But it's just super annoying all day long. I got it yesterday. I got to sneak an extra day of sparring in yesterday with one of our most experienced guys. I like working with him. He said at the end, he goes, "Oh man, I like working with you. We miss each other a lot." I'm like, that's not fun for me. It's not fun for me to throw like 3 or 4 punches in a row and graze with one of them. That's not. He's like, "No, it's good. It's good. We're missing a lot. That means we need to work a little harder." And we were in an exchange. We got inside, and his glove. This happens a lot in boxing, actually. His glove rubbed against my eye. We were just moving and positioning, and I kind of felt the scrape, and I went, fucking shit. And I kept going. I think I did like 3-4 rounds after that because I thought I got like he has older gloves. I thought I got a piece of his glove in my eye or something like that.
That's still gross.
That's not good.
Should probably fix that.
So I'm just like, motherfucker. And then all day long, it just felt like it was kind of burning and it felt like there was something in there and I'm flushing it out and I'm rinsing it and everything else. Finally, I go and look it up and they're like, yeah, that's a scratched cornea that you got there. And they said, not uncommon in contact sports. Yay. So I got to give it like 2 or 3 days to just heal up and hope my eyeball doesn't rot out. So that's where we're at today.
What if you lost your eyeball?
That would suck. And for nothing.
You'd have an eye patch on during the shows and shit.
Literally just because I'm fat and that's better exercise than doing bag work. And I'm like, I'll get an extra day of work in. That sounds great. And then because of the Halloween candy, I didn't even lose any weight in the last 24 hours.
That guy's like my size. I can't picture you two sparring.
Oh, he's he's a welterweight.
I'm not saying weight. He's tiny. He's short.
Not that short. I think you got to stand next to him again.
Josiah? He's maybe a couple inches taller than me.
No, he's about 5'10".
No way.
Yeah.
He's a scrawny little dude.
He's about 5'10". He's got about 15 fights. He's good.
I'm probably wrong.
He's solid, man. He's a really good fighter. I like him. He can't fight anymore. He's not allowed to fight because he took an unsanctioned bout. He got banned by USA Boxing.
That's the choice you make.
I hate sparring those fucking fast guys. I hate it. Give me a big, heavy guy who throws super hard punches but is slow as fuck. I like those big, fat guys. Those little, quick, skinny guys. I mean, it doesn't hurt when they hit you. But fuck, it's annoying.
You're like a mosquito.
Yeah, like they are. They're like little mosquitoes. They're like, pop, 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 pop. And you're like, get the fuck out of here.
You can never swat them.
All right, just get your ass. And then when you do hit them, you feel like shit. Because they're little.
Because you beat up a little thing?
Yeah, because your fist is the size of their head. And so, I hit him yesterday with, like, an uppercut. He's like, good uppercut. I'm like, yeah, like, fucking my hand is the size of your whole face. You little shits.
It'd be like hitting Gordy. He's just so little.
And I would. So, yes, a little scratched cornea for me. Mike Harrington on the show today. Very excited. No, Los Federales, it's not Carnival Combat. Carnival of Combat. This is the second time we've had to stop and talk about this week. People are hearing it wrong.
Carnival Combat, though.
Carnival Combat is something completely different, and it's way more expensive to watch.
I think probably expensive.
Than Carnival of Combat.
Imagine participating.
No, I don't want to participate in a combat. Veldrain says Tim Butterly should go a few rounds with Loaf Piggy. Sounds like a match that's meant to be. Oh, Butterly, Loaf Piggy.
Butterly Loaf Piggy.
Butterly Loaf Piggy. Ruthless says, why not take out that bank loan and get the tracks, the Turks, the TRX?
TRX?
Take out a bank loan and get a TRX.
What is TRX?
I don't know. Well, got him.
Did you really?
Nice.
Thank God.
Got him.
That thing's annoying.
Vinny's mom says, did you go to the emergency room? They have to patch it and give you drops. No, they don't have to. Scratched corneas are a thing that just happens sometimes. Every once in a while.
I've already warned him.
Fauci's Pangolin says, use gloves when boxing girls in the alley, Aaron. Yes, of course. External Extrapolation says, Aaron is looking handsome and distinguished today. That's a great top he's wearing, too. I had to. I'm a fat hunk of shit. I had to cover myself up.
You say that every day. I'm starting to not believe you.
I felt shame, so I wore a hoodie today. If you see a fat guy wearing a hoodie, he's feeling bad about himself that day. I can tell you that.
I thought you just wanted to be comfy.
Well, that too. Though that's what it is. Like, you feel fat and uncomfortable.
I wore an obscenely tight shirt today, so I had no excuse to be fat.
God bless. Veldrain says Chihuahuas have a very long lifespan. They aren't good for anything, so they take almost no risk to their health.
That's true, except when they act up.
Somebody says Aaron could be like that UFC fighter who is blind in one eye. We already have a guy who comes to the gym and he has one eye, and I think he's bipolar and he's a lunatic.
Is that that guy?
Yeah.
I don't like that guy.
No,
for obvious reasons.
He listens to loud tribal music in the locker room too, and he's yelling, singing. He's like a cab driver. He's like, "Oh, the guys are going, you guys should look at dinga." He does that shit.
Our gym owner's pretty positive he's bipolar, and he does seem that way. He seems unstable. And that's what scares me about a person like that is I don't know what they're up to.
I'll be honest, he doesn't seem unstable. I can tell you from multiple instances. He is unstable.
Yeah, I don't like somebody like that.
That's not a bad feeling that you have in your gut somewhere. He's a one-eyed, he's like a Somali pirate. He's got one eye. He's insane. He yells at people. He just shouts into the ether. He's a bit of a nut.
I very much like to be around people that I don't have to question their next moves.
Yeah.
And that's not one of them.
Like me and another one of the trainers had to like confront him one day because he's in one of the small rings. And he's like jump roping or something. He's jumping rope. And he's yelling at the fighters who are training in the class. Like they're doing cardio and warm up and shit. And he's like yelling at them about how he can kick their ass. And we both just went in there and we put our glove on. We're like, you want to fucking kick somebody's ass, you can kick our ass. Like, you basically have to talk the guy down to stop yelling at the people who are in class. Basically, like a school student, he's being disruptive.
Well, part of me now is starting to wish that our owner hadn't let him in. Like, how'd that guy get a membership? Isn't he kind of risk?
Paid his money. The owner of the gym's got a soft spot for mentally ill people, and he gives them way too many chances.
Oh,
what are you going to do?
One of us is going to die.
Oh, God, I hope it's you, not me.
Me too.
Vidam with $5 says, my wife got a bad infection from a scratched cornea. Excuse me. And ended up in the hospital and a year worth of drops, medication, and doctor's appointments. You know, I hate when people do that. They're like, oh, yeah, one time, man, my friend got a sliver, and they had to cut his arm off. I'll say this. I've been here before. In my I'm such a stud athlete. No, but in my years of, playing football and basketball and baseball, I've scratched a cornea playing baseball. Don't ask me how. I've scratched a cornea playing basketball. Oh, my poor eyeballs. No wonder I wear glasses.
Yeah, you should probably just keep those on.
For
multiple reasons.
Yeah, you can't get punched when you're
and you're not supposed to wear contacts when you box either.
I don't.
I know you don't. I'm saying I have, and you've barely hit me in the eye before, and you knocked my whole contact out.
Yeah, that happens more than you think. I've had a few people stop around because like, oh, I lost my contact. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing with it in?
You're blind without it.
Well, then maybe
someday it is my goal to get LASIK. I've heard now from multiple people that they love theirs.
It's
just spendy.
I'll tell you this. It's not a sport for the blind. I think that's how we can solve this. Thank you for Vidam for the $5. If you guys didn't know, you guys have been a remarkably generous bunch this week. Thank you very much. It's only 2:20 today, so let's. I don't know.
Nice.
If you guys want to knock that out before Harrington gets here at 9, that would be really cool. It's a 2:20 day. I think you guys got back up over 600 members yesterday, which is awesome. You may even be pushing the 700 mark. I appreciate it. Sean says you got 2 eyes. Walk it off, Buttercup. That's the thing. You can walk just fine the way this is.
Like, can you see?
I'll just bike like a single mom and get on a treadmill and...
Why don't you lift some weights?
Lift some weight. I was just going to say lift some weights. maybe work on this general region here, perhaps. This area. Nothing makes you feel like you need to work on your core than working with a smaller dude who's fast.
Really?
Because you're just like, God, if I had better like obliques and balance and turn, I could really do a little better here against this quick little fucker.
See, for me, I always want to up my weights, I guess, because I see all these big beefcakes around me. These big dudes that are just
I'm sorry
looking
about
like
that.
This.
I'm sorry about that, by
So
the
I'm
way.
like, oh, I got to up my poundage today.
I apologize for intimidating you that way. That's completely my fault. And then I read a study this week that said that weight training is better for weight loss than cardio anyway, overturning years of precedent.
That's been out there for a while.
Son of a bitch. Somebody says, so did you get McDonald's after the gym to help your core? No. I didn't get McDonald's. Oh, wait, no, I didn't get anything after the gym yesterday, but I did come home and eat some Halloween candy. God damn, this is a rough part of the year for everyone.
Wow. Speaking of trash, I forgot to take the can down. Can I do that quick?
Go for it. You go bananas. I'll hold
garbage day.
I'll hold down the fort here. You can drag that down. So yeah, we got Mike Harrington on today. I'm very excited for that. We've got and then we got Rumble Friday tomorrow. That sounds good. And then I can't say anything. I'm not going to say any specifics, but Gino Bisconti and I will be hosting the Anthony Cumia Show on Compound Media again. I'm very excited about that. Very cool. Very fun. So if you like funny shows, you're going to really enjoy Gino and I hosting Compound again. Citizen M says, did you see Five Nights at Freddy's? Now, I've been seeing a lot of people talk about this. I have to ask you, I only know Five Nights at Freddy's from like the kids playing a game on their tablet. Isn't that a kid's thing? I keep seeing people go, oh man, Five Nights at Freddy's. Oh, you got to see Five Nights at Freddy's. All I know Five Nights at Freddy's isn't that where the Huggy Wuggy guy comes from? That's a kid's thing, I thought. Isn't that kind of iffy if you're watching Five Nights at Freddy's and you're a grown-ass man? Fill me in. Look, this isn't me saying you are. I'm just knowing our young children talk about this and play this. So I don't, is that something grown-ups should watch? Citizen M says the movie is for general audiences, but it did rely on Easter eggs for middle schoolers. Okay. Somebody says not at all a kid's movie. All right. See, that's the other thing. I know I'll get an honest answer if I ask people because they'll get really defensive. Like, hey, fuck that. I watched that. I'm not a baby. So I know I'll get the truth. They turned it into a horror movie, basically like Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, says Little John. Oh, okay. All right. Multiple people saying it's not for kids. Then I apologize. My bad. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says it's a kid's thing, but 30-year-olds who claim to be into kinky shit love it for some reason. If you stick it in anime crazy, she probably leaves Five Nights at Freddy's. Okay. Now, you know what? Now I consider myself completely educated. I like that shirt.
Thank you. I don't think I've worn it before.
Then again, I'm a pervert horn dog.
It's just been sitting in the closet, hidden.
Go to the doctor for your eye, please. And I want to say that's Vinny's mom.
Most likely.
But I could be wrong. Look, man, if it doesn't clear up today, it's a 24 to 48 hour thing. If it doesn't clear up today, I promise all of you, I will go get it checked out. But there's something about when I know what it is and it doesn't feel too bad. I'm like, why am I going to the doctor if it doesn't feel like there's anything
People's
wrong?
alarms are because when you do something like that, you're just thinking base level, oh, there's a tiny scratch on my cornea.
Yeah.
Whereas the reality is there's bacteria that got into that scratch, and it never looks like anything up front. So
I suppose. K Fallen the Great says, my dad got a scratch in his cornea as well. They had to stand the fluid from his eyeball and scrape out the infection. Then they blew it back up like a beach ball. Yay! Well,
aren't these sounding fun?
I'll just keep it rinsed out. I'll keep it washed out. We'll try to keep that son of a bitch clean. And if something happens, we'll go see a doctor. We'll be good. Thank you, Vinny's mom. Appreciate that. Even $200.
Thank you.
For this morning. Thank you, guys. No rule against knocking that out super early when it's that low. That's enticing, as they say. Okay, let's get into some things.
Okay.
We have to talk about tits. Tits are a popular item on programs like this. We have to talk about golfer titties. there has been a controversy online the last few days. In fact, the last few weeks, this has been something that people have been looking into for quite some time because, well, people are fucking sick and they just they stare at people's tits on the internet all day and then start judging them. I think that's invasive.
What?
I
No.
do.
Isn't that one of like the perks of life is to just stare at tits?
There's nothing wrong with staring at tits. Where I draw the line is these creeps on the internet who are finding tumors on these bitches just by looking at them on the internet. You know, they're like, oh, I've been looking at her tits for a while and I've been taking some notes and I went back in my journal and I looked at what I wrote on, August 14th. And then today I was observing and I noticed in my notes that I said that her boobs looked a little lumpier and either they're fake or she's got cancer. And it's like, quit looking that close.
But that is interesting. No, I'm actually going to disagree. If the person put their tits out there so that you can see if they're lumpy or not, you get to look close. So, in my opinion, if they notice a lumpiness or something, isn't it your duty to say something?
If you see something, say something?
Yeah.
Well, Paige Sporanic, the golf chick, apparently people have been watching her tits get huge.
Okay.
And they're like, I think this Paige Sporanic is getting fake tits. Now, fake tits don't work like this. You don't see someone's tits gradually get bigger.
Yeah, it's not like a thing that you can just pump them up with air as you wish.
They're not, they don't have an inflation knob where you just go,
inflation knob.
psh, 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 psh. That's my sound of inflating tits. What happens is you notice that they're like fucking high and tight one day and the nipples are up here and their fucking titties look different. You go, you know what? That seems like they've been gone for a few weeks. You haven't seen any pictures.
Vacation.
Yeah, you haven't seen any pictures of them for a while. And all of a sudden, they got the highest, tightest tits you've ever seen.
And they're probably posting them a lot.
That's how you know that someone got their tits done. The fact that over the last few months, someone's tits started looking bigger, that's probably a sign that it's natural, boys and girls. But so now this Paige Sporanic is put in this awkward position where people have been commenting and saying, oh, she's got fake tits. Oh, the golf chick got her tits done. Well, now she didn't get her tits done, but now she has to come out and address it publicly. And so now it's depressing. She goes, guys, I didn't get my tits done. I'm just gaining weight.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was going to say she's either pregnant or just gaining weight.
So, yeah, guys, appreciate it. Yeah, thanks for your concern. But no, I didn't get fake tits. I'm just eating too much and getting fat. I mean, in no way is that psychologically damaging to someone who makes their living posting their appearance on the internet.
I'm sure it can't be that bad if her tits are getting big.
Well,
there's no way she looks bad.
You know how women think, though.
Yeah, but she's not most women. She's like remarkably hot, and she knows that. So
multiple people are saying could be pregnant.
Right.
I could see her hiding that because that's going to take away some of the zip on her fastball, if you will, which is
unless somebody's into it.
Well, but making dudes think they have a chance to fuck you is kind of her gimmick. So, like, once you got a baby inside you, people are like, well, there's no room for me. You know?
I'll make room.
She's been claimed by another. Vinny's mom, thank you. Yes, we said thank you. We appreciate that. And if my eye gets worse, I will go to the doctor. I promise. Skeezy says they're autistic heroes who are saving lives.
See?
I guess.
Like, you can't yell at somebody for staring at tits too long if the person put the tits out there. If my tits were out on the line, if my tits were hanging out on the line, I would expect.
And tonight on the line, we've got April's tits, ladies and gentlemen.
I would expect somebody to stare at them though, because they're out there, right?
Well, somebody on Rumble, Labglass says, April, there's a cancerous lump on your right side. See,
that's gonna make me wonder now because every girl wonders that.
But then if there's not, it's now all of a sudden he scared you for no reason.
Okay, but wouldn't you rather know? Just to make sure.
Well, let's see what Paige Sporanic has to say about the accusations that she had her titties done. Now, Paige Sporanic has had big fucking tits for a while, so I don't really see the point in augmenting them, as it were. But that was the theory, and now she's going to address it.
No, because they've actually gotten a lot bigger. And so I can see a lot of people being confused by, like, when I first started this, they were like, I've always had like a chest, but not like this. And it's because I gained weight and I've talked about all those reasons. But I can see why people question it and they're confused sometimes because it's like, one week they're here and 1 week they're there, and then like next year they're here, and then it's like, well, what is going on? I don't know.
Well, that should be, I mean, the fact that they change sizes should be proof that she doesn't have fake tits.
Yeah, they'd stay pretty stable, I think, if they were fake. She doesn't seem too bothered by the weight gain thing. I don't feel bad.
She does seem a little annoyed that she has to say it. You know, she's kind of like, yeah, I gained weight.
Okay, my argument then would be you've made your living off of your body and your tits, so no, you do have to answer questions about your body and your tits.
That's unfortunately, that's the trade-off that you make, is when you make your living off your body, you are going to have to talk about your body. Mm-hmm. Although there's plenty of women out there who make their living off their body, and how dare you say anything about it?
Well, they're wrong.
That's what the
customers get to talk.
Yeah, exactly. That's like McDonald's going, "Hey, don't tell us that our fries are shit today."
I will tell you that you have once again oversalted them.
I paid for the fries. I get to talk about the fries. I stare at your tits all day while you make money. I get to talk about your tits. The social media star, who boasts nearly 4 million followers on Instagram alone, was interacting with fans on Wednesday when she was asked if she's fed up with people asking whether she got implants. I mean,
God, she's hot.
Those are
that's not fair.
I get it. I get asking the question because they are sizable tits.
Yeah, and most women that are as slim as her don't have tits that big naturally, because like when you're slim, you typically don't carry that much fat on you.
She's not that slim. I mean, she's a built gal. I mean, she's not like a stick. She's got some build to her.
Her waist is freaking tiny.
Yeah, but she's got some broad shoulders, and yeah, she can support it. I mean, she can hold the look.
Body-wise, that usually doesn't happen. She's very lucky.
Also, it's all, if you're ever wondering if someone's got real or fake tits, it's all in the way they sit. Take a look at the way they sit, and you'll be able to, if they got some hang to them a little bit, if they're big tits and they got some hang to them, generally they're real. If they look like they're suspended in midair by a magician, probably a doctor magician.
I feel like they also look a lot softer, like more supple when they're real.
Yes.
Like they're going to look too firm and weird and sometimes like shiny.
By the way,
fake.
I like this trick. You know what this trick is?
Wearing a bikini that's too small?
Yes, just wearing the two smallest ones.
We all know that trick.
That's a good trick. Nice trick. You fucking... The former Maxim sexiest woman alive has a history of getting candid about her body. As we previously reported, she once had to delete comments on one of her posts to combat the idiots who were shaming her weight.
Her weight?
I'll tell you this. If you're shitting on Paige Sporanic for getting fat, I can't think of an easier way to sniff out that you're remarkably insecure.
Or you're gay.
Or you're gay, or
seriously,
you're angry.
There is not a single thing to complain about regarding her body, in my opinion.
Well, you know, she's got a terrible ass. No, I'm just kidding.
Why are people going to be allowed to, like, shame her for gaining weight, but then people get upset if you mention, oh, Lizzo's clearly morbidly obese?
That is interesting. Like, it's okay. You can go ahead and say, that really hot chick looks like she's getting a little chunky, and that's
what it
okay.
is? It's because people get upset that the hot chick who's always been hot is letting them down, whereas the other chick's always been
right.
fat.
She's always been a pig.
And a letdown.
But if you point out she's a pig, you're fat shaming. But you know what it is? Women make the rules on all that fat shaming shit, and the women hate the pretty girl, so they make it okay for you to shit on the pretty girl, but they're all fat and miserable, so they don't want you making fun of the fat, miserable broads because that hits a little too close to home.
Sure.
As it were. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says she's not a sturdy broad, but I wouldn't not make her a gobbler. Now available at all Wawa locations. Oh, that's very nice. That's a nice compliment to give a woman if you work at a Wawa and you're like, I'll make you a gobbler. It does sound dirty, but it's...
Sounds kind of hot.
Nice. K-Fall the Great says, God bless Bessie and her tits. There you go.
I miss that guy.
Hobo Chili Recipe says, April, have you put on some weight?
I have not, actually. It was remarkably low lately.
Now ask me. Ask me.
You want me to ask you?
Sure.
Aaron, have you put on weight?
3 pounds.
That's not so
3
bad.
pounds.
That's like a shit.
No, you can fix that in a weekend,
You
but
go
I
take a
have
nice
to.
dump.
Yeah, I get it. I look, you can fix it in a weekend. I'll fix it this weekend. I just gotta.
Why is it always the weekend? Why can't you start fixing it
the
today?
weekend is where I gain. No, during the week I come down a little bit.
Okay, well, just
Just this weekend, I got to chill. I have more free time in the weekend, so there's more time to just grab food and shove it in your mouth.
I never understood that.
Well, you're not me. External extrapolation says Lizzo's tits have become more pendulous lately. People have noticed she needed to upgrade her wheelbarrow tires. Oh, well, that's never good. That's always so expensive. I hate that. I hate when you have to upgrade your wheelbarrow tires because you have to carry your fucking tits around.
Can you imagine if you had tits so big you had to like pick them up and put them in the cup and like really just like strap them in there because they're just hanging all over?
Yeah, it would be or throw, you got to chuck them over your shoulder and carry them. Somebody says, let's be honest, you can't fix/drop weight on the weekend, you loaf piggy. No, what I'm saying is that's where I gain. What I have to do is not gain during the weekend. It comes down. It's like I puff during the weekend and I deflate during the week. Now I got to not do the inflation part.
Well, what kills me is if you just quit snacking, you'd be fine.
Isn't that the truth? Isn't that just the God's honest truth? So why don't we just fix the issue at hand, huh, boys and girls? All right, let's continue on here. You ever have you ever been a regular public transportation user?
A regular one? No.
Yeah. Have you ever had to ride the bus like every day for work or anything like that, other than a school bus?
No.
Okay. It looks like to me, and I've been on buses a handful of times in my day, park and rides, shit like that. It seems like the most hell on earth place to regularly commute.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Is the bus.
I have been on the New York subways before. I have been on the metro in D.C. before. The metro is far superior, but I would never want to use either one.
So
regularly.
even your city bus, it really has it's a housing unit for the craziest people in whatever community you live in. I don't care how nice your community is. I don't care how nice of a town you live in. Oh, it's not as big as a big city. If you've got a metro transit system, it's going to be the place where all of the crazies gravitate to. And whether it's crazy hair, crazy eyes, saying crazy shit. The people that concern me the most are the ones who mutter to themselves.
Mm-hmm.
They're
sitting there talking.
The one who's sitting there singing too loud or being obnoxious or whatever, I can deal with that guy. It's the guy who's going, oh, I don't even know what they say that about. Not even. I'm like, that seems like a bubbling pot with a lid on it.
It seems like, yeah, they're like aggressing themselves, like having a conversation or an argument with themselves.
Right, and
or with the demon next to him.
Yeah, and you're fucked either way because you can go like, hey, buddy, why don't we just take it easy? Why don't we chill a little bit? And that doesn't work because then you'll pop his top. But if you leave him there to just kind of sit and stew in whatever he's whispering.
I think your best option is to not address the issue.
Yeah,
like
hope for the
just don't
best.
Engage them.
The best hope is just don't ride the bus. That would be the issue.
Never ride the bus.
First, Tridio with $5 says, you think the bus is bad? You should see Rakata's wife riding the train in Jamaica. Now, why? Why?
That's mean.
That's very, very mean of you to say about a nice man and his lovely wife.
She's a very nice lady.
She's how dare you? She's a nice lady.
Don't say that.
Thank you for the $5, though.
Thank you.
195 is the number now. So now I bring this up because I found a video where there's a young man riding the bus, and he's listening to his music obnoxiously loud. I don't know what it is about black people, but there's like a phone etiquette class that the rest of us went to that a lot of them didn't, and that etiquette is not everything blares through your speakers while you're in public. I mean, I was walking out of the donut place the other day. Oh, that's great. I just set myself up for a fucking...
The donut place?
The Nelson Brothers. I was walking out of Nelson Brothers not too long ago, and there's a black guy, and he's just sitting outside the restaurant, just yakking away on his phone with the thing on speaker as loud as it can possibly be.
That's troublesome, too. It's not only the music. They have to have every single phone conversation on speaker.
Right.
I don't get it. It happens to me in the stores all the time. There'll be some black guy just sitting there yelling at his phone.
Can I stop you for a second? You know it's worse to go, some black guy. If you just went some black guy, it sounds less nefarious.
Well, I wanted everyone to know I considered what I was saying first.
Some...
Yeah. No, and
all right, so what did the bad Negro do?
Well, Usually it's actually the women too. I don't think it's usually the men, but like the women.
Oh shit, honey.
Yeah, no, that happened. There was a store that
She was yelling?
There was a store that opened in town recently, and I went there just to go look at it and check it out. And there was this woman walking around the whole store screaming at her phone at some other woman that said somebody stole something from her. And
Well, that part checks out.
I mean, I'm like, I don't feel like I should know about your conversation.
So you're saying they're going to turn that one into a Burlington coat factory?
Yeah.
Okay.
But if you're me being the other shopper next to her in the aisle, you apparently don't have the right to look at her like this and be like,
could you not?
could we just, headphones, anything, not screaming here?
It's funny the things, like this is kind of a racism in white people in the other direction. They will not think twice about a white person who's being loud on their phone going, hey, could you keep it down, please? But they see a black person doing it and they won't say anything because, and here's where the racist part comes in. They're like, oh no, what if they're violent? Oh no, what if they hit me? Isn't that kind of how you think though?
Even worse, I do that when I'm like upset with a driver in front of me, like a road ragey moment on my behalf. If somebody's driving like a bag of shit and I get around them and I see who it is, if it's a white person, I will give them the finger. I'm upset. I'll give them a look. But if it's like a not white person, I'm probably not doing that.
Wow, because you're afraid they'll be unreasonable and violent?
I don't know.
Wow. Yeah, see, that's that racism that dare not speak its name. See, I don't have that racism. I don't.
I want to live.
I'll earn the shit, but they're not going to hurt you.
You don't.
But,
I'm not saying it's.
But you don't think that way about white people?
If they were a really methed out white person, yeah, I'm not doing that.
Oh,
either.
so you see black people the same way as you see a methed out white person?
I don't. I'm just saying that I've learned how to behave based on what I've seen.
Not only do I not change how I confront the black person on their phone like the white person, I don't even use different verbiage. Like, I don't even change the way I talk. We've talked about this before. When I'm around black people, I try to stay as white as possible.
So wait, do you...
Unlike most white people. So, like, if there's a guy and he's bothering me and we're all in a thing and I see people getting annoyed and they're yelling on their speakerphone, whether they're white or black, it's, hey, brother, you want to quiet down a little bit?
Brother.
I'll say brother. I'll say it to white people. I'm Hulk Hogan.
Trying to fit in?
I'll say it to white people. I'll say it to, hey, brother, you want to keep it down? And that's it. And then he'll go, brother.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know if the brothers are going to like that.
I'll say, brother, fucking, you better put that phone down before something bad happened to you.
Well, so hold on. Do you then...
I'm joking. I don't
do you
that.
confront people that are loudly on their phone in public?
No, I don't confront white people or black people. I treat them all the same.
I give some of them a dirty look because they're that obnoxious.
No, that's very passive white girl of you.
It's a middle ground between being obnoxious now because I've said something to you.
Sure.
And just letting it go. It's like the safest.
Plus, white women have a reputation for being overbearing, so you don't want to play into the stereotype. I get it.
No, because I usually want to just be left alone. It's just that if you're screaming at somebody on speakerphone in a store next to me, what am I supposed to do? Technically, a store employee should be talking to them, but they don't either.
I just turn on my speakerphone and I start playing YG loudly. That's okay, right?
I'm going to lose you.
That usually satisfies their curiosity. All right, so the reason I bring this up is because this young lady was tired of the black gentleman playing his music very loud through his speaker on the bus, which is why God invented headphones. And I don't know if they're both crazy or if this female passenger was driven crazy by the other guy. But there's definitely there was a break at some point.
Ew.
Ma'am, might not want to ask that question.
I don't like either of these people.
First of all, she starts barking at him. Second of all, she goes, what do you want to do? Beat me up? And it's like, I hope you meant that as a rhetorical question because I'm on pins and needles for his answer.
Yeah.
He might want to beat you up.
I'm actually on the black guy's side so far.
By the way, let's do a quick racism test. I'm having a very racist thought right now, but only because I could be right.
Yes.
Do you know what? If I point it out to you, you're going to be like, how did I miss it?
Is it the hat she's holding?
Yeah. Is that one of those rice patty hats?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, no, it's the same one Gino had on the show yesterday.
You understand? This is as if the black guy was holding a bucket of KFC.
It's too on the nose.
It's a little too on the nose. There's no rice paddy where she lives. She's not going to harvest rice out of the paddy.
Maybe she just likes the fashion.
How does rice grow, by the way? How do they harvest that shit?
It grows in like
on a plant? Where does rice grow?
It's like in a marshy situation with like lattices or whatever the hell. How does it? I think
do they got to scoop it out of the water?
In my head, it grows on things like you know how wheat grows?
Sure.
But it's in like a very wet environment.
Okay. Well, is that why they have the hat? Does it catch rice?
No, the hat helps keep them cool and out of the sun.
Ah,
there's like
lovely.
a ventilation in it.
Okay.
Oh.
What's that? What are you doing? What are you doing to everyone else is here?
Think about everybody else.
I hate her.
This is what I mean about the mental patients you have to deal with on the bus. And the mental patients feed each other. So like this guy had music playing on his phone. So now that's one crazy person with no regard for anyone else on the bus. And then he sits in the back by himself. So you know he thinks he's like the mafia don of the bus. Like he's Frank
Why would you say that?
He's like Frank Lopez at the Babylon Club. Like that's,
wow.
Yo, motherfucker, this is my spots on the bus. Because he's in the back and he's by himself and no one goes near him.
Right.
He's Nacho Contreras there in the back of the bus. So this woman then confronts him and her craziness comes out as she starts barking like a dog at him. So there are no good guys in this. There's just crazy fucking people on the bus.
Okay, but she's bothering me more than he ever will. Like if I'm sitting on this bus and I'm trying to have a phone call right now or just even enjoy my silence on the bus, she's a problem for me now and I want her kicked off the bus.
I sell everything I can to buy a car if I'm any of these people. Get out of my ear, bitch.
See, but I'm on his side. She deserves to be hit if she gets any closer to him.
All right, but you get out of our ears too with your loud ass music and shit playing out of your phone. Buy some headphones. You don't have a car payment to make.
One of them's more annoying for me.
I understand, but it's a great example of why no thank you. I have a question for you now. I'm starting to change my opinion. Is that a dog or a werewolf?
Is there a difference?
Big difference.
I mean, why did she go with the howling? Okay, I get it. He's got music on. You think it's annoying, but what is the howling? That's miles and miles more annoying than anyone listening to music, isn't it?
Because she's a poor bus riding mental patient?
Stay off the buses.
Where do you want them to go?
No, I mean like normal people.
Oh, yeah,
You
yeah,
can't be caught on buses.
No, leave the bus as like a tunnel tube for crazy people. Absolutely. Make it like, you know, the bank deposit thing in the drive-thru. Just fill it all with the nut jobs and we'll be good.
Why is no one yelling at her? Don't be chicken shit. Get in his face then. Get hit.
Well, she's
Stupid
got to
bitch.
hang on to the pole because it's, you know, bus etiquette.
But no.
What?
She damn near deserved to be hit for getting in his face like that. I probably would have hit her.
I mean, she's just trying to bark at a guy who's causing some problems on the bus. This is the bus. This is the nature of the bus. This is how it works.
She has now made my morning substantially worse if I was on that bus. Like, I get the music thing. I can predict the music thing. I can predict that there'll be some dude sitting in the back of the bus playing his music too loud or on the phone too loud. I'm not predicting somebody howling incessantly.
I say Gutierrez with $2 says Aaron wants McDaniels as the Vikings coach. No, I love our coach.
Oh, McDaniels from like the Raiders?
Yeah, no, I like our coach a lot. Tridio with $5 says she obviously couldn't stand listening to Aerosmith that long. Yeah, you know, when black people start playing I Don't Want to Miss a Thing through their phone, it's really obnoxious. It's got to stop. We've got to have a national discussion about this.
I do like it when they play Love in an Elevator for me.
Tridio just writes, #stop Asian hate. Tridio's on a roll today. I like it. He says it grows in a basin barely above water. Okay. Gray Duckling says, yes, Aaron, rice comes from a plant. Yay!
Well, yeah. What do you think it was? Meat?
I is smart.
Did you ask if it came from a plant?
Some kind of plant, right?
Oh, no.
Not a tree. It's a plant. It's not a tree. Soup Can says blacks versus Asians is still something I don't understand. Hold on, guys. Hold on.
Not now, Charles.
There you go. Sir K says, damn, I'm late on explaining farming to the farm girl. Hey, Sir K's been getting chippy lately.
Yeah, he's real chippy, kind of a jerk. I don't farm rice. Are you kidding me? Nobody farms rice.
You weren't a rice farmer?
No, I didn't farm wild rice. I didn't farm the white rice. No jasmine for me.
I have a question for you. Why is it the rice that's brown is wild? That seems a little white supremacy.
That's like one of my favorite rices. I prefer the wild rice.
That doesn't surprise me in the least.
It's long and it's brown.
I get it. Dakota Heller says that's racist. Well, yeah, be more specific.
Oh, you sound racist. Good. Yes. Yes, I am.
She goes, Dakota Heller also goes, hey, that's racist also. I feel like that's everyone's first time listening to this show. They're like, hey, you let a racist thing slip there. Yeah. And then halfway through, they're like, oh, it didn't slip.
No, that's just...
They just talk that way.
And you know what, though? The thing is that people have taught us to be this way. That's how I always imagine answering somebody. I very much am like Owen Benjamin now. If somebody were to call me that, I'm like, fine, fuck it. I am, sure. And it's because I've seen some shit.
Tom Thompson says, I'd be up front saying, both y'all shut the fuck up. Says JK, I would be minding my own business. That is the funniest part. We all sit here and go, I'd say this, I'd say that. Then you get in the situation in real life and every single person is just like this. All right, I'm going to find something to play on my phone here while the Negro and the Asian yell at each other. I'm going to stay the fuck out of it. Thank you.
Why isn't the bus driver addressing them?
Because they feel like they don't drive a bunch of elementary school students around and they shouldn't have to intervene every 5 goddamn seconds. Do you know how mentally taxing it must be to be a goddamn city bus driver?
I don't want to think about it, but if somebody's howling on your bus, I think you just have to be like, okay, you two fuckers get off now.
Trio with a good point. What if the guy was playing Who Let the Dogs Out on his speaker?
I figured he was playing DMX or something.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. Phil Drain says when the video cuts off, the black guy knocked her chest off and she gave him a fat lip. So no evidence of a physical altercation. Oh, I get it.
Oh, wow.
Dakota says maybe she had a stroke and that's how she talks now. Good point. She could be communicating.
She was normal talking in between.
Oh, yeah, because didn't she say, oh, you're going to hit me now? Mm-hmm. Can't hit her. She's on her way to the rice paddy. Did you see the hat
she should have been hit. When you're getting in somebody's personal space like this, I don't care how loud they're being, you get hit now.
The Tigger next door says he probably has to pay on his Hellcat. That's why he's taking the bus to save on gas money. Jive Turkey with 17 months membership says my mom used to call them all dirty bus people. Seems not far off now.
No, that's a fair comment.
Yeah, the bus is a rough place, my friends. Stay off if you can. No, Jake in the Hudson, not the bang bus. That's a completely different bus. That's where physical activity is encouraged. Mick Marshall says, honest question, what is it with black people and speakerphone? I recently flew through Atlanta, and there were so many people on the speakerphone. I don't know. I have to book a black guest, and I have to ask them about this.
Is it just that they need everybody to hear what they're talking about and, feel important?
Do you think they feel like they're ballers if they're conducting their business on the speaker?
I think that they do think that. I think they think, man, I must be important. I've got business to handle on my telephone.
Now all these white people can see me making moves and being an entrepreneur.
Right? And then they also get to be confrontational if anyone, addresses them in their loudness.
Yo, I'm trying to conduct my motherfucking business. Yeah, what's that? You got 2 kilos coming through the airport? All right, sneak it in on backpacks? Cool. So, wait a minute. The blow is going to be in the teddy bears? All right, great. What's it? Yeah, here's my ticket.
And then they all have neck pillows. Why do they all have neck pillows?
I didn't say all, ladies and gentlemen. I might say a disproportionate amount.
It's the truth.
Continuing on here. Oh,
Let's play a game in December when we're at the airport.
I hate when I lose the chat. It's terrible. Hobo Chili says, while traveling abroad, April worked in the rice fields in the controlled lands of the Khmer Rouge. See, I didn't know that. Mick Marshall says, I've seen some shit, quoting April. April sounds like a shell-shocked Nam vet. Yeah, were you in Da Nang?
Not that bad, but I've seen some weird stuff on the St. Cloud State campus, that's for sure.
Tridio with a new song. He says, the wheels on the bus go round and round. The Asians on the bus go woof, woof, woof. The blacks on the bus go, yo, bitch, get out my face. I mean, that was accurate from that video's perspective.
Why is it always Asians and blacks that are like upset with each other?
Because whites have been fucking around for so long, we're like, we need a break.
But you know what I mean?
You guys all fight with each other.
Like during the COVID thing, I like how when there was like Asian hate crimes going on because of like, Wuhan and all that
you love
stuff.
that?
No.
Oh, sorry.
What I'm saying is anytime there was a hate crime, the news quit reporting on it real quick when they found out it was a black person that beat them up.
That they did. They did not. I think what happened with white people and black people is we kind of reached an understanding where we both kind of went, I don't get you. And they went, yeah, I don't get you either. And we went, all right, let's just call it on that. And we were like, all right, cool. But then Asians, they haven't been here as long as white people. So Asians see black people like, why don't you just behave? And then they're like, it's going to rile them up. You're going to get punched in the fucking head for saying that. And then they get punched in the head and they're like, this is an Asian hate crime. And the media is like, yeah, we don't care. Black people did it. So white people and black people have been doing this dance for long enough where we kind of get it and we understand where all the invisible landmines are.
Sure.
Whereas Asian people are like, why can't dark-skinned person just behave better? And then the black person's like, I'd behave just fine, you piece of shit, and then punches him in the face. We need to find...
I feel like we should have been on Rumble today.
You think so?
Yeah.
It's just that video. Don't worry. I
Oh,
think after
there's
that...
no more?
Yeah, I got Biden.
'Cause,
I got Biden corruption. I got some clips of Elon talking to Rogan. I have a story about... This is actually kind of funny. There's somebody going around in border states in trucks that are designed like the Border Patrol trucks, only it says Booty Patrol on them. I thought that was adorable.
Booty Patrol.
Yeah, I just thought it was really cute.
Well, that just sounds fun.
And then also we have an update on that kid from Houston. Remember that kid who was punching people in the back of the head at the park?
Oh, yeah.
And then filming it and putting it online. Yeah, we found out a lot more about that kid. Remember they talked to him and he was like, I'm just so sorry and I didn't realize the problems it was going to cause and this and that. Turns out, no, he's a lying piece of shit. He was doing way worse.
School shooter.
Would you? No, that would be cultural appropriation.
I really have like a racist bone in my body itching today.
One?
Just that
You
one
understand
today
there's
is
206 bones in the human body.
know.
I think you've got at least 4 of them.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
That you really lowballed me on that.
Thank you.
that count.
I'm setting the over-under at 4.5 racist bones in your body.
I did come from Litchfield.
Hobo chili recipe with $4.99 says my mom used to call them property and call every black man George. In fairness, she babysat for George Foreman's children, so it does kind of make sense that she would do that. Tridio says, yes, April, Booty Patrol. They're helping the illegals get boots to work at Tyson. The Booty Patrol truck stopped by our Clearwater location recently, says annoyed Wawa supervisor. He filled up 6 gas cans and bought 4 suitcases of Natty Light.
Of course.
Okay. Thank you very much, Hobo Chili. 185 is today's number. Thank you guys very much for continuing to knock that down. There's the links to PayPal, Streamlabs, and everything else in the chat. We're not even an hour into today's show. Let's see if we can knock that out before Mike Harrington gets here at 9. That might be pretty cool.
I keep forgetting he's coming on today.
Yeah, I'll send him a link a little later, and we'll bring him on. We'll talk about the Carnival of Combat going on, and then move on with the rest of the show. I did extend the invitation multiple times for Alex to come on and talk about it. Nothing back.
Not a word.
Nothing back.
Alex,
look, man, you put your name in the hashtag, and it really fucks with people's reach. The least you could do to say you're sorry to them for causing so much trouble is maybe come on the show and promote the fight. See, because now if Harrington comes on the show to promote the fight, I like Alex, and whenever Alex, he even goes on Brennan's show and says, I like Steel Toe. Or he'll go on Gino's show and he'll say, I like Steel Toe. And that's very nice of him. But here's where my conflict is. If Harrington comes on the show and Alex doesn't, and Mike does a really good job and I enjoy him and
now
I
you're
like
on
him,
Team Mike.
I'm going to root for Mike on Saturday.
I get it.
So he's going to leave me in a weird spot, unfortunately. Where did I want? Oh, man, I was doing a goddamn thing and now I forgot.
Racism.
Oh.
See?
Easy enough. Perfect. Tridio says, who is Mike Hairy Thumbs and why does Alex need to give him a box? Honestly, I don't even know why they agree. I don't think there was anything personal between the two of them. I think Lewis just needed to match up Mike.
Yeah.
And Alex didn't have a fight. He had that Modine thing coming up, and that fell apart.
Yeah, so he wanted one.
I think that's cool. $5 from Vidam says, Aaron and April should ride the east side of St. Cloud, Minnesota Metro bus. Some shady things happen on that bus.
No, that's part of what I meant by I've seen some shit. I've been on that bus before because I should have remembered this. I did. When I was going to St. Cloud State, I did take the bus over there because I lived on the opposite side of the river in a bunch of townhomes.
Sure.
And the bus brought me to class all the time, and I've definitely seen some not so savory things.
There you go. Ruthless says, you should fight the winner. I would love to. You have no idea how bad I want to get in on one of these YouTube boxing things. I know a lot of people think they're gay. I like them. I really do.
And what's wrong with gay?
At least you can get a little publicity for it. Like, I want to take another fight. First of all, 10 pounds minimum loss. Need to do that before I even think about it. But I want to take another fight again. But if I take just another amateur one and I win that one, big fucking deal. Nobody cares. But if I can get a little publicity for the thing too, and let's be honest, get an easier opponent,
maybe,
than you get in the amateurs, then, why not go that route, right? Be a businessman about this shit. Let's go ahead and talk about this. I don't know if this will make you feel better. This might be like the trans thing for a lot of people, where they like feel powerless and they know nothing's going to change. So they're like, God damn it, motherfucker, why'd you even tell me about this shit? Mm-hmm. Whereas I like to see this stuff because I just like to go to other people and go, right, see? Defend that.
Look at this thing.
Yeah, I just want to make people uncomfortable who like Joe Biden and go, defend that, please. And by the way, and you got to make rules for him. You got, like, if you go to Thanksgiving this year, because Thanksgiving's coming up, if you go to Thanksgiving and you see family who likes Joe Biden, you have to give them this caveat. You have to show them all the Chinese corruption and the Ukrainian corruption. And you have to go, all right, now defend this and excuse this without saying Donald Trump. Please.
Wow, that is so hard for most people.
Right.
They can't do it.
Defend Joe Biden, defend the economy, defend corruption, defend all of these things without saying Donald Trump.
Because I feel like most people's initial response that don't like Trump is that, he's better than Trump.
Right. I don't give a shit about
Trump.
My choices right now, I only have Joe Biden. I don't have Donald Trump. So, like, I'm not even the biggest Trump guy in the world, but if you gave me a criticism of him, I could respond to it without using Joe Biden or Hillary Clinton. Like, if you said, hey, man, Donald Trump is supposed to be a professional and the president of the United States, and he's out here tweeting mean, crazy, wacky shit. And and they go, Aaron, defend that. And I'd go, I'd rather have that and $1.80 a gallon gas and a booming economy and low inflation and my dollar's worth more. And have that guy tweeting that shit. I'm totally fine with that. If the trade-off with those tweets is that I can make the same amount of money, but I make more money, technically, because it's worth more, and gasoline is under $2 a gallon, and my retirement accounts are going crazy instead of sitting exactly where the fuck they have been forever.
I don't like looking.
By the way, everybody who has a retirement account that's doing like 2-3%, like it's doing less than inflation, that every year this is why fixing the economy needs to be so urgent. Every year that happens delays your retirement by a certain amount of time.
Yeah. Oh, another year?
It may be more. And it also depends how we recover, because now you have to have higher than average growth for that same amount of time in order to get things back into whack.
And will we ever get there? Can we ever get back to that point?
I mean, the law of averages says yes, but shit needs to change. Usually the reason shit gets better is because you decide to do something different. Towards the end of his presidency, the economy was starting to rebound finally under Obama. And the reason it was rebounding again was because he opened up federal permits to drill on American soil for oil. So he dropped a lot of the climate change shit, and he did it very quietly. But he went, hey, we'll let you guys get federal permits to drill. And then the gas price started coming. By the way, gas price is the fulcrum from which all of this shit balances. You get gas prices down, it takes care of so much other shit.
Yeah, it really does.
Takes care of transportation costs. What do you think's going to happen to your food if it's cheaper to ship it?
It's going to get cheaper.
Or ship it. Transit.
Transit.
Well, no, you don't want to cut its dick.
You don't want to trans your
We'd have no eggplants. So, but by the way, do people know eggplant is a food now or a cock? Because I've never eaten an eggplant in my life, food or otherwise.
I've eaten a couple.
I know. You've got HPV damn near from it.
No, I don't. Don't tell people I have HPV.
I've never. No, she had that. Remember, we established.
I've never had HPV.
We've established this on the evening show last night. She got the shot before she went to college because she was aware of how much dick she was going to take.
No, I said the potential.
I got to be honest with you. That's kind of an arrogant move on your part. Someone who'd never had gotten dick before, and you're like, I'm going to college. I'm going to be swimming in it. It's kind of a brag.
Well, that's kind of a brag of like men then at that time to have condoms on them as if they're going to get laid.
Well, that's more of a fake it till you make it kind of a thing. That's not getting shots in our body because we're like, I'm gonna get my pussy railed.
The HPV shot, my initial reason for getting it was to prevent cervical cancer, you ass.
And because of the dicks.
You could take one dick that had HPV and get the cervical cancer.
Yeah, that you'd be the most bad luck person in the world. I'd stay away from you. You'd be a bad
my
luck
luck hasn't been
schleprock.
great. I already lost a tumorous ovary, so.
Dirty dicks will do that to a girl.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Dirty dicks. Dirty dicks took my ovary. Plankton says you got to drop the low gas price argument. That only happened because of COVID. Trump begged Saudi for more oil prior to that. No. Oh, my God. Lest you forget, sir. You don't remember America, and you can go look this up. America was a net exporter of oil during the Trump administration. We exported more oil than we brought in. And no, the gas prices were under $2 before COVID.
Yeah, they were.
They went down scary. Didn't they get down to like $1 during COVID?
Oh, I don't know about $1, but I would literally do some things for $1.80 gas right now. $1.80 gas sounds really nice.
April's given Arab men hand jobs in Super America bathrooms so that she can get cheap gas.
You never find them.
I don't even own this place. You just jerked my dick off for no reason. I have no control over the gas prices. That guy was Indian for some reason.
Yeah. When's the last time you saw an Arab guy?
That is kind of a dated reference, isn't it?
Yeah.
Where I grew up, a lot of Arabs owned
cornbread and chicken?
Yeah. Where I grew up, a lot of Arabs owned gas stations. Not where you grew up. They didn't have any Arabs.
No, mostly the meth heads.
They had 5 gas stations, no Arabs. Tridio says it was as low as $1.50 in Kansas before COVID. Yeah, Plankton, I'm not trying to argue with you or anything, but if we go here, let's do this. Average price of gas 2019. It's before COVID. Okay, fuck me. I will give him this. U.S. regular retail gasoline averaged $2.60. Gas prices rose steadily during the first quarter of the year. Okay, $2.24 at the beginning of 2019. So probably in Minnesota, yeah, that would mean it was around $2.
That's still shaving over $1 off what it is right now.
Yeah, that's still nice.
I would
So at the beginning of 2019, it was $2.24. That makes sense then. So here where we live, we're always under the average. So we were probably around $2, and that's why we thought that. All right.
I wish you guys weren't under average.
God damn you guys. Plankton says, look up the Trump-Saudi deal prior to COVID. Oh, no, I'm not arguing with you on that point. Every American president ever has fucking begged the Saudis, and it's gross, and it's disgusting. But that's because the Saudis are smart, and they basically started an oil cartel. That's why we have to drill for oil.
Would be nice.
We
It's
can
all
never
right here.
We can never be fully out from the thumb of Saudi Arabia, but we can lower their influence by taking the massive amount of oil. I mean, getting rid of that Keystone XL pipeline when it was already built is Biden's first fuck up. I was going to say biggest, it's not. But it's his first fuck up. Is getting rid of that pipeline, and not because it was what was best for the country, but just because it was what he wanted.
Did you know he was in Minnesota yesterday?
Oh, was he really? How'd he do?
Not good.
Oh.
There was a lot of people protesting, getting involved in the wars in like Israel and Palestine and all that shit. And there was a lot of people requesting that he stop funding that war. And his response, I believe the news said, was, I think we need a pause. And I believe he was talking about his little deal he was at.
He wasn't saying like we need a pause in the violence in the Middle East or anything?
I don't think that's what he meant. I think he meant we need a pause like during my little speech I'm giving.
Oh, I thought he meant like we need a pause in the violence and we need to stop.
People were not happy with him.
Dude, I'll say this again, and I don't like to talk about the topic because I don't know enough I'm not smart enough, and I don't know any of the answers, but I see more of that shit out of Gaza and Israel, the Palestine thing. We let the Israelis. Oh, I mean, it is the Jews, though, isn't it? It's Israel.
Slip.
But we let the Israelis get away with literally murder. Like, I understand that they were attacked, like there was a terrorist attack, and that's terrible, and Hamas should not do that, and it's terrible for all the victims.
Says who?
But their responses, we let them respond with like some truly terroristic shit. Like, they just bomb civilian areas indiscriminately, and all they need to do is tell us, oh, yeah, don't worry, there were terrorists in there. And we're like, yeah, we get it, totally. We do the same thing to weddings.
There's never any way to prove that.
Exactly.
So nobody's ever going to look into it.
Well, and then I was watching a video yesterday. There was a mentally retarded man throwing rocks at an Israeli checkpoint. He was all like that. And he was picking up rocks and dancing around. And he was throwing rocks at him. And he was yards and yards away, like at least 20, 30 yards away.
Yeah.
And he's throwing rocks at a checkpoint, which looks like the security hut at like a school with the lever that goes up and down for the cars. So like a parking garage. So he's throwing rocks at a parking garage, and the guy gets out, full military guy, points his rifle, and just fucking kills the guy. Doesn't go confront him, detain him, arrest him, anything like that. The guy's throwing rocks at basically a parking lot attendant, and he blows the guy's chest in half.
Can't have that. It's self-defense.
But I'm watching it going, what the fuck? I get it, man. Like, I understand you were the victims of a terrorist attack, and that's really terrible. But it's not like you can't sit there and play victim and act like you guys don't go hard in the paint, too. Like, I just wish Israel would embrace what they are and just go, oh, we're fucking vicious, motherfucker. We will annihilate. We don't care who gets in our way. Men, women, children. We'll kill them all to fuck up Hamas.
I feel like Israel always gets to say, though, oh, it was in self-defense, or we were just protecting this person, or, you know.
He was mentally retarded and throwing some rocks.
Aren't you scared of that guy?
But I could take him.
Maybe with a rock to the mouth.
I'd throw rocks back at him. You get in a rock fight with a retarded guy, like you're just like,
It's a highlight of your life.
It's the most surreal moment you've ever been in. You're just like, am I? Like, you have that self-awareness moment where you're like, I'm throwing rocks at a retarded guy. Which one of us is truly retarded? I know better. He doesn't.
But you've decided this is fun.
Right. You're like, you know what? And you're also getting a little oddly competitive. You're like, I can beat this retard in a rock throwing contest.
I was a pitcher in high school.
I pitched in high school, and if it weren't for that torn rotator cuff, I could have gone D3. Plankton says that pipeline was never built, and that's Canadian oil, not American. You cannot include that in energy independence. Yes, you can. Let me explain how pipelines work. So if you don't transport oil by pipeline, you have to transport it by train. It's a lot more expensive and takes a lot longer to transport oil by train than it does pipeline. And this idea of Canadian oil, American oil, it doesn't exist. It's just more oil. So the more oil you get to market quicker, let's say McDonald's has a faster, cheaper way of getting beef into the market so they can make burgers. It's going to increase their supply. It's going to put downward pressure on the price of beef and on the price of burgers at McDonald's. Same thing with oil. If we drill for oil here, it's not like we keep it and put it in our gas stations. We send it off onto the free market, but there's more oil being pumped into the system. The supply goes up, the demand. April, let's do a quick economics lesson. Okay. If the supply of something goes up, but the demand stays the same, what happens to prices?
Goes down.
They go down. So if it's Canadian oil being transported by pipeline through the United States instead of through a network of railroads, that's going to get more oil to market quicker and cheaper. That is going to lower the price of the product every time. So even if America didn't drill for another barrel of oil, that pipeline would lower the price of oil and gas. But if we could build a pipeline and drill the fuck out of the place for oil, even better. As Wayne Campbell would say, zang.
Can we get Daniel Plainview in here?
I am an oil man. And if we build this pipeline and we make a deal with Union Oil, we can take the oil directly to the sea. We can cut out the middleman and the railroads, and we can take our product right to the ocean. Because I am an oil man.
I just read Dakota Heller in the chat says they're all terrorists, even the infants.
Look, I don't know which side she's talking about.
Does it matter? It doesn't matter what side she's on.
Dakota says, "Holy cow, so many blocked words." Haha. I don't have any blocked words in my chat. I can tell you that right now with 100%. If there's any blocked words, it is YouTube.
YouTube does that.
Yeah, I don't block any words in my chat. If you're cunty, I bounce you. That's it. And like, you got to be really cunty. Like, most of this audience are cunts. But if you're being overwhelmingly cunty.
Here, if hobo chili recipe doesn't get punted out of here.
That, like,
I think
everyone
you're
who's
gonna be
ever
fine.
been hidden in our chat who thinks it's our fault needs to look at hobo chili recipe and the fact that he's celebrated. And they need to go, oh, maybe it's me.
It could be. There's a chance.
This guy calls him a fat ravioli-titted douche every single morning as a hello. And he doesn't get banned.
Ravioli titted douche.
President Camacho says, if we all drive Teslas, we will never have to use gasoline again, and then we can save the planet. Yeah, but if it starts on fire, we can never put it out.
Okay, and then do you guys know what it takes to like create those batteries and the charging stations and run the charging stations?
We got to bring slaves back.
I agree.
Return Trip says, was he retarded because he was throwing rocks at guys with guns, or was he actually a retard? No, he was developmentally disabled.
Okay, but those people are scary. Sometimes, like, if you got one that's just throwing rocks.
And you know what? No, I mean this in all seriousness. If I were a terrorist organization, I wouldn't put it past me to strap a bomb to that guy either. What? They do that. That's a serious thing. No, like resistance
because
groups
they
and
don't
terrorist
see it as a loss.
because you don't have to explain it to them.
Oh.
You know, it's like the guy in the Joker or the guy in The Dark Knight where he goes, the boss replaced him with pretty lights that'll shine bright. Like, that's all you got to tell them.
In here.
Yeah.
That one.
You're like, here. And then if they get
that
close.
one bothers me.
Yeah, if they get close to you, push this button. And they go, oh. And then they get close to you and you blow them up.
We got a lot of Lennies in here.
A lot of Lennies. Skeezy says, Israel uses tanks to retaliate against people throwing rocks, if we recall that story from a few decades ago. That is, yeah, I mean, it is like Hamas. Like, Hamas hits Israel with a baseball bat, so Israel just drops cruise missiles on them for a year. It's a little...
Cruise missiles sound like fun, though.
It gets a little... Especially if they're Ted cruise missiles. They just have his face on them.
I prefer Tom Cruise missiles.
Both terrifying. Both terrifying. Vinny's mom says, good God, you are fucking smart. Only if you're dumb do I sound smart. I promise you.
That's true.
I promise you.
I think you've been saying since you were on radio, like, you should not be going to you for advice or the news or anything, but people still do.
The thing that I just said about oil and shit, there could be another guy who comes in here and goes, yeah, that guy's full of shit. And I go, oh my God, am I full of shit?
I might be full of shit.
There's a chance that I'm full of shit.
You are packed full.
Matt Melt with $4.99 says, we had the highest fuel reserves during Trump. I got fuel in Red Wing for 98 cents during COVID in the middle.
Wow.
There you go. 180 is the number today. You guys are doing great. Thank you very much for your generosity. Today is the 106th anniversary of the Balfour Declaration. Yay! We wouldn't be here today if it weren't for the Balfour Declaration.
Ooh.
Plankton says, I'm not arguing against drilling more. I'm saying Keystone XL cannot be part of domestic oil figures. It's foreign. We produce more domestic oil now than ever under Trump.
I do feel like
True
rather
story.
deal with the Canadians than the Arabs, though. And it's closer to us anyways. It's on the same land.
Again, it doesn't matter. It's all just production. Like, if the Saudis would crank up production, that would help a bunch. If they produced more oil, it would still help. It just depends. It's just got to be, if we're in charge of it, then we can determine how much we crank out.
Transporting, though, if you get the shit from Canada, it's right here. It's gonna cost less.
Technically, it all goes out onto the world market.
Really? Before you get your hands on it all?
They transport it here. We transport it there. They ship it in. We ship it out. It just, it's all numbers on a computer screen.
I'm seeing it very much so in like my manufacturing brain that I worked in for so many years. If shit's going to cost more to ship it, it's going to be more expensive.
Well, no, you're selling the product. You're selling the barrel of oil you produced and then shipping it out. You make money by shipping it. Andy says, wait, why was Chris Broussard's cousin in Israel? Nice callback to yesterday. They just buried him. Oh, my God. Remember Chris Broussard said retard yesterday? And he said, we just buried my cousin, and he's developmentally disabled. And then we have the Palestinian guy.
Too white.
getting shot. Maybe Chris Broussard's cousin was in Gaza
Maybe, Aaron.
and he was throwing rocks.
I think you're onto something.
Oh, no.
Wow.
That's not
The
good.
truth comes out.
Mick Marshall raises a great point. The $1 gas pro-Trump argument is the same as the jobs created pro-Biden argument. Both are disingenuous and toying with stats. Yes, because they were both influenced by COVID. I will get Trump's back on $2 a gallon gas because that's what it was here in 2019.
I would take $2 a gallon now.
I'll get his back on that. But yeah, you can't give Trump credit for the $1 a gallon gas because that was all China.
Thanks, China.
Working with us.
Oh.
Vadam with $5 says Minnesota nickel mine for electric cars. All right, let's check this out. By the way, that puts us
you.
at 175 for today. Look at you guys knocking this thing down.
Not even 8 o'clock yet.
The
Thank you,
Inflation
guys.
Reduction Act includes a number of incentives to companies and
Oh,
individuals.
fuck, guys. This is 8 minutes long. Can we... What is this, Ed Michelle? Ah, ha, 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 you weak pussy.
That's a big dude, too. You can't even hit
It's
it.
a woman.
No, it's not.
April, I think that's a lady.
I disagree with you.
I'm 100% positive that's April, that's a girl.
No, it's not.
That is a woman. I'm almost positive.
From Carnival Games.
Oh, wait, no, that's a guy.
Oh, wow,
Okay.
that was
down
such a
Main
woman.
Street, the annual
There's a guy.
Heydays Festival in Tamarack, population 62, is meant to be
Why do we
fun,
give
a chance
PBS our
for
money?
neighbors
This
to
is
get caught
fucking
up.
boring.
The steel industry that built the country, that helped it win 2 world wars. The question today
I want my
is
news
whether
from
this
this guy.
region can play a similar role in the transition to a post-fossil fuel age.
Oh, they're saying they can mine nickel in Minnesota to make the stuff for electric cars. So we can it can boost
But
our economy. So
don't we
that's
need-
good.
Don't we need a shitload of like lithium and all that stuff too?
You do need lithium, but we have lithium in the United States too.
Yeah, but it's not accessible, remember?
Make it accessible.
Isn't the big fucking
Nevada?
hunk of it in Nevada and
Yeah.
it's like sitting damn near on top of the caldera? Or it's
Yeah,
real
you're going to
close.
have to navigate the caldera thing, which is always
See,
very tricky.
I can see the world, or not the world, but like our country ending because we're like, oh my God, just we have to have the electric cars, man.
Yeah.
And they start mining the lithium and blow us all up.
Freaky Deaky, becoming a member for his 14th month, says drill in North Dakota again. I agree with that. I remember I had so many friends who couldn't find work, and then they went up to
The
what
oil
was that?
fields.
What was the town though? In North Dakota, not Lewiston, but it was
I had
something like
friends
that.
too. Where was that?
It was Williston.
It was great money.
They went to Williston, North Dakota, and it was like the Wild West out there. They had saloons and bars where they had blackjack
It's
and
fun.
shit like that. And they were like, yeah, we go there, we get a trailer, we split it with somebody, and we just live in there. We work in the oil fields. We make a fuckload of money.
Fuckload of money.
Yeah, we send some of it back home. They were like Somalis.
Oh my God, they kind of were.
I know. Like, I send some money back home. But people were like, oh, is that really a good way to live? It's better than not having a job.
Dude, you might retire quicker too.
Yeah, so those guys got paid a shitload of money to work in the oil fields, and then as it dried up, and in fairness, that was under Obama, and they would go out, and that's why the economy started getting better at the end of Obama's presidency, because he finally backed off and said, all right, go ahead and drill. They pressured him into it.
Isn't that just such an easy solution, but nobody wants to do it
Right.
anymore?
Because they're worried they're going to set the planet on fire. I got bad news for you. It is. Hooters Girl says crime rate was comparable to Chicago during that time. Yeah, a lot of drinking and shit like that, and fucking people up.
Wow. You know what I thought about the other day during the show? Is the fact that how about we used to talk about Chicago like it was just the dumpster fire of America?
Yeah.
But now by comparison to a lot of other cities, I really don't know where to even place it.
Yeah, like Chicago stayed the same and everyone
Yeah.
else got worse.
Like Portland and Seattle and San Francisco,
Yeah, I get that.
Kensington. I don't know what to say.
At least they just kind of sit still in Kensington. They just kind of do this.
I picture them as making this sound.
They make the Babadook noise. That woman went fucking crazy. She lost her
They
shit.
did say she just went crazy.
They say she just went crazy, screaming out his name. She ran out into the ocean, and to this day, they claim that if you go down by the water, you see her footprints in the sand because every night she walks the beaches of Cheyenne.
I want to strangle you sometimes.
I get it.
Right.
Right? Where would you
in
do it?
here.
Would you do a carotid choke or a wind choke? A blood choke or a wind choke? Are you going right for the
I think-
windpipe here? Or are you going with the
no.
arteries?
I like the blood choke more.
You like the idea of my vision just starting to go like this.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. But I will say that you and I agree on one thing. Blood chokes seem more fun.
They are more fun. You get a few fun sensations before you fall.
The other
asleep.
the other one's way more violent, I feel like. Like there's a lot more struggle and that's the one where the people throw up and there's bile coming out and everything. But a blood choke is just nice and
Your head gets tingly and pretty soon you pass out.
yeah. I think that's the better
You
one.
go easily
for
into
sure.
the night.
Or as Fauci's pangolin says, how about an arm bar?
See, I'm too small to give him one, I think.
No arm bar. All right. So anyway, we were trying to get to Joe Biden Chinese corruption, but we got sidetracked by
You don't have to go far.
Israel and oil and all this other shit. So Representative James Comer found some new evidence that the Biden family's been taking laundered money from the Chinese Communist Party. $40,000 to be exact.
Oh, wow.
Quick pop quiz before we play this clip. Even if this clip is convincing that Joe Biden's been taking laundered communist Chinese money, how many charges do you think will be filed out of this? How many
Here,
completed
this,
investigations will we see because of this? All right.
0.
Academy Awards? 2. Sorry. That was Trumbo. Investigations called on the President of the United States? 0.
And now
Charges brought against members of the administration? 0.
you're making the optic nerve right.
Wars fought in other countries? 2.
Maybe I'm shopping for hockey skates today.
Oh, is that it? Oh, no, don't kick. Leave your feet down. All right, let's check out James Comer and see what he had to say about our corrupt commie president.
Remember when Joe Biden told the American people that his son didn't make any money in China?
Oh my God, I do remember that. Dude, show the thing. I remember.
My son has not made money in terms of this thing about, what are you talking about? China.
Well, not only...
He couldn't remember shit back then.
He couldn't remember anything, and it's only gotten worse.
By the way, a good way to tell a guy's telling the truth and that he's not totally bullshitting as he goes is he's fucking up very basic things in the question.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, never did my son take any money from that thing with, China.
Who's bub?
Right, that's what I meant.
Not only did he lie about his son Hunter making money in China, but it also turns out that $40,000 in laundered China money landed in Joe Biden's bank account in the form of a personal check.
Could have been an accident.
It's smaller than I thought it would be.
I believe they meant, well, that's just one of them. That's the point. You send it, when you're laundering money like that, you send it in small increments.
I understand, so it's not raising that many red communist flags.
Yeah, it's just, the only red communist flags are in the corner of the check.
Okay.
That's all.
And the Oversight Committee has it. Here's how Joe Biden benefited from his family's shady deal with CEFC, a Chinese Communist Party-linked company. It all began with a shakedown in the summer of 2017 when Hunter Biden sent a message to his CEFC associate demanding a $10 million capital payment.
Nice.
As Hunter Biden extorted this associate, Hunter claimed he was sitting with his father and that the Biden network would turn on his associate if he didn't pony up the money.
This Hunter Biden really is the Mike Donnelly of this whole thing from Black Sheep.
I think of that all the time. He's just fucking it all up.
And he puts it all in writing. Like, he sits there and he goes, like, one of the big things about doing corrupt shit is they go, hey, don't write anything down.
Yeah, even phone calls are risky if they're
Right.
tapped.
So Hunter Biden's like, oh, yeah, give my family $10 million right now. They're like, no. Well, my dad's sitting right here, and he knows that I'm asking you for $10 million in extortion money, so you better give it to me right now, or my dad's going to yell at you.
God damn it, son. Shut up.
Fucking A, Hunter, would you knock it off? No, Dad, this is going to work.
The extortion scheme worked.
He's on the phone with the Chinese government. Yeah, you got to give me $4 million if we're going to do this deal. Yeah. Hey, Dad, the Chinese won't give us that $4 million in payback money. No, Dad. Hey, Joe Biden. Hey, Joseph R. Biden. Would you come here for a minute? Social Security number 364-429126. Could you come over here? Blood type O negative. Joe Biden, could you come here and help me get money out of these Chinese guys? Hunter Biden's really good at this.
Days later,
Problem.
$5 million flowed in from a Chinese affiliate of CEFC.
Nice.
Over the following 3 weeks, Biden family members made a series of complicated financial transactions to hide the source of the China money. Here's how that happened.
There's no money like China money. You know what's funny is they're paying them in dollars. Dollars they get from us when we pay our interest payments on the debt we owe them.
Isn't that sick?
Yay! Hey, guess what, guys? China borrowed the United States a shitload of money, and then America spent it on foreign wars, and then the Chinese just gave our interest payments back to our politicians in the form of bribes. Isn't the government on your side?
You're making me sick.
It's funny to me.
Oh, it's not, though.
It's funny. It's never going to change.
It's so much easier to just not pay attention to any of this, but that can't happen anymore. Like, enough of people not noticing that.
Hey, cool. Guess what? We literally have a Manchurian candidate in there as president. The Chinese gave him $5 million in $40,000 increments through shady front companies. And the dollars they were paying them in came from the United States government in the forms of debt service to the trillions of dollars we owe them. And then they just took some of those dollars and gave them right back to our politicians. They just gave our tax dollars to them. That's fun. You know what? Instead of just being beholden to China for all that bribery money, why not just take it right out of the treasury instead? It would hurt less.
Oh, okay.
If you just took,
Get right on that.
Joe Biden put a glove on like Daniel Stern in Home Alone 2 and just reached into the treasury and pulled out a bunch of $100 bills and went, hey, plus we're not the wet bandits anymore. We're the sticky bandits. I would respect that. I would sleep easier to know he was just robbing our coffers instead of taking bribe money from the communists in the form of interest payments that we, the taxpayer, paid to them for our debt.
Both are bad.
One I'm more fine with. One I'm more at peace with. Old school corruption.
Isn't it funny how that works?
Yeah.
First, Northern International Capital, a Chinese company associated with CEFC,
China.
wired $5 million
China.
to Hudson West 3.
Jake Hudson is involved in all of this China Biden stuff?
He married Kanye West and they had 3 children.
Hello? Yeah, do you have the $5 million that you're supposed to send me for Joe Biden? Hello? Hey, can I say something? Did you guys watch AEW last night? And the Chinese are like, can we get this fucking guy off the phone, please? I'm trying to wire some money.
I heard that guy was actually throwing rocks at a security check.
Jake, don't throw rocks at the Jews. They're going to shoot you.
A joint venture established by Hunter Biden and a CEFC associate.
Oh, look.
Then Hudson West
Happy
3
couple.
sent 4
Ivory and Ivory scheme together in perfect harmony.
$400,000 to an entity owned and controlled by Hunter Biden. Next, Hunter Biden wired $150,000 to Lion Hall Group, a company owned by James and Sarah Biden.
Oh.
Sarah Biden.
Interesting. So wait a minute. Hunter Biden, so $5 million went to the China Hunter Biden company, and then the China Hunter Biden company sent $400,000 to Hunter Biden, and then Hunter Biden sent some money to his uncle.
And it just happens to get smaller every time.
Fucking gross. And the people who like these fucking assholes call Trump the most corrupt president ever.
I don't know how you can just spell it out so simply and like people still say, well, nuh-uh.
How is this
I don't
cocksucker
understand
not
that.
in jail? I mean, I know how, but like it's
Because the
unbelievable.
powers that be.
But it's so brazen.
No.
At least other people's corrupt sons would hide it and shit like that. This asshole is doing it right in the open, and what's worse is he's right. Nobody's doing anything to him.
Right, exactly. If you're not going to have any consequences, you should do it.
He got a gun and tax charge. Fuck.
And then withdrew $50,000 in cash from Lion Hall Group. Later the same day, she deposited it into her and James Biden's personal checking account.
So now it's going right in. It's literally going from the communists into their personal bank account. Oh, it's too good.
A few days later, Sarah Biden cut a check to Joe Biden for $40,000. The memo line of the check said loan repayment.
Loan repayment?
You see, that's how you launder money. Oh, fuck, is that good?
Like the payment to Joe from AmeriCorps funds, it's certainly plausible that this payment where James and Sarah used funds from China was indeed a loan payment to Joe. But even if this $40,000 check was a loan repayment from James Biden, it still shows how Joe benefited from his family cashing in on his name, with money from China no less. Without his family peddling his name and his son threatening a CEFC associate with consequences that he said Joe Biden knew about, James wouldn't have had the money to write the $40,000 check to his brother Joe.
Okay, so I have a question. Where's the rest of this $5 million?
I've wondered that too.
Hunter and his Chinese buddy split it?
Why wasn't that in this flow chart?
I don't know. Yeah, come on, give us a better flow chart. Spell it out for us. We're dumb.
Help us.
It's also worth remembering that Biden family efforts to secure millions from this Chinese company began when Joe Biden was still vice president.
Yay.
In taking funds sourced to a CCP-linked company that wanted to advance China's interests, Joe Biden exposed himself to future blackmail and put America's interests...
He exposed himself to blackmails? That's dangerous.
I wouldn't be doing that.
Oh, my God.
You're also going to be very much humbled at that moment.
Wait, was Jill in a cuck video? Is that what this is?
She was actually on the couch for Blacks.com.
Oh,
and Joe had to watch.
That's not good. She's fresh. She's older. It could break her. That's not good.
My God, she's split in half.
Do you think while this James Comer guy talks about this stuff and like explains it to us, do you think in the back of his mind, even he goes like, yeah, there's not shit that's going to happen?
Well, yeah, I would probably sit there and be like, okay, nobody's going to see this. Nobody's going to care. Nobody's going to do anything.
Right.
It's over.
He's like, well, at least I can say that I told you about it, so now you know. It's way too easy for lefties. If Trump did this, ... says Dub. Well, yeah, we definitely know that.
That's always been the problem with everything, though. Like, they're trying to get Trump on all these other bullshit. I got so mad this morning. I was getting ready for work, and the news was talking about how Minnesota is trying to get Trump removed from the ballots and stuff for the January 6th shit, and I'm not kidding. And I'm sitting here thinking about, I'm considering all of this the Biden stuff.
Yeah.
And to hear that they're trying to get Trump removed from the ballot, I felt so desperate inside for like truth to be out there, and it just can't be.
Mad Comic says Eastern Europe is littered with the remnants of failed commie governments' money-making schemes. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Those are WMDs in the diapers, says Eagle of America. Deep Surface says, the dim gash sitting next to April looks weepy. Calling me a dim gash.
Are you weepy today?
Makes me. That hurts my feelings. Thank you, Rumble. We appreciate you guys.
Rumble's calling Aaron out
We
today.
appreciate you guys chiming in on the weepy gash that's sitting next to April.
Now,
I'm very sorry.
Is a weepy gash because it's infected or excited? Your choice.
My gash? Oh, no, it's weeping in anticipation. That's all. We got some clips of Elon Musk on Rogan's show for Halloween.
Okay.
Elon, I like Elon. I get that he's all talk. You know, although he did buy Twitter, and that was kind of a big deal. But, like, other than that,
he didn't do anything with it.
I feel like Elon, if he had a little more evil rich guy in him, he could be like the counter to Soros.
Yeah, but he just doesn't have that in him.
Right, like he could go, I'm going to fund and promote law and order DAs who are going to be tough on crime, and we're going to go rescue these. Like I'm going to cancel out George Soros, basically.
It'd be cool.
It would be nice, but the problem with good guys, here's the problem with the good guys. They don't really feel like forcing other people to do anything. They think the problem with the good guys is they all think that we live in this level playing field and everyone plays by the rules and everyone's respectable and we state our opinions and then, we try to convince people and then we have an argument and the better point wins.
Mm-hmm.
No, the dirty, rotten, underhanded cunts win every time. You just have to be a more rotten, dirty, underhanded cunt. We don't have the privilege of choosing between the good guy and the bad guy. They all have to be bad guys. We just have to pick the bad guy who's doing bad things in service of a better cause. Right? Because George Soros is manipulating these elections and getting these DAs hired so that he can watch these cities collapse and he can institute his one world government. That's all dirty. That's all behind the scenes. That's all gimmicking and rigging the system.
But it's working.
But it's working. So Elon Musk has better ideas. We all agree with what he wants more than what George Soros wants, but he's not willing to get his hands dirty and be gross and corrupt. If you have a guy who does the same thing George Soros does the same behind the scenes puppet master shit, but his ends are cleaner streets, less crime, so on and so forth, then yeah, he's being dirty, rotten, and down low, but in service of a better cause. There is nobody who has a good, decent, honest goal and fights in a good, decent, honest way and wins. It doesn't exist. So you've got to be a piece of rat shit, but the goal you're fighting towards is better.
I don't know if Elon's that guy either, though. Like,
I just meant because of the money he has.
I know he has money, but there's a lot of people with money, and they're all bad people. The X thing never did any good either. Buying Twitter, I don't see how he did any good with it.
I think it did good because there's less government censorship in social media, at least with Twitter now.
I don't know.
I like that. I like that they're not. Well, he explains it in this clip here as to what was going on at Twitter before he got there in terms of how the government could tell Twitter what to do, how they would listen and get rid of shit. I think it did have an impact. It didn't have like a nation-altering impact, but it did have an impact.
What was that like? Because that, to me, that was the most bizarre.
The fuck is Joe dressed like?
I don't know. A baseball player of some sort?
Does that say Puerto Rico? No.
Puerto something.
What, or a B, a P or a B?
Was the Twitter files. When you let Schellenberger and Matt Taibbi and all those guys get in the Twitter, and the response where Matt Taibbi gets audited. I mean, which is just wild. I mean, it's just so blatant and so in your face.
That is fucked up. No, do you remember that? Matt Taibbi was a journalist, an investigator, and Elon Musk handed over the Twitter files to him, which was all the ways the government and the FBI would work with Twitter to censor shit. And then that year, Matt Taibbi got audited by the IRS.
Oh, that's right. Wow.
See what I mean about dirty and rotten and just gross shit?
Yeah, but what scares me is I think that shit just happens everywhere now.
Yeah. Well, see, the good guys got to fight dirty and do gross shit. You can't fight this thing above board. These people are evil. They're aliens. They're zombies. They're lizards, and they live underground.
I mean, the degree to which, and by the way, Jack didn't really know this, but the degree to which Twitter was simply an arm of the government was not well understood by the public, and it was whatever the official government. I mean, it was like Pravda, basically. It's a state publication is the way to think of old Twitter. It's a state publication.
And was the justification from their perspective that they are?
It is fun. It is funny to watch a guy dressed like this try to make cogent points about society, and he's like, "So do you feel that the corruption was properly handled and mitigated when you bought the company?" And it's like, Elon should be going, and Joe goes, "What?" He's like, "We're sitting here talking about the proper way for a government to interact with social media, and you're wearing a fucking Patty Pimblett wig."
I can't stop laughing. This is crazy.
You look like fucking Mr. Belvedere over there.
Progressive liberals, they have the
not Mr. Belvedere. God damn it! Who's the British guy? Captain Kangaroo. There you go.
Intentions. It's important that they stay in power. The progressive liberals stay in government and power because this is their.
There was.
I don't want Joe to stop wearing that hair.
It looks good, right?
I want Joe to look like this forever because he's starting to get old. He's starting to get the lines in the face. Yeah. You know, he's into his 50s now.
He's still very, very fit.
I'm not saying he's not. I'm just saying this wig with his aging face. I like the Boris Johnson look.
Okay.
I almost called him Joe Biden. And for Joe Rogan.
Never forget, Boris Johnson is a fucking cunt.
Boris Johnson is a fucking cunt.
There was basically oppression of any views that would even, I would say, be considered middle of the road. But certainly anything on the right. I'm not talking about like far right. I'm just talking mildly right. The people like Republicans were suppressed at 10 times the rate of Democrats. Now that's because old Twitter was fundamentally controlled by the far left. It was like completely controlled by the
and you know what's funny about that is Trump was president at the time that a lot of this censorship was going on.
Mm-hmm.
And yet the FBI and the CIA had their hands in Twitter telling them to get rid of shit, proving to you that was Trump ever really fully in charge? Because you had the FBI and the CIA behind his back going there being like, hey, anything that's really conservative or right-wing, you got to chop that shit out.
I think, well, haven't we said it before that the president is never fully in charge?
Right. Do you feel in charge?
So
that I think what Elon did made a small difference, but I do think it made a difference. I do think Twitter has been a place where you can go and you can post more shit and communicate freely and all of that. But also, it's become a place where you can now people are like fact checking shit, but it's not like lefties fact checking shit. It's everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So like ABC News will post some shit that's just plain not true. And before it would have been retweeted to death and spread all over Twitter. But now people put community notes in it and go, oh, here's the missing context that these little douchebags are leaving out.
Which they always do leave out.
So I do like that. It's like you said, it's not a big change, but I do think it's helpful. I mean, they're better than YouTube. That's for sure.
I am particularly like against Twitter in most ways, I guess, so I'm a little biased.
And YouTube is just straight up nuking people now. Like, they're not even going like, oh, you got to strike, behave yourself. They're just like with Revenge of the Cis. They're just going back into the archives of people's channels and just striking them for shit that was okay then, but isn't okay now. Like, the ROTC thing was so just a hit job.
Twitch used to do that too.
And Twitch will continue to do it.
Cold chop people.
So with all of the, with all of the corruption and all of the censorship and all of that stuff, and it's not even 2024 yet, YouTube's going to start wiping people out. I think they're just going to start getting rid of people.
Well,
Luckily, I don't think we're big enough. We got like between Rumble and YouTube, we've got like 13 or 14,000 like followers / subscribers.
Well, then it worries me too about like Rumble and like keeping Rumble the way that it is. I always worry that it's going to also become corrupt because I don't know if we're just jaded and think like that.
Right.
I really do hope that can remain a place where people can still talk openly.
That would be nice. Well, guys, that's all I got for news today. We do have Mike Harrington in about an hour and 20 minutes. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Very low goal today, so if you want to help us knock that out, we do appreciate it. Jess Weg over on Rumble says, Twitch is the worst. They crushed my streamer bud last month.
Yeah. They are pretty bad over there. Unless you're a really, really hot chick with big fucking tits.
Big tits.
In an inflatable. Yeah, forget it.
There's a Twitter account that just tracks Twitch bans. Like if you go Twitch bans. There's a site called Streamer Bans, who's like the latest to get banned from Twitch. And they just...
Isn't that funny? You need a website like that to keep up.
Another thing that Twitch does too is they don't just like... They're not just like getting rid of people, but they're still fucking around with their rules. Like they're still tightening the noose on what the rules are, on what you can and can't say. And it's like, shit, guys, you're not satisfied?
No, I
with
guess
the work
not.
you've done? It's you have two choices. You have Amazon Twitch or Google YouTube. That's why it's nice that there are Rumbles out there. They may not be the biggest platforms in the world, but goddamn, at least it's not that.
I just want Rumble to remain Rumble, though. And it terrifies me that someday it won't be.
I just wish Rumble would copy YouTube's like interface and shit. Like copy the way they do streaming and just not have any rules. You know how Kick is like Twitch without rules?
Mm-hmm.
Just Rumble should just be YouTube without rules.
I really think people need to we need to stop banning people for words they said because words can't really do anything to you.
Right.
And it needs to be up to the consumers out here, the viewers, to decide, oh, I like that show or I don't like that show. That person's full of shit or that person's great.
Yeah,
stop banning people.
Let the people decide. They're just going to watch girls with big tits and hot tubs anyway.
That's the thing. Like, there should be, like, clearly wrong, but there should be, like, some dude allowed to sit out there and say, like, Hitler was a good dude. And, like, just sit there and, like, people can obviously go make fun of him because he's a piece of shit.
So you just swung for the fences.
Banned.
You swung for the fences right away. You didn't go with, like, you should be allowed to say shit about the vaccine. Or you went right to A to the
Yes,
H.
because I think everyone should be able to say that shit. That doesn't mean he's right. What is him saying it going to do to you? Is it going to hurt your life?
It's going to make a grown man go, I've always thought about Hitler this way my entire life. But since that guy said that, I don't know.
Wow.
Triple N says, I couldn't even type gypsy in the chat yesterday. Ooh, strange. Tridio says, the argument has to be made that these places are the modern public square, and as such, any suppression is the same as arresting people at a city hall. I would like that, and I'm always nervous of people who are against just letting people say shit. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
That's what I'm saying. Allow the bad person to say the bad thing. What are they doing, holding a gun to your head? No.
By the way, Yasser Arafat ass says, clip it. Yeah, if anyone wants to clip what April just said.
That's an example.
That could be all
right.
That
is not a clippable moment.
Red Fox Mad with $4.99. Thank you very much, buddy, for your contribution to this little program. 170 is the number for overtime today. Thank you, guys. There's the PayPal, Streamlabs, and Venmo links in the chat. Everybody go ahead and just finish her off because we're getting close here very early on.
Lucky goal.
Officials in Florida are warning the public about a vehicle that they say is impersonating law enforcement. The DeSoto County Sheriff's Office said a white Chevy Silverado truck equipped with red and blue flashing lights and green decals has been spotted multiple times in the area.
Okay.
Now, the truck mimics the look of a U.S. Customs and Border Patrol vehicle. Now, I can understand where that would get people worked up. Immigration's a big thing right now.
Especially down there.
Exactly. So they'll be like, oh, Border Patrol, well, let me go flag them down. I got to report something, or, maybe we got to harass them a little, get them down on the border doing their job. Well, unfortunately, photos of the truck show that the bed doesn't have Border Patrol written on it, but it uses the same font and says simply Booty Patrol.
Come on, that's fun.
There's something about how childish it is. There's something about taking a serious issue like the border and just going, butt patrol. Booty, ha ha.
Booty Patrol.
It's kind of a nice little reprieve that we need.
What do they do? Do they turn their flashers on and their sirens and shit when there's a booty?
When they see that ass.
There's probably a lot of good ones in Florida, right?
Yeah, well, and a lot of bad ones.
Oh.
That's the problem. Everyone goes,
really?
Yeah, Florida, beaches. That's got to be some nice ass. It's kind of like...
never who you want.
Never who you want. It's like a nudist colony. You're like, oh, man, I'm going to see some big fucking tits and some big hang downs and a nice ass and everything else. And you go there and it's just old, wrinkled cunts. That's all it is.
Everything's hanging.
And you deserve that. You deserve to see that because you went there for the wrong reasons. You didn't go there to express yourself and be free. You went there for free tit shows. And guess what you got? Fruit roll-ups just hanging right to the ground.
Oh.
Sorry.
Like melted wax on a candle?
Exactly.
Ew.
You got what you fucking deserved.
Yeah, you got to go to those places not having an expectation of the other people. Like you said, you kind of just have to go there and be like, look, I'm going to be relieved and free at this moment. And whatever I see, hopefully it's not too bad.
Does Egg Picker have the Booty Patrol video? Wait, no, he just put a... Oh, no. Are people really... So people clipped Boogie2988 saying what April said about...
So the third book was on the Holocaust. I don't remember the name of it. And so I'm reading
I didn't talk about the Holocaust.
Here's something I found fascinating in this book. It's so fucking depressing, this book. But they were talking about the Japanese experiments. Are you familiar with the Japanese experiments where they were vivisecting
the water purification facility in Manchu?
I don't remember that. I do remember the vivisection.
God, I hate autistic people on the internet.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, because they try really hard to show how fucking smart they are. They just come off sounding autistic. It's like, you know about the Japanese experiments? And instead of going, yeah, I'm aware. He's like, you mean the human testing trial facility in Manchu? It's like, no, I just meant the broader idea of that the Japanese were experimenting on people during the war. But if you really want to cock off about how smart you are, fine, go ahead.
It's like Big Bang Theory gayness.
Doing open heart surgeries on people that didn't need open heart surgeries, like some really crazy shit.
Oh, Anthony.
And so what I found out from this book is a lot of Nazi scientists and doctors were given asylum in the United States in exchange for the knowledge they had possessed.
No way. You mean the thing everybody knows?
I didn't know that. But if you think about it, a lot of some good came from all of that.
I didn't say that. I didn't give an opinion.
Bro,
I said that people should be allowed to say it, and then now people like us can go watch it and be like, well, that guy's full of shit.
Bro, not the not
weird.
the take to have.
No, okay, but that's my point is that he should be able to say it, and we should get to tell
Right.
him that's not a good point.
He
to
should
make.
absolutely be able to say it. I would think the world would be a less funny place if this clip
Yes,
didn't exist.
But we're not alike. I have not said this.
Some good came from that.
And that health science was advanced many, many years. And that's one of the things that kind of made me have the mentality that I have. Nothing is black and white. The Holocaust is horrible, absolutely horrible.
But there's
Yeah,
that's
don't put a but after that.
That's the end of the clip. And that's the other thing is like the internet's going to clip that now and just get to the but and then knock it out. And that's all. Ooh.
Okay, well,
boy.
if somebody was like truly troubled by that, don't you go find the rest of that video and keep listening then? See what else he says?
No, you got it's like saying, "Oh, got what I needed."
Well, that's what I hate about internet people then, because you're not people, you're just robots and you need what you need.
Well, then don't say some good came from the Holocaust and then you'll be all right.
I would never say that, but now you've said that and you're about to be clipped.
What would you never say?
The thing you just said.
What did I just say?
That
I
somebody
forget.
will be clipping.
I forgot what I said.
I also forgot what you said.
Okay. Want to repeat it back to me?
I don't.
Somebody in the chat want to... Tridio says melted wax on a candle, or as April typically calls it, Aaron during lovemaking. Hey, wait a minute. Lisa says, LOL, Aaron baiting April. Tiny bit.
Go away, I'm baiting.
Tiny bit.
Yeah, you
Just
are baiting me.
I'm baiting.
I'm not falling for it.
Go away, I'm baiting. Egg Picker says, don't say, April, don't say that. Okay.
I would never say that.
What does it say?
I can't say that.
Oh.
I actually don't read whatever he said.
Egg Picker
I
says,
don't know that language.
don't say, yeah, see, I can't
See,
say.
you can say it.
Well, no, he told me not to.
You can say it.
I would
Aw.
love to say it, but he told me I can't say
Go
it.
on. I'm giving you a free pass.
What's a girl? But you're not in charge of my passes. Thank you very much. So here's a Border Patrol vehicle. There you go. See it?
I do see it.
Nice. U.S. Customs and Border Protection.
It's like a 2007 Tahoe that's
sure.
listed out. It's kinda gas.
Yeah, exactly. When this person had this vehicle. Oh, wait a minute.
I like
that
it.
says Booty Patrol.
But that's funny. Why does the news have to warn people?
But yeah,
Stop warning people. If they can't tell that it says Booty Patrol, not Border Patrol, that's their own goddamn fault.
And first of all, if the Border Patrol comes by and asks to inspect your booty, you can tell them no.
And you know what? I'm guessing if you can't tell the difference between the word booty and border, you don't speak English anyways. So
Oh, yeah, you
figure
wouldn't
it
know.
out.
You wouldn't know if it's Booty Patrol or not.
Figure
You got to
it
have a
out.
few girls twerking in the truck bed, though, if it's going to be Booty Patrol.
Any
Only
certain
makes
kind
sense.
of girls?
Well,
Because only some girls are good at twerking.
I fucking hate twerking. It's one of
Twerking's
the
gross,
most
dude.
disgusting things that humanity ever created. It does just look like a ritual mating dance. You know?
I picture those like little Amazon birds, you know, that like plume out and like dance for their lady friends.
Really?
But like,
Because I think of
twerking.
I literally think of a gorilla mating dance when I see twerking. I do. I think
any
it's something
reason you
you'd
picked
see.
gorilla?
No, I think it's something you'd see in the jungle. It's unfortunate that that's what it looks like, but I'm not drawing that connection
are you
because of
sure
it.
that there's no reason you picked gorilla?
I'm positive. It's unfortunate that it happened, but white people twerk and it looks like gorillas in a mating call.
Can white women really twerk?
I mean, they can try.
There is something, you know, we're not on Rumble, but it does seem like there's, here, we'll just say in women that can twerk, right? I've made no discernment.
In white women that can twerk.
No, just in
Oh,
women.
in women,
In
okay.
women that can twerk, it does seem that there must be some different part of your, like an additional thing in your ass that makes it move that way.
Are you doing a Jimmy the Greek? Are you asking
I
if
don't
they have
know
an
how it
extra
moves like
bone
that.
in their
Or
upper
a
leg
mus-
that
a
goes into
muscle.
their butt
Like
or an
something
extra
that
muscle
disjoints.
that lets them bounce the cheeks up
Yeah.
and down? I've always wondered what
Like
kind
separately.
I've always wondered what kind of voodoo allows you to like do the people's eyebrow with your ass cheeks.
Yeah, because it's not like they move in unison all the time. One is doing this, and the other's doing this, and they like can move them at whatever speed they wish.
Yeah, they
I-
can drop it with the beat, can't they? It's a problem. Semper Reloaded with 199 says, "Dis April really give us." What did you say?
I don't know.
Does April really give us Hitler was a good guy? There. I read the super chat.
Did you just sneeze? Are you okay?
No, I just read it. 170 is the number for today. Let's knock it out. Thank you, boys and girls. Tridio says they had to make it sound like working so that single mothers could feel like they did something for their welfare. What, the booty patrol?
Booty patrol.
The booty patrol.
I want to go patrol for booty.
You can get a job. Triple N's very upset. He says, we have an illegitimate booty patrol truck. Despicable.
But you know what I mean?
He's pretending to be a booty patrol officer. That hurts the legitimacy of all actual booty patrol officers out there everywhere, and they are heroes. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Does the news really need to warn us? What are they warning us of?
You do realize you just accused black people of having an extra muscle in their
I
ass.
did not. I just said women that can twerk.
Oh. So it could be white women too?
There's something unnatural about how they move their cheeks separately from each other.
Who?
Twerkers.
Oh, okay. All right. Can we get it?
I just felt my eyes just like sink into my head trying to like keep the demons from escaping my mouth.
Can we get an explanation as to why the twerking is possible? Let's bring in an expert.
From WR.
Why don't we bring in an expert on the issue and see what's going on with the twerking?
For the blacks, for the Greeks, the Jews, and for everybody. I mean, let's make it equal for everybody. You know.
And
that's fine.
Is it equal? What about in sports?
Well, they've got everything. If they take over coaching like everybody wants them to, there's not going to be anything left for the white people. I mean, all the players are black. I mean, the only thing that the whites control is the coaching jobs. Now, I'm not being derogatory about it, but that's all that's left for them. The black talent is beautiful. It's great. It's out there. So the only thing left for the whites is a couple coaching jobs.
All right. Well, now, wait a minute. I was looking more for like the phrenology of the kind of the explanation.
I would like a good phrenology lesson
that Jimmy had about
King's birthday, so that he could have would breathe.
Here we go. Jimmy, could you help us out on how the twerking? Because you're wondering how they get the cheeks to move separately,
like this.
All right, Jimmy, could you help us out with that?
The slave owner would breathe his big black to his big woman, so that he could have a big black kid. See? And Snyder said,
okay.
I like how he wrings his hands while he's talking about it.
So now you understand how that he just explained how the twerking happens. Omega Wolf says, "Let Jimmy cook."
Let Jimmy cook.
Exactly. Well, now did that help answer your question?
No, because it still didn't give me the ass cheek movement.
Well, I think that's implied in it.
It's like,
I don't mean to say that like a British person. Like
it's
in
like
it,
they're separate blocks of matter, and they just like have a mind of their own.
Okay. Separate matter. They're made of something different than the rest of us, is what you're saying.
The cheeks.
Okay. NF Caps says, thanks for a great show. I like being in the 2.6% once in a while and throws $2 over on PayPal. Thank you very much, buddy. Yes, if you'd like to be a 2.6%er, just throw a couple of bucks at this program and you're one of the 2.6% that regularly contribute to this show. 170 away. Thank you, NF Caps. Do you remember the kid who punched a bunch of people in the park in Houston?
Vaguely, yes.
Yeah. Well, he finally got charged. He was brought in, he was arraigned, he was brought before a judge. We're finding out more about this, and you remember the interview he did where he was very weepy and apologetic, and he was just so sorry about the mistake he made, and he didn't mean to, and all of this. If you don't remember this guy, he would this kid had his friend film him running up to people in the park and punching them in the back of the head while he was carrying a gun as well. So let's go ahead and check out the details we've gotten now on this story. Because I'm sure that it's all a misunderstanding because of what a decent, good boy.
I think so.
That this guy is. All right, before we play it, they're going to make us play just a little 15-second thing.
Ooh, a Durango.
Yeah. Sorry, guys.
Your heart wasn't
Christian
in that one.
Brothers Automotive. How lovely. Okay, let's get going.
6 o'clock, the 19-year-old who admitted to KHOU he was sucker punching people at an area park just appeared in court.
Minutes ago, we learned about the details to the crimes and his bond. Jason Miles has been following this story since Friday. He joins us.
All right, are we ready for the details? Do you think it's as cut and dry as this kid made it sound in his mea culpa to the news?
Seeing as you're leading me to something, I don't think so, Aaron.
You think he might have been an even bigger piece of shit than we actually thought?
Tiny bit.
No.
Now live from the courthouse downtown, Jason.
Well, prosecutors requested a $75,000 bond on just one of two charges this young man faces, but he ended up getting a combined bond of $10,100. Now, 19-year-old Alfred Lewis appeared in court just within the last half hour or so. We're allowed to shoot those PC court hearings off a video screen.
So he got a $10,000 bond for just being a really, mischievous kid who was just messing around in the park and didn't really mean to hurt anybody.
Fair.
$10,000 seems a little steep for a kid just trying to mess around and not really hurt anybody.
Well,
What else could have happened?
He's a perceived threat.
Lewis charged with assault and aggravated robbery related to viral videos showing him sucker punching people, random men walking in Wortham Park. That's up in the Cypress area. Turns out Lewis was also armed at the time, according to court records, something that was not completely clear initially to those of us who saw the video.
Wait a minute. So you're telling me this kid who made this big apology left out the fact that he was armed because it might make him look like an even bigger piece of shit? I can't believe that this kid would lie to us. I mean, he seemed so sincere when he was apologizing.
Yeah, but is it a lie of omission if he just didn't tell you? Wouldn't you probably just not say you had a gun too?
I mean, it was tucked right into the waistband of my pants. You could have saw it.
Here's a little bit of what was read aloud during the court hearing.
In this case, he initially held the complainant at gunpoint. Then, when the complainant refused to give up his cell phone, he hits the complainant in the head and puts him in a chokehold. The complainant advised he later saw videos of the crimes on social media.
Wait a minute, but I thought he just punched people in the back of the head. Wasn't he the guy who said nobody really got hurt?
Dude, can't you kill somebody hitting him like that?
You certainly can.
Pretty sure.
There's a reason in all combat sports hitting behind the head is illegal.
Yeah, I think hitting behind the head and in your temples can both kill you.
That can fuck you up pretty bad. Huh, that's interesting. When he was apologizing for all of this and he was telling us what happened, we didn't hear about the whole holding them at gunpoint and robbing them for their cell phone and threatening them. And we didn't hear any of that. We heard it was just a friendly, innocent neighborhood knockout game. Oh, and he's
just for funsies.
And he's really broken up about it. I mean, he's so sorry.
I bet he is.
The defendant approached the complainant from behind and hit him in the head. As his co-defendant was filming the crime, the defendants laughed at the complainant when he asked this defendant, "Why are you doing this?" The complainant advised he later saw videos of the crime on social media.
You may recall I interviewed Lewis on Friday, and he admitted to making a bad mistake, just making videos for views and clicks. His bond conditions include not having contact with his alleged accomplice, the 18-year-old who shot the videos. Lewis also to remain at home between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. He will also wear an ankle monitor. Again, his bond, combined bond for an assault and aggravated robbery charge, $10,100. He made no mention of a gun when I interviewed him on Friday, and at that point, I had not investigated the video thoroughly and was not aware that he was armed at the time. But again, all of this coming out in court today, a young man who admitted again to making a bad mistake, and he's certainly paying the consequences now.
So again, this kid wasn't apologizing because he felt really bad about what he did, and he's gonna turn over a new leaf and he's going to do better now. He just admitted to what he needed to admit to in order to get, maybe out of trouble.
Which I would probably do as well.
Well, I mean,
Wouldn't
it's just so shitty where you're like, oh yeah, I'm really sorry that I just hit those guys in the back of the head. I talked to them after and they're totally okay. And they're like, yeah, they must be totally okay. They're filing charges against you and they say you held them at gunpoint and pulled a fucking pistol on them.
Yeah.
Semper Reloaded with $4.99 says, can you get April to say, April, would you like to say that, please? He did pay $5.
Okay. Stalin was a sweet and generous man.
Wow. See, I think Stalin
in
was
some people's opinion.
I think Stalin was a mass murderer, and I do not agree with
Did he do it or just his middlings under him?
Look, man, I disagree with this position that April just put forward, but
I don't feel good about it.
oh yeah, Bigot on socialist media says, I thought he said on the news that he was hugging them after. That's right. Remember he said, oh no, I gave him a hug after. And
you know what though? Like, I don't like how the news is putting him out there like, oh, he's admitted that he made a bad mistake. Hitting people in the back of the head isn't a bad mistake.
yeah.
A mistake is that adjacent to an accident? I don't know.
Yeah, right.
That's not an accident.
This is one of those classic, I'm sorry I was caught kind of things.
Yeah, I was just kind of hoping to go to the park and hit people.
But you're right.
today.
He made a bad mistake. Oh, yeah. He's never going to find another love like mine. Oh, someday someone's going to do you like you've done me, honey. Sorry. That's an old one.
Again with the strangle.
I went way back.
Your throat's looking very meaty for me right now.
You're welcome. I'm a couple pounds heavier. 160. Thank you, Semper Reloaded, for the $4.99. 165 is the number.
Thanks.
We got a guest coming up in less than an hour. If you want to throw in and keep that goal down nice and low, absolutely, we appreciate it. There's the links all posted in the chat. Hey, it's our last goal of the week. So we're looking to keep this thing out of it. I think we brought it around once this week. So thank you guys very much. And it's a pretty low number right now. Everybody jump into that PayPal and Venmo and knock the rest of it out. We appreciate you guys keeping this show going. It's great, man. Thank you very much. Let's open up these 7 o'clock hour stories. And as we do, let's talk about Midland Armory in downtown Foley. MidlandArmory.com. Our friends at Midland have a great selection of handguns, shotguns, rifles, accessories, and much more. You use the promo code SteelToe when you go to Midland Armory or when you shop online at midlandarmory.com, and you'll get great savings on your next order. You'll never pay full price at Midland Armory when you're a fan of SteelToe. Just take a look at some of these firearms they've got. Look at the Dan Wesson DWX they've got right up there, featured up top. Very nice. If you're looking to order these, they can send them to an FFL near you, or if you're an FFL holder, they can send it right to your door. But the accessories, all that kind of stuff, that can be sent right to the door from Midland Armory. So add a little something to your toys, your toy collection at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, or midlandarmory.com. Just make sure you use the promo code SteelToe. And Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Go there this weekend. Watch some football, watch some hockey, watch some basketball, whatever it is you're into. Great place to go watch it is Stoney's Bar. They also have live music every Saturday night on the Fireball stage. So if you're going there to hang out, you're going there to party, you're going there to watch sports, it doesn't matter. There's a lot of great reasons to go have an awesome time at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. TVs, pool, pizza, drinks, the best Bloody Marys you're going to find. Great way to start the football Sunday at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for our friends at All Care Towing. Of course, at All Care, they can pick you up as soon as possible. I mean, they are quicker than anybody else by far, and I know that from experience, dude. That's All Care Towing with trucks and wreckers, from motorcycles to heavy-duty equipment. They can haul it all at All Care Towing. That's 320-253-5203. And, of course, pick up your Steel Toe coffee. Make the switch right now. If you're a coffee drinker, I want you to get that Steel Toe coffee or April's Magic Bean and tell me it's not the most delicious gourmet shit that you've ever had. In fact, if you make your order regularly in the checkout, if you hit subscribe, you get $1 off every single bag, and it comes to you every month. That's crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. If one of our mods wants to throw the link up, I appreciate it. That's crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com for our friends at Crescent Mount Coffee. Okie doke. Let's continue on with some of these 7 o'clock hour stories. Again, Mike Harrington from Carnival of Combat is going to be fighting Alex Stein this weekend, and we're going to talk to him at the top of the next hour. Luis J. Gomez also fighting Tim Butterly on that card. So be sure to stick around for us to talk to old Mike. Migrants are flooding New York City. You know, a lot of these cities that are sanctuary cities and wanted open borders, a lot of them are changing their tune because the actual border states have been going, well, you know what? We're tired of carrying the load here. We're going to ship some of these migrants up to other states where they think that, you know, hey, immigration is great. Open borders is cool. We should do more of this, so on and so forth. Well, it's actually given rise to an economic boom. I know a lot of you want to go, hey, man, it's great that we're giving New York City a taste of their own medicine. You know, now they'll finally see the horrors of immigration and they'll want to change some things down there on the border. Well, I will admit that the economy is booming in one particular area because of these migrants. Prostitution in Queens is seeing an uptick right now.
Fun.
Mayor Eric Adams is blaming it on an influx of female Venezuelan migrants who are struggling to find other work in the Big Apple. So this is what I love about this. All of these mayors in New York and Chicago and everywhere else, they were so liberal, they were so progressive, they were so excited, you know, for this open border stuff under Joe Biden. Then when it came to their backyard, all of a sudden they start sounding like borderline racist. Like Eric Adams is going, oh, I don't know why you're complaining about open borders. What do you hate Mexicans? Why do you want tougher immigration penalties? Then as soon as there's an uptick in prostitution in his state, as soon as there's more dirty hookers on the street, he goes, it must be those fucking Venezuelans. Like, whoa, dude.
If you're these ladies, if you're good at something, never do it for free.
Never do it for free. You ever had your dick ridden by a Venezuelan? Me neither, but I imagine it's wonderful. So they're all hooking. And Eric Adams has now gone from like progressive pro-immigration guy to, all these illegal Venezuelan whores are ruining our city. It's like, nothing makes somebody a cold-hearted conservative quite like seeing your own policies work against you.
But I'm sure there was also not any shortage of whores in Queens, right?
No, that's just it. It's like they're like, oh, man, we're seeing an influx of whores in New York City. I'm like, was there a demand?
Right.
I mean,
I don't know.
Or maybe when it comes to hooking, it's the more the merrier.
I guess it's nice to have choices.
See, this is like immigration. This is, people talk about the hidden cost of immigration. And this is kind of the hidden cost of immigration. And that is, do you know how many more street corners they're going to have to widen because of all of the new hookers out there?
Yeah, and
you got to have more space for them to work.
Then they're going to get catty because there's a new girl on their corner and all that.
Right, and they're Latino, so stabbing. I hear you, April. I get your point.
You really are tugging at a certain thread in me, in my being today.
I couldn't tug at the thread if it didn't exist.
And it exists, it does. It's a thick one. That is a thick thread.
Sorry for pulling on your rope.
Rope now.
Hisner said the surge in illegal activity taking place on street corners in Corona is just one example of how the nation's ongoing migrant crisis is crippling the city. It's almost like people tried to warn you about this being one of the consequences of open borders, and you called all those people racist and said they were Nazis and bad people. And it's kind of like the COVID thing. You want my sympathy now? Sorry, I ran out.
That's kind of the thing. It's a little too late moment.
Yeah. Best of luck to your city. I hope everything goes all right, but, you're on your own, fuckers.
I think you and I mentioned a day or two ago now. It's just more about, like, seeing how far down in the depths these cities can go.
Right.
We've kind of given up on them at some point. There's no more hope left, so let's just see how bad it can get.
How low can it actually get before they decide we got to do some Republican shit?
How deep is the well?
Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says Stoney's has some cute female bartenders. Attaboy.
Sure they do.
Hobo Chili Recipe with $4.99 says that's a lot of milk coming out of those little C cups. Well done, April. Waste not, want not.
I went to pump real quick.
April had to squeeze her tit milk out.
You don't know this, but I have children upstairs.
She's just been.
I'm a wet nurse.
She's been feeding them with her tits. And sometimes she squeezes out and has a little snack for herself.
Look at this. That'd be impressive.
She is producing, boys and girls.
Wow. It's almost like no effort. I can pump this shit out a couple times a day. And
April
really
actually gets her breast milk like she you can tell she misses the farm because she grabs her nipples and she just goes pss, pss, pss. She pulls on them.
Yeah, you gotta have like a squeezy tuggy motion.
Not now, Charles.
Hey, buddy. So anyway, thank you guys for the super chats. Appreciate that. 155 is the number, so we're almost in striking distance. I bet you guys can't cancel out that goal before Mike Harrington gets here. and promise us a half hour of overtime today. There's all the links in the chat. Thank you guys very much. We appreciate it. Last goal of the week. Very cool. So it is unclear whether the Venezuelan migrants the mayor referenced are being sex trafficked to perform these acts, or if they're soliciting sex of their own free will. I have a guess. I absolutely think there's like bad acting, like taking advantage of the situation, illegal immigrants, or people who just live in New York who are just, recruiting illegal women and just,
well, that's the easiest one to get, right?
Right, because think of your stable. Like, who's going to rat on you less or who's going to disobey you less than someone who's here illegally?
That's what I'm saying. Like, they've got things to lose. They got to be here, so they're not going to say anything.
So they're going to do anything you tell them to do. It's also a great reason it's a great support argument for the legalization of prostitution, because it's now run just by underground shitbags.
Right now, so I have spoken to...
A prostitute?
I've spoken to people who have been sex trafficked before.
Really?
Yeah. It was a woman and her daughter, and they were the nicest fucking people, but like the stories were horrific. And I couldn't help but think to myself after I was done with that conversation about how if this shit was just legalized, how maybe like all the bad parts of it wouldn't happen, or like the trafficking wouldn't be necessary.
Right.
What if there are women who just really like having sex and want to get paid for it?
Sure. And like the worst thing you'd have to deal with as a hooker is your boss is being a dick.
Yeah.
Like he's scheduling you on a Sunday when you clearly said, well, I go to church to apologize for all the cum I've taken.
To cleanse myself.
Throughout the rest. The only thing that sucks about like having it in brothels and having it legalized, they're going to make you wear condoms.
Or get tested.
Can't raw dog in a brothel.
Testing's
I don't know, man. I think they're not gonna let you raw dog in a brothel. I don't care if you bring all the medical papers in the world.
Are they in the room with you?
If I'm the boss, I'm not gonna let my girls get dicked down by some disease-ridden asshole and put them on the shelf for a while. You're wearing a fucking rubber.
I do agree with you. However, they're not there to make sure the rubber's strapped to your cock while you're balls deep in this chick. What if the chick tells you to take it off while you're in there with her?
Extra $200, I'll let you take the condom off.
A little side money.
If I was a guy who had to use prostitutes and they said $200 no condom, and I'd already spent like $100, I don't know, man. Do you pay the $200 and rip the condom off, or you just get her done?
I have a question, I guess. I haven't used a condom since...
You don't have a dick. Don't tell your husband how long it's been since you've used a condom. Just lie to me.
You've said it on air for you before.
Just go ahead and lie, please.
I like when it's your sex life.
Yeah,
it's so much different.
That's called being a guy. You don't go, look, I've been taking raw dick for... All right,
men, are there any good condoms out there that you've experienced, like that don't bother you?
I've never particularly enjoyed them.
I just kind of meant, like, are there any brands out there that don't feel like absolute dog shit?
They all feel terrible.
Okay.
It's all just trying to not have a kid. That's all it is. Guy Sartell says it could be worse. Chinese restaurants are not illegal, and they're all ran by forced labor. Are they all ran by forced labor? I don't know.
Some of them seem happy to work there.
Yeah, some of them seem absolutely pleased, or they're being told to smile. Kane J says, joke's on you, Aaron. She never used one. Well, that's.
Well, yeah, now the theory's going to get worse.
now I've made it worse.
I've never used a condom.
Oh, no. Oh, she's just been a raw dog whore her entire life. I don't know. I could probably count on one hand the amount of times I've used one the whole time. They're just so bad. I remember in high school, just, you do some real dastardly evil shit to avoid that condom, boy. You'd tell her
I feel like that's when you use it because you don't want to have a kid in high school.
You'd tell her things like, I just want to feel closer to you, and I just want to feel our, the skin contact and everything else. And really what you're saying is, fuck, I don't want to wear this condom. But you're like, if I'm fucking a dumb bitch, she'll buy it. She'll think I'm really sweet.
This is so much better than, me claiming that I had used them and you being upset to hear that your wife has used condoms.
It's funny, though, wasn't it? It was pretty good. I think people enjoyed it.
You literally have 3 walking examples that I personally care for every day that you've had sex before.
Yeah, they all broke. That was the problem. I was always very responsible. Mad Joe says if they had a choice and still did it, then it would be different. Yeah, that's where the
Well,
legalization comes.
That's what I mean. Like people, there's women out there that would probably do it willingly, and you wouldn't have to hurt them or traffic them. You know.
Sugar Floof says, "Don't get him pregnant, April." Yeah, you
trust
better.
me, I don't want to.
You better not be knocking me up.
More of that shit.
Tin Man Taylor says, "Listen to this interview sometime. Gut-wrenching story. Her name is Yeonmi Park, and she did an interview with Sean Ryan. It's long, but well worth it."
I know that name. I follow her on Instagram.
What?
Mhm.
You're just following hookers on Instagram?
She's not a hooker.
Oh. How dare you? She's a nice lady.
She's not a hooker.
You ain't getting my money says it's not funny. It's awkward content, bro. Awkward content? Stop it. You're too sensitive. Jesus Christ. Scoober says, love raw dogging, fuck condoms. Who doesn't?
Raw dogging's great. And you'll be happy to know, though, like, I was so invested in not being pregnant in, like, high school and college and all that shit. I used a condom most of the time.
God. You poor thing.
Maybe a poor thing, but I didn't have any unwanted kids.
There was a whole world out there.
Yeah,
Hobo,
I got there eventually.
It was full of bumps and scratches and oozing pus and it was just a.
What are you having sex with?
You don't want to know.
That's gross.
Hobo Chili Recipe says, this is for the gentleman in the chat. The greatest words you ever hear from a woman: come inside me. It's inspirational. Yeah, but it's such a, like, especially if you just met recently, it's such a double-edged sword because they're like, yeah, just come inside me. You're like, you're fucking, you hear music in your head, but at the same time, you're like, what a filthy fucking whore I've hooked up with.
Yeah, but as soon as you do say come inside me, it's over in the next 10 seconds. Usually,
well, fingers crossed, right? Till your dick starts burning and she calls you and says I'm late and you're like, great, now I've got now I've got drips and I've got a situation that I got to take care of.
Who touched you? You've been through some things. I've never had this bad of experience with sex.
You got to give them $700 and give them a ride. You go to her house with $700 and a baseball bat and you go, your choice.
I think maybe the most uncomfortable conversation I ever had, and it wasn't even bad, was the guy brought me back to my townhome and he's like, okay, you're going to go get the pill, right? And I'm like, yeah, dude, don't worry about it. That's really the worst it's ever been.
What a romantic conversation.
It was.
So did that relationship go far?
It wasn't a relationship.
Oh, okay. All right.
I wanted it to be. It wasn't one, though. He was a nice guy. I
sounds like a great guy.
Nobody wants to be in a relationship in college. That's everybody's problem. You got to stop expecting a relationship in college.
How do you know?
Because nobody wants one.
Thank you very much to Jasper with $5. He says it's almost like laws aren't effective or something.
Right? Let's just make bullying and guns and all street violence illegal.
I mean, any law you make against fucking is an uphill battle. That's for sure. Silverwolf says, question for April. Aaron, sit this one out. April, would you rather have an unexpected child or an anchor baby?
Ugh.
Well, you'd have to be illegal to have an anchor baby. Sorry, I'm sitting this one.
No,
out.
I think he means somebody's trying to get knocked up to keep somebody around. Both sound like a fucking nightmare.
Oh, okay.
But I guess that one.
An anchor baby is an illegal. Or an illegal having a baby.
I guess
so
I'd rather have that one.
The anchor baby?
Probably.
Skeezy says, my favorite phrase from my wife is, hurry up and finish. Gets me every time. I'm done as soon as she says
Hurry
it.
up and finish. Jesus. How bad is it?
Whenever April says the words, okay, your turn, that's when I'm like, oh, good, I can stop trying and I can just kind of lazy my way into the end of this. There we go. Can stop putting in effort. And I just go, and pump, 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 done. Because like when you're getting after it and you're really going for it, you're like, oh, I hope she's having a good time. She goes, oh, there you go, your turn. And you're like, all right, here we go. And in for a landing.
You somehow find like talking about sex to be very, like, it makes it very unsexy.
Sex is funny.
You're saying.
Sex is a funny thing. It's very funny, these things we do. When
sex is so funny.
It's like when you're jacking off to shit and we've talked about it before, and then you're done and you see the thing you were jacking off to.
Bail.
And you're like, that wasn't normal. I was just in a different mood a few seconds ago. That was I was in a strange way, you know? It's kind of like when you eat too much of a food you're really craving and you're just like, all right, that was that got away from me just a little bit. Vinny's mom says it's yuck after 40 for me. Oh, no.
Wait, what do you mean after 40?
Well, I guess I got to go do crunches. She's saying sex. It's
Sex is yucky after 40? That doesn't sound good. That can't be good.
Thank you for the $5, Jasper. 150 away from today's goal. We appreciate that. Officially striking distance. If you guys want to finish her off, then it's your turn. Your turn as you finish us off, please.
You want to try some of this grade A breast milk?
I want to try some of your breast milk. I hate coconut, by the way, and April has coconut tit milk.
This is actually, it's not milk. Chrissy Mayer, I was shopping with Chrissy on Thursday when she was here, and she insisted I get this. It is from Target. It is like cold-pressed coconut water.
Yeah, I don't like...
And she told me, she's like, put it over ice, and it's like the most exquisite thing, and now I can't stop drinking it.
I'm really not a coconut guy.
Oh, it's so good. So, like, rich.
Matthew Jenkins says, of course Aaron mentions eating. What?
I'm craving, you know how we went to dinner with our friend the other day? I'm craving the jalapeno crab things again.
That's good to know.
I would just get that right now.
You know what? Hold on. Let me duly noted. There we go. And good. So we talked about one of the St. Louis OnlyFans teacher whores yesterday, the brunette one. Well, now the blonde one is speaking out. And I can't help but think that these sleuths see each other getting press, and they're like, wait, I have another thing to add. Like, they want to be the sexy, slutty OnlyFans teacher.
Well, once you've been talked about, what have you got to lose? Get your name out there.
Right. So they see the other sexy, slutty OnlyFans teacher getting attention, and they're like, well, I can story top. Like, they're in a story topping thing with the news now. So this is the blonde one that had an OnlyFans. 2 women from the same school were discovered to have an OnlyFans, and they lost their teaching jobs. The brunette one yesterday said she wants her job back. She wants to teach again, even though she's made $1 million since this whole thing kicked off.
Did you really need to teach? How greedy are you?
So now the blonde one is saying, like, well, I have something to add too, and the news is dumb, so they just run back and forth with a microphone and go, oh, let's talk to this one. Oh, this one has something. Let's go over and talk to this one. Let's see what this brilliant blonde, this prodigy has to say. Educator of young minds and displayer of own butthole. Let's see what she has to say about the OnlyFans experience.
Continues to spread online. Now tonight, a former teacher in the Metro speaks only to locally to 4 about being outed for bearing it all.
When that Franklin County woman's OnlyFans page was found, she was pulled from the classroom.
Then Brianna Coppage voluntarily resigned, and tonight only our Shoshana Stahl has the first interview with the teacher turned entrepreneurial porn star.
You know what? I like her for saying that.
That's
because
a fun way to put it.
Not enough people say that about OnlyFans people. They call them OnlyFans models or whatever, but it's like...
Well, that's not inaccurate.
If you take dick on your OnlyFans, like if you just show pictures of your butthole,
Oh, so there's nothing wrong with that one?
I don't think that's porn. That's something else. I think there has to be sex for it to be porn.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, so if you're on OnlyFans and you're a chef... Which I find hilarious.
What if you're a naked chef?
Oh,
Ooh.
We
could start one like that. We could just wear aprons in the kitchen.
Oh, okay.
Just aprons.
And then just while the oven preheats, you can fuck.
Yeah, preheat my other oven. No.
Here's what you can do with the rolling pin, boys and girls, especially if she gets lippy. Make sure it's wooden.
You can share it.
Go against the grain.
It's the double-ended
rolling pin.
Rolling pin, yeah.
It's just like those connections.
Oh, God, we're wearing the cum glasses.
Did you see the other picture of her with those? Like, I couldn't help but notice that they went so far down her cheeks and it was so unnecessarily big.
Well,
in the other big, thick-rimmed glasses.
It's necessary if you got a lot of cum to catch.
Yeah, but I've heard it's good for your skin.
That's true.
You should
Rub
just
it in.
leave it there.
Rub it in, gets rid of the crow's feet. You're going to need that for your OnlyFans.
I'm going to miss
Brianna Coppage started teaching 5 years ago.
being there for students, like celebrating milestones with them.
For the
Well, now you can be there for them in a different way. They can whack off to you.
Those are the glasses I was referring to. Look how far down on her cheeks they go. Her eyes, you could fit 3 eyes in there.
She's scared of getting jizz in her eyes.
Last 2 years, and until resigning earlier this month, she was at St. Clair High School as an English teacher. And one reason for her departure, to make more money. She started an OnlyFans page, a site that's growing popular across many generations. On OnlyFans.
Oh, no, don't tell me it's like I don't want to know that boomers are on OnlyFans. All right, no, thank you.
Gino had the #1 spot, older OnlyFans chick on his show quite a long time ago, and she was still pretty hot. I forget her name, but he did have her on.
Look, I respect the hustle, I guess.
Yeah.
Fans, some offer premium content to build connections with subscribers, such as inspirational speeches, photos, and even adult content.
I was just gonna say, come on, let's get to it. Oh yes, OnlyFans is a place where people go and they offer cooking tips, inspirational videos. Oh, and have you ever seen a woman gangbanged and fish hooked at the same time? OnlyFans has it all.
She's cute though, right?
Yeah, she cleans up well.
I actually like her better without the glasses.
Yeah, she's one of those people who is a tricky one where you're like, in one picture, you're like, ew, no thanks. But then in another picture, you're like, I'd fuck her. So it's kind of like you got to catch her on the right day.
Coppage among those posting explicit content.
Missouri is one of the lowest states in the nation for teacher pay. And then the district I was working for is also one of the lowest paying districts in the state.
Coppage.
And I have a nice sloppy pussy that can take a big hard dick, so you guys do the math.
Do you know what that equates to in my head, though? I'm like, okay, so you chose to go into the profession that in your state is one of the lowest paid professions and the lowest paid school district. That kind of sounds like a you problem.
And there's also, they always try to explain away the OnlyFans. It's like, well, you understand I don't make a lot of money. It's like, yeah, but you chose to fuck on camera. It's not like you went, oh, the only job I can get is taking dick on camera, poor me. You wanted to fuck on camera. Like you wanted to do that. The money was good because you didn't go and apply at an ice cream shop.
Well, and if I may, I don't see a problem with it. I just don't want you to be talking certain ways about it then.
Yeah, I don't want the dishonesty of oh, well, it's the lowest state for teacher pay. It's like, well, you could have got a job at like Home Depot or something like that. You could have supplemented your income that way. But instead, you're like, you know what? I'm going to fuck on camera. It's not just the poor me. I feel like that's the excuse after you get fired. Is that, well, you see, it didn't pay enough. It was like, yeah, but what was the other 50% of that?
Just tell me you wanted it.
Yeah.
That's all I want to hear. And then, but while I obviously don't do OnlyFans and stuff, there is a part of me that's like, it is kind of a think smarter, not harder moment because you could work your life away at 2 different jobs like Home Depot and a school and never retire. Or you could sit at home, buy yourself some nice clothes, and take pictures of yourself and make lots of money.
You can, but then you have to deal with, it's kind of that whole thing of
It's a double-edged sword, I get it.
Yeah, it's like, oh, well, are you sensitive about like family members and shit like that going, that's kind of a whore thing you're doing and like the shame of that. If you can handle that part, or if you don't have people in your life who are like that.
Yeah, just don't talk about it.
Then it can work, but I don't know.
That just seems like something you don't need to talk about, even if your family knows you do it. That's just not a topic of discussion.
I love the chef who has an OnlyFans and goes to tell his parents, like, hey, can you guys subscribe to my OnlyFans? You're like, what kind of fucking pervert are you? We're your parents. Like, no, Mom, I cook on there. I'm making dishes.
Oh, the sausage, huh?
Yeah.
Says her yearly teaching salary was $42,000. When she started OnlyFans, she avoided showing her face because of her job as a teacher.
Okay, a lot of people asking, why didn't you just get like a part-time job somewhere? But teachers also take all of their work home. Like, we don't get to stop working when we leave the school day. We don't get to grade all 130 students' papers during the day. It's just not possible when you're teaching. So we take that work home with us on the evenings, on the weekends.
All right, so I just got to I got to sneak into the bedroom and fiddle myself a little bit in front of the camera. I don't have time to work a full shift.
Well, like I said, while I don't do what she does, I get what she's saying. This is much easier.
I do. I understand it. I get it. I think in the future, schools are just going to have to accept women like this. Like, you're not going to be able to say no.
But
because a lot of them are just going to be doing it.
It just has to be a separation, though. Like, you got to not talk about that shit, and if anyone brings it up at school, you got to cut that shit at the quick right now.
Right,
like,
yeah.
You got to be like, hey, this is school. We're not talking about that.
Because they're gonna lose respect for you.
Because technically, like, how many alcoholic teachers are there out there that go and do degenerate shit off the clock and stuff, too? Are you talking about that? I don't know.
Right. You also don't whack off to your drunk teacher. I mean, I guess you could.
You could.
So getting a second job is just really not possible.
The St. Clair School District said in a statement it was notified of the posts by an individual not affiliated with the school. The statement goes on.
Well, then keep your fucking mouth shut. Oh, maybe a boyfriend who found out about the OnlyFans and then was pissed and broke up with her and ratted her out to the school?
That's a shitty thing to do, too, though.
It's a shitty thing to do to have a fucking OnlyFans without telling Joe Smith, too.
Maybe that's how he found her, and he did know.
Fucking poor Joe Smith, man.
To say the district immediately retained legal counsel for assistance due to the sensitivity of the matter and to protect the integrity of the investigation.
Our handbook policies are very vague, and they just say something about, like, represent yourself well. Did I violate that? I feel like...
Not if you kept your pussy clean. Then you're representing yourself very well. You're hygienic, as they say.
Hygienic?
Hygienic.
Like, that's...
Hygienic.
That's what I always
Hygienic.
say. I know a guy named Genic, and I always say it every morning, our neighbor, I just go, "Hi, Genic." He goes, "How you doing, buddy?" I go, "Pretty good. How are you?"
Nick, that's a nice sweater.
Oh.
A matter of opinion?
Once this gained so much attention in the community and even across the country, Coppage says she knew she couldn't go back to the classroom.
I've definitely gone through a grieving process.
No, wait a minute. You couldn't go back to the classroom. This is the part that bugs the shit out of me. You're not doing anything wrong, I thought.
That's kind of how
I thought you were proud of it. But now what? You can't go back to the school? Well, that's called shame.
You have to pick one.
Yeah. You can't do both.
Are you going to be ashamed of this thing you did, or is it fine and you can do both?
Right. And if it's fine and you can do both, then you can tell everyone to go fuck themselves, and that's totally fine. Okay, that's good.
I'd probably have more respect for that, Tate.
Yeah. You have a teachers union. They will fight for you. You're not going to get fired over having this OnlyFans.
Yeah, it was an off-the-job thing you did.
But if you go to them and you show them that you're embarrassed or you're ashamed or anything else, then they're going to have the path they need to get rid of you. So, yeah, if you're going to take off your clothes and you're going to film yourself and you're going to take pictures of yourself and you're going to do all of this, you have to be ready for the public kind of side-eyeing that you're going to get because of it.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're going to be ashamed of that, then you shouldn't open the account.
Yes, showing shame and guilt kind of just lets people know that you think you've done something wrong. So
Exactly.
You can't be showing your cards like that.
You know what you got to do? You just got to, when the kids say something shitty, you report them to the office. You let the office take care of it.
Yeah, to be like, hey, they're talking about my personal life outside of school.
Yeah.
This isn't cool.
Especially that first week and the second week, just knowing that I won't be going back to education and I won't ever be seeing my students again in the classroom.
Well, just, hey, don't be so sad. They're going to see you.
They will indeed, have multiple reasons to come see you now.
It was tough.
Especially after a link to her account was posted in a St. Clair Facebook group. That's when she decided to resign.
I'm not advertising it to students, but adults in the community continue to do so.
But they were always going to. That comes with the territory. There is no free lunch. You don't just get to, slut it up on camera and then go, well, now my life's never going to change.
No, hold on. There shouldn't be any adults advertising this to students.
But no, they put it on a parenting Facebook group on Facebook. They put it on a parents of district, whatever.
I guess if I found out that one of my kids' teachers had an OnlyFans, my immediate response would be, she just better not bring this up in school.
I got to go with I'm going to go with the hood response to it. I don't snitch.
That's kind of it. Stop talking about it in school. And you know what? People have sex outside of school, too. Like, people shouldn't be talking about having sex while we're in school. That's, to me, there's the only difference there is one of them's publicized and the other's not.
I think it's much better for you if you go to school, you do your teaching job, and when people look at you funny, you go, hey, how about you all go fuck yourself?
Yeah.
That's better. Rather than, because now what you're doing is showing people that you have an element of shame about what you do.
Yeah, you're showing people your cards, basically.
And I just don't think that's okay. Students were never meant to see this. And I know people are saying, well, you taught high school, they were bound to find it at some point.
I don't like that she's making every argument against herself.
I know.
She can tell she's a very insecure person still. Mm-hmm. And she's like, well, they would say this, and that. It's like, no, well, then let them say that. You don't need to make their argument for them. Don't do that.
Right.
Maybe not. I was faceless. I did not use my real name.
With tens of thousands of subscribers, Coppage says in a month on OnlyFans, she makes more than she did in a year as a teacher.
Do you see how that's appetizing?
You're making $500,000 a year, and 42,000 of that is teaching. fuck teaching.
Yeah, stop caring about the students at that point. You don't need them.
And she has a 10-year window. She could hang in there for 10 years.
I sometimes wonder if they just insist on staying like in teaching because they want like the benefits from it.
That and the legitimacy.
I guess.
It's a
like you can at
legitimate
least
gig.
tell people that you're a teacher and you don't have to say, hey,
Right.
I'm an OnlyFans star.
Yeah, exactly.
Where she expected her career to go.
You know what you say if you're OnlyFans? You just say, I work from home.
Yeah, that's it.
I work
End of
from
discussion.
home and I work in entertainment. There you go.
But she's not apologizing for the decisions she's made.
That I've been able to pay off all my student loans, like any car loans or credit card debt.
There you
Like
go.
I have no debt now, so like that's really freeing. Being
Hard
a
to
teacher,
argue.
I know that I never would have been able to fully pay all of that off.
Shoshana Stahl.
And you know what? She probably teaches better without any of those stresses.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to argue with that part of it.
It is. Like I said, if you can cut your dignity out, like a surgery, and remove it, you really can. You can make all the money. You can pay all your shit off and not worry about a thing. Except maybe what some people might think of you. And you always tell me, too, like, well, who cares what other people's opinions are of you?
Packer Backer says, what's her OnlyFans name? I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know. Egg Picker says, Aaron likes midget porn confirmed. Hey, wait, what?
Do you really?
No, I don't. I've never even watched midget porn. It would freak me out too much.
We did get to meet the world's smallest stripper at our last show. Her name's Cassie.
She was
Sassy Cassie.
I don't even know how you live.
She's 2'10", sweetest thing ever.
But I don't know how, you know what I mean, though? I don't know how you're alive.
She's done shit with Snoop Dogg before.
But you're so tiny. You're so
Where does it
small.
go? She's like
Right.
she's like this tall, and I was watching her eat some food at the thing, and I'm like, where's it go though?
By the way, not creepy at all that you were
She
sitting
was just
there
right in front of
watching
me.
someone eat.
She was right in front of me, and she was so stinking cute.
Trucker 18 Wheeler with $5 says, I used to gag over the slightest taste of coconut, but after COVID, I can eat coconut flavored things just fine.
And the thing is, coconut water is like seriously good for you. There's some real good nutrients in there.
That puts us at 145. Thank you, boys and girls. Let's keep it going. Last goal of the week. Let's make it a knockout. We got Mike Harrington coming in about 20 minutes to talk about his fight with the one and only Alex Stein. If you'd like to contribute to the show, the Streamlabs, PayPal, and Super Chat links are all at the top of the page and in the chat on both Rumble and YouTube. There you go, 145. Let's all band together and knock that out. Do it and better invest. They won't, though. They will get pregnant and will get into debt with 5 kids, and her husband will cheat, says Ruthless. Ruthless, are you okay with women? Like, are you good? Like, do you have any do we need to dedicate any time to this? Because it seems like they're actively rooting against a woman you don't even know to, like, do poorly and have her life ruined. I know happy people, and I consider myself a happy person, and they just don't have that energy, you know? They just don't have.
I don't know. You talk shit about women like that.
Well, no, I'm a misogynist. There's a big difference. It's more of a biological, don't do this, don't do that. I don't sit there and go, I hope they end up, she got fucking. Do it and better invest. They won't, though. They will get pregnant and get into debt with 5 kids. Like, that almost seems like you're crossing your fingers and going like this and hoping for it.
Can you imagine having that much disposable money to travel and invest and just have everything paid for all the time?
I hope she's doing that investing.
I think that'd be just great.
I do. CK Benzona says, why back in the day, the black girls had to find the Playboy bunny centerfold for my English teacher. Then they compared bodies. Tougher to dox back in the day.
He said boobies, by the way. You said
they
bodies.
compared boobies. Sorry, I have a scratched cornea. That's what I'm going to blame it on. Not my inability to be able to read. Vinny's mom says no, because I feel like a hoe for stripping. It eats away at your soul forever and ever.
Yeah, but I think the money helps. I really do.
That's what every whore says. Every whore goes, well, the money helps.
Tell me I'm wrong. Now, if you're doing it for free, yeah,
but
that's gonna eat away at you.
even this woman is having problems. You can tell. Like, even she's
only because
feeling
she
shame.
got put through hell from like a bunch of parents on Facebook.
Fucking see it coming, dipshit. Like, that's going
I'm
to
not
happen.
disagreeing with you, but I don't think she's gonna be troubled forever and ever.
Plankton says, I watch midget porn, but only because my data is limited. I see. I see. Stop Everything, I think, raises a good point. Says there are other ways to make money without selling your soul. I would agree with that.
Their argument would be, well, this is much quicker and easier.
Chad Jesus says, I'm so jaded these days. I was waiting for them to say she was fired for not being inclusive enough with her students. Yeah, like somehow they were going to make this about like race or gender or something else. It started with the OnlyFans, but it somehow got to gender identity. I hear you. I get it. Like sometimes I brace myself and wait for certain stories to just be like, to just take that turn. And I'm like, oh, Christ. I've wanted to get to this story for days now, and I haven't been able to. It's a story out of California where a Ritz-Carlton hotel is being sued. And the reason they're being sued is, like, honestly, I don't even know how this gets out. Like, I don't even know how the person finds out about it. A Washington State couple is suing the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Half Moon Bay, California, after the woman allegedly woke up in the middle of the night, took a sip from a water bottle, and discovered it was contaminated with semen. First of all, can you pick that taste out of a water bottle?
Yes, Aaron.
Oh, okay.
Yes, you can.
I don't know. Sorry, I've never tasted, this might surprise a lot of people. Never tasted semen. Never once in my life.
Yeah. You're taking a drink from your water bottle and it's bleachy as all hell. Yeah, you're gonna pick that up.
Oh, okay. So it's an overpowering. It's not something you can just mix in like
semen
a booger.
Is not smell free. It is not taste free.
Smells delightful. You're
gonna figure it out pretty quick.
The couple, only identified as Jane and John Doe, arrived at the oceanfront luxurious Half Moon Bay Resort for the weekend of November 18th, 2022. So they could spend time with their daughter, who was a student at a nearby university. The couple also wanted to celebrate her birthday, but their plans took a turn for the worse after sipping the contaminated water. Now the couple is suing the Ritz-Carlton Hotel and unnamed defendants for damages. Now,
God, how off-putting, like, when it's, like, semen you didn't agree to be drinking.
That's what makes it worse is that...
Well, of course it is.
Look, if you would have asked me, could you put some of your cum down my throat?
No, if it's somebody like you're having sex with, that's one thing. I don't want to find just semen in my water.
No, it does seem rather unpleasant,
It's untoward as all hell.
The couple chose not to identify themselves. Well, yeah, you don't want to be known as the lady who drank cum out of a water bottle. That would be like being an OnlyFans teacher. The couple chose not to identify themselves in the lawsuit for fear they could be harassed, ridiculed, injured, and embarrassed because of the content of the suit. The lawsuit claims the couple had a typical start to their vacation at the resort. The staff greeted them when they arrived and all was well. Don't you hate that? One day the staff's greeting you and saying hello, and the next day they're jizzing in your water bottle. I hate when that happens.
Why are you drinking out of, like, open water bottles?
Well, it was by her bed. She woke up in the middle of the night. She drank her water bottle, and somebody had snuck cum in there. That is true. Like, how the fuck did the cum?
That doesn't make any sense. Like, if I've left my room and I know somebody's been in there, I'm probably not going to drink the water bottle I had open.
Now, on November 18th, excuse me. Oh, my goodness. Yeah. It's Thursday. Getting down on Thursday. But on November 18th, the Does called the front desk for bottled water as they ran out, and a male employee showed up to the room with 5 bottles of water. Okay. A little while later, a male employee showed up to the room and had 5 bottles. The couple had no reason to believe the bottles were tampered with and defiled when they were dropped off. Now, wait a minute. There's one easy way to figure this out. Has the thing been broken?
The clicker.
Yeah, has the clicker been severed?
Yeah, there's a seal on that shit.
Yeah, if that's undone, you got to go and return it and say, hey, guys, I'm not saying somebody jizzed in my water bottle, but...
Have you ever bought a case of water and one of the water bottles is, like, for some reason kind of deflated looking? It's not taut, and you give it a squeeze and it seems like there's air loose. I will not drink that one.
Now you're just going to worry there's cum in it?
Not cum, but something.
Now I'm worried if I've tasted jizz.
Sounds like you're caked up with it.
Sorry, I have a scratched cornea. It really is like the whole. Now I worry if I've drank semen out of a water bottle before, because I've drank the bottles that seem like they have air in them.
I don't. I always assume there could be something wrong with it, and I just skip that one.
Phage Lives with $9.99 says, in regards to the teacher OnlyFans, why would anyone in this day and age want to carry around all that student debt for 40, 50 years? with this generation of high levels of greed. So you're saying you're good.
I think he's pro OnlyFans then.
Okay, well, thank you,
Because
buddy.
you can pay it off.
We appreciate that $10. There we go. Even closer, 140 away from knocking out today. We got a guest coming at 9. Do you think we can do? Well, we might be able to do that before they get here. I don't know. We got about 15 minutes. We'll see. We'll see. If you feel like chipping in, there's all the links in the chat, and you can go ahead and throw in what you'd like. It's the last goal of the week. So what happened? So they're suing now.
What do you sue for?
Getting jizz in your mouth.
That's a weird thing to say.
Jane went to sleep, and in the middle of the night woke up and reached, excuse me, I'm so sorry. I'm yawning like an asshole right now, and reached for one of the bottles that were dropped off earlier. In the lawsuit, Jane claimed to know something was wrong with the water and immediately contacted hotel security and management. Is any other guy hearing this story and just getting the urge is like, God, I want to come in a girl's mouth right now? That's just all I'm thinking is like, God, it would be nice to get a nice load swallowed right about now. I know that this woman went through it and it's a terrible thing and that's awful, but, you know, if you're offering. April just realized she's like, my day might have just got a little more difficult.
No, it's not that at all. It's just hearing you say that out loud to whoever's listening.
I just, you know, some days you want to put it here. Some days you want to put it there. Some days you feel like some days you feel like a nut. Sometimes you don't.
The worst is when he puts it in your ear.
That's the way, and it's like, why? I'm not getting anything out of it. Gray Duckling says, "Joke's on you, Aaron. That coconut water is actually jizz. Son of a bitch! I knew I couldn't trust her.
What if it keeps me really, really young? Like, what if it's the elixir of life?
And there's semen in it.
Yeah.
Look, that's something you got to live with, not me.
Perfect.
Not me.
I'm fine with it.
You whore. Jojo writes, here comes the airplane. Oh, no. Hobo Chili Recipe says, yeah, but what was this lady wearing?
Okay, and you know what else? I think it was her husband.
I'm starting to think that, too. I don't think a guy just whacks off into a fucking bottle.
I think her husband probably thought it was funny to nut in her water.
Yeah.
And she drank it.
Or they organized it together as like a lawsuit thing.
That's retarded.
She claimed in the suit that the taste of water and texture were off, at first suspecting the water was chemically contaminated. You mean she got some chunky water? Chemically contaminated before suspecting the water had semen in it. To which the husband responded and says, wait, but you never take my semen in your mouth. How would you know what it takes? You piece of shit. Ruined her marriage. She claimed in the suit that the taste of the water and texture were off. In the lawsuit, she claims one of the hotel employees ejaculated his semen into a Ritz-Carlton labeled water bottle, delivered it to the room, and Jane Doe then drank the semen-contaminated water before she realized it had been defiled by a criminal deviant and that she had been sexually assaulted.
I don't think there's an employee willing to do that, though.
Right. Like, what are you getting out of that?
I think the husband did it.
I'm suspecting the husband, too. It makes a
proximity.
It makes a little too much sense.
All that.
I'm torn between, I know there's weirdos out there who would do something like that. I know there's just creepy dudes. But I also don't, again, because the pervert, I don't understand what he's getting out of the whole thing.
I don't think anything. That's why I think it was probably the husband, and maybe they are doing this together to get money from a very expensive hotel.
Yeah. Semper Reloaded with 199 says, this is the most clippable show you've ever done. Is it?
Yeah, I mean, you've said a lot of bad stuff.
You know what? I don't even realize the semen things that I've said.
I don't realize.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of semen things.
I don't even recognize the semen stuff that I've said. I have to...
what are you doing?
I'm getting the video ready for our guest coming up here. I want only
but
one.
But he's got semen on the brain.
I just want to make sure. How many participants? Blah, 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 blah. All right, I'm going to go with this and hope that works. I'm just going to copy the link here, and then I'm going to send it off to Mike Harrington. He's going to be here in about 10 minutes.
Okay.
Is Mikey. Share screen. Where's the copy link option? Son of a bitch. I forgot how to. I haven't done this with Johnny for so long that I've Forgot how to do it.
This is professional.
Invite. There we go. No, I got it. No. Copy invite link. There we go. And now we go to Twitter and we send the link off here to Mike Harrington.
I should leave you alone to do this and go pee.
Nope, because I'm just getting it all set right now. And we're good. All right. So Mike will be here in about 10 minutes. Omega Dread's gaming channel says, random chick said, can I spit in your mouth? Yeah, but then that's them coming up to you and asking you if they can spit in your mouth.
I don't like this. I don't get. It's not only that I don't get this spitting in the mouth. Like, what is the sexy appeal behind that part? Anyone?
I don't like the idea of someone else's saliva being spat directly into my mouth.
Like,
maybe I'm a prude. I don't know.
Obviously, like making out and stuff, like you get the other person's saliva in your mouth, but it's not being actively spat into your mouth. So that I don't get. I don't get the holding your mouth open while somebody spits in your mouth.
That's maybe it's a degradation thing. Some people want to be humbled.
I think so.
I'm not sure, but
okay.
Either way, not for me. So you want to spit in my mouth? You better wait till I'm sleeping. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I took the funniest picture of Aaron yesterday.
Oh, I look terrible.
You sleep with your mouth open sometimes, and yesterday he was doing
and my eyes open.
Yeah, I won't show this picture publicly because it did make him look remarkably nasty. But like he sleeps with his eyes open, he sleeps with his mouth at least partially open. But yesterday you were doing the tooth thing where you were like resting your teeth on your bottom lip with your eyes open.
It looked like shit.
And then he's got a black eye over here that's turning yellow. You looked kind of
I looked like
a geriatric that had like bled from something.
Honestly, I looked like an elderly abuse victim.
Yeah.
I looked like someone who had been beaten in a nursing home.
Do you know that I took the picture when you were clearly sleeping? I took the picture and I looked at it and I'm like, I almost should delete that because it makes him look so bad. I feel mean.
It's pretty bad. Packerbacker says, I heard of this after the fact. She ate it constantly and had no allergic reaction. So while he proved her wrong, it cost him his marriage when he stupidly pointed it out. Not to mention he thought it. What are you talking about? Oh, I'm sorry. I missed the first one from Packerbacker. This is what I get for trying to include Rumble. I don't know. I knew a guy whose wife claimed she was allergic to jizz. He used to jizz on the lunch he packed for her every day for 2 to 3 months to prove she wasn't. I don't talk to that guy now. Good call.
That's kind of funny, though. I would probably feel that way, too, if I was a guy and my wife wouldn't, like, take my loads in her mouth or anything ever. I would probably try something like that, too. She claims she's allergic to it.
Well, he ended up being right. She wasn't allergic to it.
Dumb bitch.
Yeah, lying whore. You've been eating my cum for the last 3 months. And she's like, oh, that's creepy, and you're trying to poison me, so I'm going to divorce you. I mean,
it's probably better for the both of you.
Right. It's a heavy price to pay for being right.
What a terribly uncomfortable thing. You find out that your lunch has been jizzed in for months.
Semper Reloaded said, thank you so much for today's stream. Yeah, no problem, Semper. No problem, buddy. A lot of cum in today's show. Just
so it took a hot load.
Today's show took a really hot load. So what are they looking for? What are they?
You look like you're getting a little flushed over there.
I'm just so horny. The couple said in the lawsuit that the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office investigation stalled because of the lack of cooperation from the hotel when it came to turning over the bottle. Well, why didn't you have the bottle? You're the one who drank cum. You don't let that bottle out of your sight, your cum bottle. You keep it for research. While seeking an independent investigation from the local law enforcement into the DNA samples so they can be cross-checked against sex offender registries to possibly identify the suspect, the couple also wants the hotel's hiring practices to be scrutinized because a criminal deviant was able to sexually assault Jane Doe. What are they supposed to do to filter out that kind of candidate?
Gotta make sure we don't hire any bottle jizzers.
What are you going to do? You're going to ask a guy straight up? You'll be like, hey, I got a question for you. You know, we think you're a really good candidate. Your references check out. This is all great. If a woman asked you for a water bottle and you were really horny, would you jizz in it and give it to her? And he looks at him dead in the eye and he goes, I would jizz in it. Oh, shit, we lost a good employee. But I would then discard the bottle immediately. God damn it, you're hired. Oh, you gave me a heart attack there for a second. I thought you were another bottle jizzer. Do you have any idea how much money that cost us last time? Oh, and it's not a particularly funny bit. I mean, I know I wouldn't appreciate it.
I'm not convinced it really happened.
Yeah, I too think that it was the husband. It just seems like such an out-of-the-way thing to do.
Yeah, I can't imagine working as like a little lackey at like a big hotel and just coming in somebody's water.
Yeah.
But then again, if you're a stupid enough woman to drink from an open water bottle.
Okay, it's the work that goes into it for me. It's either you have to try and stick the whole of your dick into a water bottle, which
that's easy enough.
I was going to say hard enough as it is.
You don't have to stick the whole tip in it. You just got to press it up to the opening.
Okay, and then you're jizzing, and like jizzing is not like a standstill kind of a thing. There's going to be some movement and some vibration and whatnot. You know, you're having a bit of
If you can't hold a water bottle to your dick while you come, there's something wrong with you.
I'm just saying, the guy either has to come in a water bottle or he has to come in another receptacle and then use that to pour it in the water bottle. Like I'm thinking of a beaker for some reason. Well, you got to come in a beaker and then you got to take or a measuring cup and you then got to pour that into the water bottle. It just doesn't seem very feasible. It seems like a long distance to travel for a gag. That's all.
And gag you will.
I think the husband did it.
Why not just use a turkey baster, Aaron?
How do you jizz into a turkey baster?
You take the tube part off and just jizz in the bulb.
I don't know. You guys,
God, you're really fussy. It's not hard.
You see, that's another thing.
You're backing your shit up to a water bottle and splooge.
I don't want my semen being relegated. Like, it's going to ruin the buzz because I don't want my semen being relegated to a very small, confined opening. I need it to be it needs to shoot.
And you'll never have another load again? I don't get it.
I'll have another load, but I don't want to waste that one.
You'd rather relegate your other loads to Kleenexes and towels and showers, whatever you're in?
I was never a jerk off in the shower kind of guy.
Why not?
I didn't like it. I didn't like I don't know if it was the water running down or the jacking off
Showers
standing
are so
up.
hot.
I don't know what it is, but it's just not a jack off in the shower kind of a dude.
That's where you and I part ways.
JJ says, doesn't everyone jizz taste different? Wondering how she knew it was jizz. We're all suspect.
I will say, like, you could have like really minor different like notes to it, but like there's an overarching like bleachiness to most cum.
Yeah, Katie Kidney says, obviously April has never held a jizzing cock. I mean, come on, you know.
Really?
You think I'm staying still for that shit?
You don't have to be an earthquake every time, do you?
But there's some movement. I'm saying if you
move the bottle with you.
Okay. So now I'm coming all over my hand. Great.
I just
see again.
You
and I, but you and I are agreeing.
I'm with SC Motorsports here. Aim game is weak.
Fine. I'm more of a buckshot kind of a guy.
I'm a buckshot jizzer.
I'm more of a buckshot jizzer. You guys can have your, I'm going to aim for the target and the fuck that. Get it everywhere. Mark your territory. Be a man, Hogan.
I think what everyone's hearing is that April takes a lot of showers.
April gets messy.
God.
Geese Artel. Geese Artel with a great. How did we not think of this, April? Geese Artel says you spit the cum into it. Duh.
Well, that would require you aiming into your mouth.
No,
Duh.
you slurp it off the surface. You just give it a quick...
This all sounds so much more reasonable than my just hanging on to the bottle up to your dick.
No, it's like siphoning gas. You just get a straw and you go...
Could you not spit at me, though?
Wow.
Spit the other way.
You're going to be saying that later, too.
Homo.
Veldrain says, so Aaron, what you are telling me is that they need to check for a horny mad scientist, Bill Nye the Jizz Guy. I've heard worse. Geez, he's tall says, coming in a beaker. That's a weird Professor Honeydew moment. Oh, beaker would go ape shit.
What the hell kind of difference is the opening going to provide you on a beaker? And then you got to fish it out of the beaker.
That was just more of a Muppets reference.
No, but for you, earlier you brought up doing it into a beaker.
But no, you don't understand. The joke is that he's fucking, Bunsen Honeydew is fucking beaker in his asshole. And while he's coming in beaker, beaker is going, meep, 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 meep. Who would you rather shoot a load into, Beaker or the Swedish Chef? Erste Dirk, Durst in my Ershole. Durst the seaman, Durst in the booty, Durst. Oh, bork.
Pork, pork, pork.
Who's the funniest Muppet to come in? And why is it? Oh, Grover's not a Muppet. Son of a bitch. I was going to say Grover. He'd be all herky-jerky.
I'm not answering your questions.
Hobo Chili, you plead the fifth?
I do.
Hobo Chili says, why are you making your coming in bottles like putting IKEA furniture together? Stop overthinking it.
Thank you, Hobo.
I don't want to sit there and
don't
just
have to
hold
be-
my shit into a thing. I want it to be free.
I don't care. Like, you can do it one time.
Well, then guess what? I'm not jizzing in a woman's water bottle. How's that?
I think you should do it now just to prove a point.
Doesn't sound fun to me. Actually, prior to that, Beaker spoke in full English, says Veldrain. Oh, that's what happened to Beaker. That's why he... It's because Bunsen Honeydew kept anally violating him.
How isn't Grover a Muppet?
He's a Sesame Street. Do those count as Muppets?
Okay.
Well, now we've just expanded the question.
I thought they were all Muppets.
Stop Everything says Big Bird. Okay, so if we're counting Sesame Street, people are saying Oscar the Grouch.
Aren't all of the Sesame Street peoples the Muppets?
I guess. Okay, fair enough. There you go.
Who are you?
People are guessing. Chad Jesus says Animal. Stop Everything says Big Bird. All right.
The pig.
Fair enough.
Miss Piggy.
Lisa would blow a load in Kermit. Okay. Fair enough. We've got 2 animal votes. Mad Joe says I would smash Miss Piggy.
Right. I agree.
Okay, so Mad Joe is black.
Cookie Monster. He'd gobble a lot.
Oh, Cookie Monster would love to have some semen. C is for coming. That's good enough for me. See? He couldn't get cookies.
Why is there so much jizz on this show today?
I don't know. It's a very jizz-filled show.
I didn't plan this.
I need to empty, I think. JJ. What?
Could you not say that like on the air?
I have a scratched cornea. 383 Novocaine with $5 says, and I just don't understand why I got written up at work for listening to this wholesome show. Now I have earbuds. You know how much of a loyal fan you have to be to get written up and not be mad at us? I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Tridio says, April, it's because of how you're holding the mic.
I understand. I do play with it a lot.
Thank you guys very much. 130 is the number. We got 130 for the number today. Appreciate that. Knock it all the way down.
Thank you.
Michael Jordan's Hitler mustache says, love how y'all are avoiding saying my name as much as possible. I just noticed you now.
What's wrong with Michael Jordan or Hitler's mustache?
Right, the mustache didn't kill any Jews.
It's not its fault.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to go pee before that guy gets here.
I mean, yeah, like Hitler's mustache didn't, throw any gypsies into a rail car. Mustache is innocent. It's like blaming his dog, for God's sake. Jojo says, "Aw, shit, I don't have to worry about that. I'm doing whatever the fuck I want at work for the next week." Yeah, that's right. Jojo let us know yesterday she got downsized. So therefore, yeah, she doesn't have to give a shit about anything that anybody thinks at work. A lot of people, whether it's Rumble or YouTube, both of the chats are really getting into the which Muppet they would fuck thing. Especially since we allowed Sesame Street to be involved. All right, well, you guys, look, the fact that you guys had an answer prepared for that is troubling to me, but I get it. I kind of put the wheels in motion. All right, Mike Harrington is supposed to be here, but he's not. He's running a little bit late, so I tell you what, we will just continue on with the show. Uh-oh, I do have DMs, however. He says, gimme 5, and that was 8 minutes ago. Did he want, maybe he wanted me to, like that? Or do you want me to give him 5 minutes? I'm not sure. Well, now I feel like we shouldn't start something new. I feel like we should just kind of hang out here in a holding pattern while we wait for Mike Harrington to get on the show and talk about that fight with Alex Stein at Carnival of Combat. That's going to be, what's today? Thursday? All right, so it's going to be Saturday. It's 2 days from now. The doors open at 2 p.m. The first bell is at 3 o'clock. It's going to be at the Factory in St. Petersburg, Florida. You can get tickets online. It's very easy, carnivalofcombat.com. It's a pretty good card. You've got, of course, Alex Stein versus our guest in a little bit, Mike Harrington. And the main event is going to feature the Puerto Rican rattlesnake, Luis J. Gomez, against Tim Butterly, who, again, I'm not familiar with Tim Butterly. But I don't know if he's ever boxed before, but I know Lewis is into MMA. He's into boxing. I've seen him fight what's his name? Jason Ellis. So I'm assuming he can go. So I'm going to go ahead and favor him. If I've seen the other person box, but I haven't seen the other one box, I'm going to say they're my favorite. And then as far as Alex versus Mike, that's kind of a tricky one. You okay there, April? April's just glugging her coconut water into the thing. But I don't know. We watched videos of Alex training. We watched videos of Mike training. And I don't know if I don't know if Lewis is just putting up like the embarrassing stuff on YouTube, like him making Mike puke and all this other stuff. But Mike has boxed before. Like he's done MMA, he's done boxing. Alex, of course, was supposed to fight Mo Dean, but then he threw hot dogs at him in one of the strangest sentences I've ever spoken. They were going to have a fight, but then some hot dogs got thrown, and then the Muslim couldn't fight the lily white guy, so they couldn't do that. So Alex has been looking for a fight for a while, so I guess either he reached out to Lewis or Lewis reached out to him, and they hooked him up with Mike Harrington. And judging by the videos we've seen, April, I don't know who I'm favoring in this yet.
Well, I like Alex Stein like as a person, so
Sure.
of course I want to like root for him. But Mike Harrington didn't look too bad.
Mike Harrington looked pretty good, and he's training with more experienced guys, too. Like, Alex knows what he's doing. I don't see any new Alex videos, though. Like, I don't see any new boxing videos on his Twitter or anything like that.
He's been really busy with, like, university stuff.
You better be busy for your fight. I don't think Mike Harrington's fucking around. Oh, wait, here, do we have? Nope, we just have a 16-second promo. No, I don't see Alex. Alex was putting stuff up there for a little while, and now I think he's
keeping us in suspense.
Yeah, there was a lot of stuff about his Michael Jackson Halloween costume, a bunch of stuff from The Blaze. Oh no, here we go. Here's a new one. We got a new video from Alex, and then we'll bring Mike in here in just a second. I hear that he's clicking around, so that means he's here. Let's watch this last Alex video. We've watched Mike Harrington train. We've watched Alex. Alex did put a new one out recently here. Here's what I don't get about Alex, all of Alex's training videos. Why don't we ever see like full-on sparring in headgear? Like we've seen Mike and Lewis with the headgear on and doing headshots and the whole thing, and we've never seen Alex. We've only seen him do what we call at my gym glove to glove.
Maybe he doesn't want to put that out there. He wants us to wonder how good he is.
Doesn't want that sneaky Mike Harrington looking at how he's preparing for the fight. I see. Okay. Let's take a look. Oh, we're slow motion. His form's getting a little better. Like, remember he did it again. I was going to say, remember he was throwing his punches from his tits for some reason?
Yeah,
like
lowering
he
them
would throw them from his armpit. You know what he looked like in a lot of his training videos? A Rock'em Sock'em Robot.
Kind of.
He would kind of punch like that. That first right hand looked decent, but now we're throwing from our titties again. What the hell is this? Yeah, I don't understand what this is doing.
Always seems too squared off for me.
Yeah, squared off, and I don't know. They're not. I mean, it's not like they're girl punches or like he's throwing like a sissy or anything.
I've certainly seen worse.
But I don't know why we're not putting on the headgear and like doing full on sparring because there's no replacement for. Oh, and then there's Harrington against Dylan.
Why do we have crotch gear on but not headgear? I've never seen anyone at the gym wear like a dick guard like that.
Some people do. I
really?
Don't. Yeah, I don't. I just. But I've been hitting the nuts before too, so maybe I should. I don't know.
Shouldn't be.
Well, sometimes shots get thrown low. Let's bring Mike in here. There he is.
Oh, what did you do?
Fuck, I have it. This is back from when Gino was on. I'm sorry, I didn't change it. Oh, I'm fucking up all over the place, Mike. I'm sorry.
Hey, Mike.
Then I'm all over the place now.
There we go. All right, and then I got to fix my Zoom over here. I usually have it set up for guests, but I think I must have had it. Oh, the baby. Where?
Still in the background.
Where
this
can
is
I?
Ultra professional.
Here, hold on, we've got this. Hide stuff. There he is. There's Mike Harrington. Sorry for the unprofessionalism. How are you, sir?
Dude, I work at Gas Digital. That was that's the quickest problem solving I've ever seen in live production. So that was dope.
How are things going over at Gas Digital?
Dude, things are going great. Things
Awesome.
are going, absolutely incredible. We got like a lot of the shows are really kicking off, and I don't know. It's the crew right now seems as good as it's been in years. So
Yeah,
I like
Awesome.
it.
I've been I think I discovered Legion of Skanks through Compound, so I've been watching them for like 10 years and stuff.
Oh, so you came in like through like the KKK backdoor?
I did, yeah. I came through. No,
Okay.
I was pre-Proud Boys. I was in there. I was just an O&A fan trying to keep it honest, and then all of a sudden,
Next thing you know, you're marching in Charlottesville, and you're like, I gotta find something else.
I know, and now since the moment's passed, I've got a garage full of tiki torches. No fucking idea what to do with them.
A lot of hoods.
And a lot of signs about Jews that, quite frankly, make my neighbors uncomfortable. But like I said, garage is full, so
I told you to quit putting those out.
I know. I don't mean to.
Nowhere else to store them.
Yeah, what are you gonna do?
On street corners.
Dude, Paco from Team Rattlesnake is a notorious like crotch protector wearer in the gym. And
Really?
I'm like, what are you doing? We don't use headgear when we spar, but he's got his crotch protector on every time we're in the gym.
I don't understand that either, because you're not supposed to land low blows like that in the first place. It seems really unlikely.
I very rarely do people at the gym I go to wear them. Once in a while they will, and it is a little weird. And it's honestly the only time I think about hitting someone in the dick is when they wear that.
Like, not supposed to be
I don't
down
think.
there.
So I think it's a lot of like, like I'll like hit a jab to the like lower midsection, and just because my form, like if I'm tired or whatever, if it's late in the round, like my punch will just naturally slide down.
Yeah.
So I've caught some dicks before. So maybe it's just him being like, fuck it, I don't trust you, Harrington.
No, the only time I've been hitting the dick is when it's like a guy throwing a like a body punch, but he's throwing like an uppercut, and I'm moving forward. And just kind of that.
You just caught it.
Like that.
You'll catch it coming in because you're coming forward, and he's kind of bending over to get away from the jab. He'll throw an uppercut, and I'll just kind of, my balls will move into it.
It's a bad day.
It's not fun.
Yeah,
not a good day. It doesn't happen.
That's got to be an instant TKO.
Yeah, there's definitely a turning of the back, a dropping to a knee, and going, dude, give me a minute. Give me a minute. And yeah, so it's but you do tell him afterwards. You go, you know what? Best shot of the round so far.
That one got me.
It was a good shot. So you're fighting Alex on Saturday. Now, how did this come about? Because Alex got banned from fighting the Muslim because he threw hot dogs at him. And then I assume he was just looking for a fight, and you guys put it together?
Yeah, it's that instigator Danny Polishchuk from the Boys Cast. He had Alex Stein on his Low Value Mail show or something like that, and Alex was telling the story about how he got refused, like how the Modine fight got canceled, and he tried to set it up again and I recently had a fight with I was supposed to be fighting Danny Dubs, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I was supposed to be fighting Danny Dubs at Carnival Combat. They said that he was too light, I was too heavy.
Okay.
Then Shane Torres, actually, New York comedian, was thinking about coming out and fighting me, but again, the weight difference was just too much there. So I was having a really hard time finding a fight. I mentioned it to Danny, and Danny, just it clicked in his brain on air, and kind of just, he threw it to him, and Alex was like, yeah, I'm 100% game. And Danny got the balls rolling, got us in touch with Lewis, got him on Carnival Combat, and, the rest is history.
Great. How do you feel coming into it? How do you feel with the preparation? We've been watching Lewis's videos because I'm a big boxing guy. I love anything boxing related. Like if, a lot of people complain like, oh, YouTube boxing and shit. I don't care. If it's a fight, I'll watch it. And we've been watching Lewis's fight journals with you in them. We've been watching Alex, the stuff he puts up on Twitter. How's the preparation going? We did see the puking video. I understand how people can just post the
Which
worst.
one?
The post the worst of stuff. But how do you feel the preparation's going?
No, I'm a notorious puker. Like that's kind of my thing. Is like I've noticed, at least for me, that I've hit a plateau in training if I haven't puked in a while. Right? Like
Interesting.
If I go to a new gym and I get new sparring partners and it's nerve-wracking for me again, and I'm really pushing myself to get to like a 7th, 8th, 9th round of sparring, and I end up puking, like that's you know, that's what we're supposed to be doing. If you're going as hard as I'm going preparing for a fight, every time I'm caught puking at the end of a session, that's breaking through a plateau.
All right, look, man, if puking is part of the process, I'm not going to deny you your process. How do you feel?
Yeah, dude, trust the process.
How do you feel about the Alex stuff? Because I don't know if you've watched any of his videos. We couldn't help but notice some form issues. And things like that. Do you feel confident? Because you've been here before. Like you've done some of these fights before. Do you feel like you have an edge or what?
My answer to that is like, watch any of my videos. I clearly have form issues. It's going to be a knockdown, drag out, slobber knocker. Look, form, shot placement, defensive responsibility. That's pretty much all going to go out the window, right? And
Really?
it's just going to be who's the tougher guy. And I'll tell you right now, I am tougher than Alex Stein.
Do you think
simple as that?
Do you think Alex, outside of like getting ready for this fight, does he seem like a guy? Because he was a football player in high school. Do you think he's been in fights before, or do you think that kind of the first time he feels the impact of your punch, it's gonna take him a minute?
I'll be honest. I don't think you can go around and do the stuff that he does, right? For content, for clicks, knowing what it's like to get punched in the face. That's me. That's how I process that.
I don't disagree with that.
He puts himself in bad situations, but he's got this like superpower, right? Where he does it with like a smile at all, like, hey,
yeah,
I'm fucking your wife. What's up, buddy? You know, like that, like that kind of like a 6-year-old who you gave too much sugar to energy about everything that he does, and it makes it so you can't stay. How do you punch a toddler? You know, like how. So I don't think he's ever been in a fight before. I feel like he's always used comedy and his personality and being very gregarious and charismatic to get himself out of getting punched in the face. I think he's in for a rude awakening on Saturday when I'm not playing by those rules.
Well, this sounds like, how long are the rounds going to be? Have you agreed on that?
They are 2-minute rounds, and there is going to be a maximum of 3 of them.
Okay, so it's it's basic amateur fight. It's 2-minute rounds, three rounds. Where it sounds like you're getting a prediction ready. This sounds like you think you can get him out of there in the first 2 minutes.
I don't know. I mean, this is an athletic guy. This is a former college football player, according to him.
According to him.
I haven't seen the pictures. What are we talking about? Apparently, it's funny. My buddy Tom, he came on Legion of Skanks, and he was talking about his college football record. And my buddy Tom, Tom from Ad Sales at Gas, will not let it go. And he went and like deep dive, looked into every single thing. Apparently, this guy said he was he said he was a defensive end at USF.
Really?
Tom went and looked. He apparently was a preferred walk-on who played offensive line at like some D2 school, not USF. So it's like there is something suspect about, everything that he says. So I have taken him at face value that he actually might have played a game of college football. But already, it's a college athlete. That's leagues beyond what I was doing at 18, 19, 20.
Sure.
So
he's a taller guy. He's about 6'4". We've watched your fight with Dylan. That was either Ellis Mania or Skankfest. And you were able to get inside against a taller guy. I mean, maybe stylistically they're not going to be the same. But do you think the height's going to give you trouble, or do you think your previous experience with that's going to help you out?
I mean, Dylan's not nearly as tall or big as Alex Stein, right? Like Dylan's taller than me, yeah, but he's like 170 pounds soaking wet. Sure. Alex is like an actual, like he's man size, you know? So I don't know if anything about the Dylan fight is going to help, other than I expect this dude to come in and just flail wildly, right?
Okay.
Like just throw absolutely everything that he can at me, because this is somebody he's not prepared to get hit in the face. The reason I think he's not posting the video of him sparring with headgear on is because I think he told all his training partners that he works with that his face is a no-go zone, right?
Really?
Like he is not willing. I don't think. Have you seen a mark on his face? This entire camp.
I haven't. Right. And, even if you're doing well in sparring, you're going to catch a bruise here or there.
Every now and then, dude. Yeah. Every now and then. You'll have something under the eye, a mouse somewhere, anywhere.
Yeah.
Right. I keep my eye on this stuff. I've been watching. Has not shown any physical signs of that it looks like he's been punched in the face. So I think it's going to be a complete culture shock to him once I do land there. But I mean, this guy, I feel like is going to go absolutely nuts trying to get me out of there in the first minute. And then the next 4 minutes is like, all right, welcome to my playground, bitch.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, so basically, let him gas himself out. You're right. You know, I haven't seen, that's been a common refrain of mine when we watch Alex's stuff is like, where's the headgear? Where's the sparring? Because everybody imagines that they're all going to be great boxers when they just go out there because they've seen it on TV and how hard can it be? But you literally cannot take a fight without sparring first. You're going to be lost in there.
Well, I think he's like, he tells me that he does sparring, but then I see the video he puts out and it's like, oh, like you and some guy who you probably pay $1,000 a week to are like, you know, running around, you know, going in circles, punching each other in the stomach. And, you know, it's very clear that you're his meal ticket. So he's going to let you hit him a couple of times. So, you know, like if that's what you want to consider sparring, God bless, man. You're not ready for me.
Well, and you work with Luis, and Luis J. Gomez has an extensive history of, you know, mixed martial arts, boxing, actually having fights, things like that. And in a lot of those videos, he doesn't seem to be exactly going light on you. I mean, that's got to be a huge asset for getting ready.
Yeah, I mean, it sucked on, you know, we did, I think, Saturday. Yeah, I did sparring last Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday before, like, that was it. We just kind of shut it down. Because who needs to be hitting each other more before the fight? But yeah, I'll be honest with you, Sunday was not easy. Last day of like official sparring, I got, you know, it's tough, but it is the thing where it's like, okay, I know Alex, I've seen Alex Stein's form. He's not nearly as good as Lewis, and that's where Lewis is catching me now. It's not with power, it's not with volume, it's with like well-placed, precise setup shots.
Right.
That Alex Stein simply doesn't have the tool bag for it, right? Like he's not going to be able to walk me into an uppercut and then also have the perfect timing on that uppercut and then be able to step back and combo off from the uppercut that actually hurt. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
Like that's not.
He's not gonna be able to walk you into shots and, you know, set them up and move here so you come this way or get his foot inside or outside of your foot. I understand.
Well, boxing is just as much mental as it is physical, isn't it?
Foot placement, hand placement. Yeah, there's just a lot of stuff.
What you're doing.
There's a lot of stuff you know that he's not going to know. But I mean, there is the risk. Like I said, he's tall. He's a big, strong guy. I mean, you could get caught. So there is that.
Oh, trust me, that has not left my mind. You know, especially like. As I'm getting older, like there was a thing where I was like, you know, 29 maybe the first time I put on a pair of boxing gloves, and it was like I still had that like 20s confidence where it's like, oh yeah, nothing can hurt me. Like I cannot be stopped. That's crazy. Like now I'm like looking at like I have been knocked down once or twice in sparring, and I've had, you know, what, and it's like, oh no, I'm human, and that could happen, and that makes it even like more scary, but like honestly even more fun. Like all right. Let's see what this guy's got. I got to be on my A game.
You really
because
do.
Anyone can catch anyone.
Yeah, because for the first 30 seconds, especially, those new guys can be a weird, like retarded kind of dangerous because they don't know boxing, so they don't know basic form. So they'll throw shots that you don't prepare for because you're like, well, nobody would throw something like that. That's ridiculous. And you can get caught by a new guy because you're like, it's almost like you're watching a new guy and you're like, hey, you're not supposed to hit him with that because that's not a punch you're supposed to be throwing. So they can get away with some shit.
Right, just doubling up on the backhand for 2 power shots, and it's like, oh, well, yeah. He just threw the cross. He's definitely not pulling that back and then immediately throwing an uppercut.
Yeah.
That would never happen.
Never.
They will. Yeah, they will. It's almost a lack of knowledge for about 30 seconds is an asset in a weird way. Then you got in the main event, you've got Lewis versus Tim Butterly. Now, forgive me. I'm not that familiar with Tim Butterly or his experience. I'm familiar with Lewis and his experience in MMA, boxing, things like that. Is this a fair matchup?
Forget all that. Get familiar with Tim Butterly's experience as a broadcaster, because that is one of the funniest dudes I know. I love Tim Butterly. I love hanging out with his family. Like, this is actually very tough for me, right? Like, Lewis is 100% the reason that I work in comedy and podcasting. He's the reason I have my gig with Bisbing. So I love Lewis, but at the same time, like, Tim's daughter has held my daughter for like an hour, you know, just like walked her around like a zoo. Like, I don't know. Like, I love hanging out with Tim's family. Like, I love everything about the guy. So this is just personally, it's tough for me to watch this fight. But yeah, I mean, his background, he's a monster jiu-jitsu guy, right?
Okay.
Like, if this was MMA, strictly how far ahead in the grappling Tim is ahead of Lewis, sure. I would think I would have to favor Tim. He does have a Muay Thai background. I've watched these two spar before, before this fight was announced years ago, when like Tim and Rainey would just come to the gym with us, you know, when we were training for like last Skankfest, let's say. Tim can crack. Tim can most certainly crack. You know, he's got a very long jab. You know, he's in that like Muay Thai style. So at least like from what I saw, like he was just holding himself like a little too far up, and that chin was way up there on a platter. But you know, he just still is somebody who, like, this camp wasn't about him learning how to throw a punch. It was about him learning how to like transition the skills that he has and like the timing and the years of focus on one discipline and see how that translates into boxing. And as we just saw with Francis Ngannou, right, that can be done in a few months.
Yes, it
so
can.
who knows?
That was wild. I mean, when he knocked, and I'm a bigger boxing guy than I am an MMA guy. When he knocked Tyson Fury down, I can't remember the last time I had like literally my jaw hitting the floor moment in sports, because you're watching it going, okay, I understand what this is as an event. And then the minute Fury went down, you go, oh shit, this just got very serious and this could fuck everything up.
Dog, the heavyweight champion of the world is on the ground.
Yeah. They were interviewing Usyk afterwards, and they go, they said to him, they go, did you get nervous when he knocked him down? He goes, oh my, yes, I'm yelling at the ring, Francis, be careful, please. He's like, yeah, he was very scared when that happened. I mean, I'm not sure that Fury doesn't contemplate retiring after something like that.
Yeah, it has before.
I mean, that's gotta fuck with you. I mean, a guy came in his first boxing match, and I don't care what your background is. It's the world heavyweight champion. He shouldn't have been able to do that to you, and he did. And also now you're looking at Fury between the Wilder fights, and Ngannou has been knocked down, what, 6 or 7 times now? And, I mean, you gotta wonder, did Wilder take his chin in some fashion? Is there some kind of mechanical problem with Fury? What's the deal? I mean, if Ngannou can do that, what does Usyk do? It definitely made a lot more questions than it answered.
Are we sure Usyk can even hit Fury's chin? I mean, we're talking like Francis and Wilder were the problem because they were as big as Tyson Fury, or almost as big as Tyson Fury. Usyk has the actual problem being a legitimate cruiserweight, trying to fight the biggest heavyweight champion we've had in 50 years.
Before the Ngannou fight, my rule of thumb was, look, I've seen Fury get up from that shot from Wilder. I'm going to favor Fury in everything. Shoot till you miss. You know, he gets the benefit of the doubt. And now after the Ngannou fight, I'm like, well, I didn't think Usyk could move up to heavyweight. I didn't think he could beat Joshua, you know, and then he beat him twice. And, you know, he's got the belts. And now I'm almost shifting over to I have to give Usyk the benefit of the doubt until I see him miss. It definitely became a way more 50-50 fight than I thought before.
I don't know. Like, I look at it as, who is Joshua beaten? Like, I love, like, Ryan Russillo always brings up the, like, you know, nobody's ever beaten anybody. Turns out nobody's ever beaten anybody, but I just, like, you can kind of dissect guys' records a little bit. And it's like, I don't know. I just never thought Joshua was all that great. I felt like Fury was going to absolutely walk through him, which is why we never got the unification.
Yeah.
So Usyk coming up from cruiserweight to beat Joshua, that doesn't really do all that much for me. Tyson Fury is the name at heavyweight. He's the name of all names because he is such a tricky boxer. And it's like, I did see people breaking down, because I don't understand boxing nearly as well as I understand MMA, but people were breaking down how he was using some of the same attacks and game plans that he had going into the Wilder fight. Yeah. And it's like, you got to think, if you're Francis, that's the tape you watch more than anything. Yeah. Is like, what do I do if he does this to me? Because that's he doesn't have any tape on you. This is as close as he can get. Is like, he can go back and watch what worked in the Wilder fight and assume that's going to work against Francis. So I don't know. Like, it felt like they kind of set everything up. For like that once in a generational kind of like superstar creation of Francis. I don't think Usyk's going to give him those kind of problems. If it's December 23rd, maybe.
They're talking about February now. So,
are they?
Yeah, Frank Warren already said, he goes, Tyson's not fighting on the 23rd.
No.
So,
but what about, because Usyk did come out and say, we have the contract signed, like, I'm going to sue your ass, essentially. Like, what happened with that?
What happened with that was the contract was for the fight to happen. The quote unquote, this is where they get tentative from. The tentative date was December 23rd. But obviously Tyson has wiggle room on that date and he can move it.
And they just released that before the fight?
No, this was after the Ngannou fight. He said, nope, we're not doing it. About 2 days after Frank Warren, the promoter.
No, I'm saying, if it was a tentative date to begin with, why would they announce that?
Well, I think
before the Ngannou fight.
I think because they thought Fury was going to walk through him and he wasn't going to come out of it knocked down and a busted up eye and all of this other shit. So I think Tyson maybe feels like he needs a little extra time before the 23rd.
Yeah, but Tyson was the one who, I remember, like, I read an article last week. Tyson said it's really messed up that they announced the date of my next fight, because that's how guys get knocked out. Like, that is how you set people up to get cracked.
Yeah, he almost called it. Yeah, so I don't know. It sounds like they're going to do it in February, but who knows? I'd like to see him salvage December. I did have one thing I wanted to ask you here before we have to go, and that is at Skankfest, when you guys were doing some of that training stuff, I noticed that Sam Hyde and Luis J. Gomez got to work together a little bit. Sam's a big guy, way bigger than Alex, but he's tall like Alex. Were you able to get any time in with Sam or no? No. Was it because there was just no time, or were you like, I don't want any fucking part of that monster?
Both.
I get it.
No, fair. It's like, I mean, look, I don't want to take. Sam Hyde is giving really good rounds to Lewis. I know Lewis gets a ton out of those, and honestly, like, Lewis's fight has way higher stakes than mine. Right. Yeah. To be clear, I get my win money, which would be massive for me, especially right now. But also, if I knock out Alex Stein, when I knock out Alex Stein, he is paying for the flights for my honeymoon for my wife and I to Italy. I don't know if Spirit flies to Italy, but I feel like Alex can pull some strength.
Damn.
So that's what's on the line for me. It's it's big stuff. I'm very hyped for it. For Luis J. Gomez, the winner adopts the loser.
I know.
You literally have to call that man daddy for the rest of your life.
Until this main event of Carnival of Combat, I didn't even know you could do that. I didn't know you could adopt an adult.
That's awesome.
Until then.
Literally, Tim Butterly brought this to. He knew that Lewis was going to challenge him to a fight on a podcast, and so Tim came prepared with this in his back pocket. This is the kind of funny this guy brings to the table. I love everything about the Dad Meat guys, but
awesome.
So I did not want to step in between Sam Hyde and Lewis working together, because it is very rare that Lewis can get good work from some of his comedian buddies, and also I don't want to get hit by Sam Hyde's going to hit. Literally 10 times harder than Alex Stein can hit.
Yeah.
There's no.
You don't learn anything from getting. Yeah. You don't get helped by getting hit by Sam.
You just get to say you were hit by Sam Hyde, and that's about it.
I'm good on that.
Yeah.
I'm really good. I got to shake Sam Hyde's hand. I got a picture with Sam Hyde. I think he's a very cool and funny guy, and he was there while I was training. That's good enough for me. I think he's going to be an.
I've always said it would be kind of a dream, if you were ever in the same gym with him, to spar with Sam Hyde. That would be a great honor. And then I feel like after about one round of that, you're like, you know what, dream completed. I'm out of here.
The honor's all yours. Yeah.
I think I'd rather just go punch for punch. You know what I mean? Like, let's not put a time limit on this. I'm just going to see how many I can take from you before I call it. Yeah, dude, I don't know. I'm hyped. He's going to be in everybody's corner. All of Team Rattlesnake. We got 4 guys fighting versus 4 guys from Team Butterly. It's Term Term K from Palmer Squares versus Drew Montana from Durag and the Deer Tag. We got Paco versus Danny Dubs. So it's Lewis's producer versus Tim's producer. Me versus Alex Stein. Makes no damn sense.
Yeah.
And then Lewis versus Tim, plus ass slap fighting, blindfold, dog shock collar, musical chairs. It's going to be nuts, dude.
So so Carnival of Combat written by Vince Russo. You're saying?
Oh, come on now. Come on now.
I just that dog
Don't
shot,
be doing that.
Dog shot collar match. It's going all over the place. There's swerves all over on this card.
There's no Judy on a pole match.
Well, look, I mean, if you want to leave money on the
remember that?
Yeah.
You remember that?
Look,
when
man,
Disco Inferno and Buff Bagwell fought over Buff Bagwell's mom held up on a forklift.
On a forklift, yeah. I mean, if you guys want to leave money on the table, that's on you. I mean, go ahead. But Carnival of Combat is Saturday. Doors open at 2. The first bell is at 3 p.m. Mike's going to be fighting Alex Stein, and then the main event, Tim Butterly versus Luis J. Gomez in a literal Who's Your Daddy match. The loser gets legally adopted by the winner.
That's so funny.
You can get tickets at carnivalofcombat.com. It's very simple. There's also a buy live stream tab right there on the website as well. I know I'll be watching it. Mike, good luck.
Yes.
Stay safe. And since you came on and Alex didn't, I'm hoping you come away with the win.
Woo! Let's go.
All right.
Shout out Chief. Love these guys.
Yes.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
And there he is. There's Mike Harrington, who's fighting Luis J. Gomez, who's fighting Alex Stein on the undercard of
Getting
Luis
ahead of
J.
yourself.
Gomez versus Eric Butterly.
Maybe Lewis next.
He's a nice
After
guy.
a win.
He's a good guy.
Very good guy. It
Oh.
seems like somebody we'd get along with very well.
I like him.
Yeah.
I'm a fish. You know what? I asked Alex if he would come on, and he didn't respond. I'm rooting for Mike Harrington.
I'm going to pull a draw on this one for right now. I don't want to announce, I like Mike after that. Like you said, he came on here. He was very cool. Nice guy. And
Yeah.
seems like he's really taking it pretty serious and put the work in, too.
I'm rooting for Mike.
Oh, maybe I'll try to talk to Alex. I don't know.
Lisa says, "How dare you, Aaron?" I'm sorry. I got to go with the person who said yes to the invite.
Aaron, I don't know what you guys think you know about Aaron, but he's very much a "what have you done for me lately" kind of guy.
Aaron's loyal to the people who came on Steel Toe.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah,
I'm rooting for Mike Harrington. I don't want anyone to get hurt. I don't want anyone to get fucking clipped and, busted up or anything like that. I hope it's a good fight.
Yeah, I do too. I hope both of them have a good showing.
Now, Michael Jordan's Hitler mustache says Tim Butterly, his name is Tim Yo Hack, and he's 100 times funnier than you. I'm sorry for not knowing much about Tim Butterly. I apologize, Michael Jordan's Hitler mustache. That's on. I'm sorry to you.
I wrote his name down so we can look into him because, if a good dude like Mike says he's funny, what in the hell?
What
is this?
Do I have a hair somewhere?
Look at my finger. No, look at my.
That's a cobweb from the crutches.
But it was on your neck.
I know. I pulled a cobweb off the crutch today.
Why?
And I must have got it stuck here because I saw one, which means it was there the whole time I was using them from when I brought them down from the attic.
Needed to go touch it.
And I guess I noticed it. Yeah, it was a very autistic
Your
thing.
neck was being very spooky for a minute.
Wait, what?
Very spooky neck.
Hobo Chili Recipe says, "Do your research, Sweaty. I was interviewing Mike Harrington. I knew Mike."
Yeah,
Boy.
Mike seems really
Good guy.
I didn't know there were so many funny events at that thing this weekend too. I kind of wish we could see it all, be there.
I think you can see it. I think.
Oh, really?
I think it'll be on the broadcast.
Just being there though for ass slap fights. Are you kidding me?
Ass slap fights,
Musical
dog shot
chairs.
collar matches, all kinds of fun. All right, guys, 1:30 away from today. We got about 10, 15 minutes until we bring out this thing and see if we can knock it out that way. Or we had a very small goal today, so it really didn't get brought up a lot. But if you want to knock it out, it is pretty much our last one of the week. Rumble Link Friday.
Yeah.
typically takes care of itself. So big thank you to Mike Harrington. We've got a lot more show left to do. Charlie sent me a text. Fucking asshole. He sent me an elliptical that's being sold for $400.
See, that is an example of a retard being funny, right?
But no, he wasn't trying to be funny. He was like, I really think this would help with your boxing and so on. Like, he's actually doing it to be nice.
Well, you see, Aaron has like access to like 20 ellipticals at the gym.
And then he says, can you recommend a high-quality boxing bag with stand from Amazon? I will say this. I don't recommend heavy bags with stands.
I wouldn't either.
I only recommend chains that you hang from the ceiling.
I prefer chains.
She certainly does.
I'm a chains girl.
She's a chains kind of gal. But no, I don't recommend the heavy bags with the stands. I don't. All right, so if you feel like chipping in, if you feel like throwing in a few bucks, let's kick that 130 in the ass and wrap up another great week here on YouTube. Let's continue on with the program. We got a few more left in the 7 o'clock hour. And then we've got to go do a bunch of overtime shit. We have hours and hours of content left. Let's go to this first one. Have you heard about this mom in Arizona who has a missing teenager?
No.
And like it started out as a missing kid story, and now they're starting to learn more about this mom. And oh boy,
is it a missing kid that's not so missing?
I think that she may have heard voices calling the kid home.
Oh, we have a Casey Anthony situation?
No. Casey Anthony was just a cold-blooded bitch who wanted to go party. You're thinking more of like Andrea Yates, who heard voices telling her to drown her kids in the bathtub. Yeah, this is a crazy one. Let's go ahead and take a listen. This is from Gilbert, Arizona. Gilbert. On your time, guys. Oh, another ad, you rat bastards. Oh, how did I know? I
don't want to look at your chunky babies drinking.
But the chunky baby's just having some...
I hope she spills everywhere.
Water, some juicy juice, some Wawa. Oh, it's an advertisement for the cup. Oh, look at that,
cool
April.
Cup, actually.
See, it doesn't spill.
See, that's kind of what you need.
Yeah, I could use one of those.
Yeah, because you make spillies a lot.
For sure. I can make a spilly or two from time to time. All right, here we go. This is the story out of it. What a happy, wonderful story to lead into something fucking horrific.
You mean a happy ad?
What did I say?
Story?
Well, yeah, what a happy commercial to go into. I love how it's a missing kid story where the mom might have done something fucked up, and they're like, here's a bunch of babies.
Look at your babies. You can always have another one.
Maybe God won't come for this one. Huh?
A Gilbert mother coming to grips with the fact her belief that the world was ending last weekend was wrong. That's according to recorded court proceedings.
Do you see where this is going?
Yeah, okay. So she thought So she thought the world was ending. So what I'm already putting together is she did away with her kid to save him from the end of the world.
But wait a minute. But just let him be there at the end of the world. Like, don't cut him off short because you gotta be pretty goddamn sure that the world is ending. I mean, I gotta see the sun blood red. I gotta see the...
Got to be that heroic parent that saves your kid from the end of the world.
Look, man, I got to see some signs first before I start whacking people because I'm convinced it's the end of the world. I can't just go, hey, on Saturday at 2 p.m., it's all going to, we're just going to clock out in an instant.
I'm guessing she saw some signs and it said, do it.
I've got to see some locusts. I've got to see some rivers of blood.
Fire.
I've got to see some pestilence, some, what's the other one? Plague. Well, I guess we had that one. All right. Well, let's see how crazy it got.
Proceedings in Alaska where her doomsday plot came to an end. ABC 15 investigator Melissa Blasius has been following this case since the mother and her brother disappeared with her 16-year-old son a week ago.
This sister and brother accused of taking the teen thousands of miles from his Gilbert home without permission from the dad and without plans of...
Oh, they didn't kill him. Okay, good, because they were. I was seeing this story that he was missing a couple of days ago, and I was like, oh, shit.
Oh, yeah. I went down that road with you because you made me think he was dead.
Oh, good. They found him then. Whew. That's a relief.
Like, it made me feel all kinds of bad for nothing.
Oh, my God. They found the kid. So the crazy bastard mom, do you think she would have killed him before the end of the world, or do you think they were going to go up there and just have the end of the world
pulled
together?
The Cersei Lannister. What was she about to feed Tommen?
Tears of Lease.
Tears of Lease.
Yeah, whatever it is.
I don't know.
ever returning. The
Gay.
fugitives had their first court appearance in Fairbanks, Alaska on Saturday. We obtained audio recordings of that proceeding.
Why are you talking to me
One
like
day
I'm
after
6?
being apprehended near the Canadian-Alaskan border with 16-year-old missing teen Blaze Thibodeau.
That's
His
a
mom and
16-year-old?
uncle were in court Saturday.
This is State versus Spring Thibodeau. Do you have any questions about what your rights are?
No, the world's going to end this weekend anyway. Who gives a shit? Why are we even doing this?
They say her name was Spring.
Spring Thibodeau, and she has a son named Blaze. I'm sure the father of these children really think the mom's a straight shooter.
I also bet he's stark white.
Spring Thibodeau is being held on a felony warrant from Arizona for custodial interference. She had little to say in court, but her husband Ben, who had filed for emergency custody of their son last week and had flown to Fairbanks to reunite with the 16-year-old, called into the court asking for leniency.
How do you not know that your wife is batshit?
Is there such a thing that does exist where you have a mental break and you just snap one day?
I mean, not to the point of you think doomsday is coming on Saturday. There's definitely signs. She leaves you a trail of breadcrumbs.
Yeah, but it seems, I've said this before, men seem to overlook the red flags and breadcrumbs at every turn for pussy.
Right. Until she takes your kid in a doomsday plot to Alaska. It always ends the same way.
Right. Men do believe that they are the superior gender, but they will overlook every single bad thing about a woman as long as they get laid.
On Spring's bond.
She's a very spiritual person. She just took it a little bit too far.
Took her spirituality too far?
Correct.
What is this end of the world reference that you were making?
She assumed the end of the world was going to happen this weekend, and obviously it's not. So.
Oh, boy, how embarrassing. You know, I hate that when I say that the apocalypse is coming, and I prepare everyone. I shop for food. I go take my family to Alaska. I abscond with my children without telling anybody. I seem a little insane. And then you know what happens? The world doesn't end.
That does take away from it.
I look at my calendar and I go, oh, no, it's 22-23, not 2023. Guys, that's on me. That's on me. I screwed it up. Good news is we don't have to worry about doomsday for quite some time.
Well, now you just went on vacation, right?
Yeah,
nice vacation.
Nice little, who doesn't love a November trip to Alaska?
To Fairbanks?
Yeah.
So they're all realizing that they've got to go back and reassess, the things they've been reading.
Ben Thibodeau shedding...
Right? Like now you've told everybody you're leaving town because the world's ending, and now the world doesn't end. You got to go back to all these people and be like, yeah, I guess I'll be coming into work tomorrow.
How uncomfortable.
Right?
Like, you've made all these grandiose plans and, like...
All your grandiose plans.
Told everybody, like, oh, yeah, we're all going to die this weekend.
Yeah.
Go fuck off.
And then what? You said grandiose. What am I supposed to do?
Well, how do you say it?
Grandiose.
That sounds way more...
Wow, someone almost dropped a gay F word. Yeah, grandiose is the word.
This show has felt like a Friday for me.
More light on the alleged doomsday beliefs of his wife Spring and her brother Brooke Hale, who were taking Blaze into
Does everyone have fucked up names in this family? Blaze, Brooke, Hale, Spring.
Hale.
Oh.
That's fun.
Their daughter Tulip.
wilderness to fulfill a role in the second coming of Christ, according to court records. The Alaskan judge holding firm on a $500,000 bond.
Who knows exactly what was...
Well, really, you can either be a spectator in the second coming of Christ, or you can help. You can get off your ass and you can help Jesus.
You could facilitate the second coming of Christ.
Don't hate.
Facilitate.
In her mind. But there is some evidence that what was in her mind was at least fairly qualified as delusional.
What?
And that as a result of those delusional beliefs about the end of the world, whether they be spiritually based or organically based, she took extreme action to remove the child illegally from Arizona in the ways described. It's a big concern.
To say the least.
You literally flew from the bottom of the country all the way up to Alaska.
Yeah, you started at the bottom. Now you're here. And you're all for It's like a reverse Andre the Giant choking Bob Uecker.
Wednesday morning, the issues in this case moved to a family courtroom here in Maricopa County for a child custody discussion. Also,
Look,
holy shit.
I'm going to tell you right now, there has never been, if this woman doesn't lose her children, there has never been a bigger evidence that family court is geared against fathers I've ever seen. Like if the judge goes, well, she is the mother and she is really sorry that she was wrong and she's admitting that the end of the world isn't here yet.
She had a bad day.
She had a bad day and it can happen to anyone. If this guy doesn't get full custody of his kids after she took them to die in Alaska, I don't know how a guy can get custody of his kids.
What if she got one of her kids eaten by a bear or something?
Yeah.
And she still doesn't lose her kids?
Fucked to death by a caribou? Who knows what's going on? You know?
Are they violent lovers?
Turtle with $5 says it's my birthday and this goal needs to disappear. Happy birthday to Johnny Crutches as well. Indeed.
Happy birthday, everybody.
Be more becoming a member. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate that. And with those two, we're at 120. And Hobo Chili Recipe with $2 says, show some goddamn respect to Jordan's Hitler mustache. He is a fucking hero. Say his name with reverence. I'm sorry.
Never forget, Aaron.
I apologize. Most of the people in our chat, by the way, are saying that they think Mike Harrington's going to beat Alex Stein.
After that showing, yeah.
Yeah, so whatever that's worth. But by the way, carnivalofcombat.com. If you want to watch that this weekend.
I just don't want Alex to think that we don't still enjoy him. You know what I mean?
Come on the show, fucker.
Boy.
Come on the show and plug your fight, fuckface, and then we'll root for you in your fight with Mike Harrington. Until then, Team Harrington. Plus, Sam Hyde's in Mike's corner, so, you know.
Well, you are leaning.
How can you not?
What time is that for us?
Starts at 4, I believe. If you go to, well, you know, April, if you go to carnivalofcombat.com, you can get all of that information.
Okay.
First bell is at 3 o'clock, but I believe that's Eastern, so 2 o'clock here.
Okay.
If you will. All right, guys, 120 away. Why don't we, you know what? We're about 8 minutes away. I'll fill you in on what's coming up. I've got a lot of options for you. I've got some Elisa Jordana craziness that my buddy Hank sent me. I've got I got California raising their minimum wage to $20. They think that's going to work great.
Stop it.
And McDonald's already making an announcement about it. The Raiders being a complete fucking mess. A guy in a disabled man had to drag himself off an Air Canada flight because they wouldn't give him a wheelchair. Amy Schumer is reacting to how offended she is that more people aren't coming and getting her back for the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. A trans TikToker that just goes to restaurants and sets up a camera so that they can catch people misgendering them. So hateable. Again, and an election victory for the one and only Ginger Gooch.
Ginger Gooch.
Now, I know you're saying, Aaron, whose nickname is that? No. You don't understand. Ginger Gooch has now been appointed to the Missouri Supreme Court. So congratulations to Ginger Gooch.
Well, this sounds like a party for overtime.
All of that and more coming up on overtime. So here's what we're going to do, guys. 120 away. Let's go ahead, and there's the links in the chat. Go to Streamlabs, go to PayPal. Let's all team up and knock that out. Super Chats, Rumble Rants, the whole deal. Let's fire up the music. We got 6 minutes to go, so we'll fire up this music twice. All right, we'll dust this thing off. It's only been used once this week. Let's see if it's still got some magic in it.
I hope so.
This is the last goal of the week. This is it, boys and girls.
Too much fun to be had.
That's all. Half hour of overtime on the line. If we knock out this last $120, go ahead. Ooh, my goodness.
You okay?
I'm going to knock out my own microphone.
You're going to break the magic.
I'm nervous. We had a tiny goal today, and it hasn't been knocked out yet, so I'm a little rattled. I'll be honest.
You're
all right.
Shaken.
I see what you did there. All right, everybody, throw in a couple of ducks or a couple of bucks, bucks, whatever you got. Let's hit this 120. I'm a little rattled.
A couple fucks?
Just like this offering plate. A little rattled because it always, when you're on the last day of the week, you're like, let's do it. This is the last. You want to close strong. Egg Picker says MSO is going to be wrong like a Chinese sex doll. Okay. Hobo Chili Recipe with $1.99 says, shake your fat tits, Aaron. Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah? All right, there you go.
Did you really do? If all of you don't knock that goal out right now,
you're gonna say that's really. You're gonna say that's gonna be humiliating if we don't.
Correct. It's kind of like claiming the world is ending and then it doesn't.
Dr. Climate Abortion saying, "Don't shake it, break it, baby." All right. Thank you to Davo Flav with $5. That's gonna pop us down to 115. All right, guys, you got it. 1:15 away. There's all the links. PayPal, Streamlabs, Super Chats, memberships. Let's finish it all.
That's a clip. Yeah. You can't do that, dude.
Let's get rid of all this money nonsense, huh? Everybody with a couple of bucks. MSO says today is my day.
No, it's not.
Today can't be your day. We can't lose on a Thursday, especially on a week where it was nothing but wins. The week before was nothing but wins.
A wild show today, too.
And a wild show with Mike Harrington on as well.
Yeah.
So come on, you freaks of nature. We got about 4 minutes left, and everybody's going to chip in a little bit. Let's start the rally. 1:15 is not that far away.
Not at
the
all.
PayPal is lonely. The Venmo, the Streamlabs, it's all lonely. And we also don't want MSO winning. TMZ with 279 says, Melton bought a Lexus. You can't afford a taxi. Oh, no. What? Oh, no, not TMZ. I can't afford a taxi. When did this happen?
That doesn't even make sense.
Son of a bitch. Well, maybe health insurance is next for him, because seriously, you're going to need that. Oh, boy, here we go. We got a little bit of a rally going here. 75 coming in from Kevin. Wow. Thank you very much, buddy. There's
insane.
75, so that's going to put us 45 away. All right, off we go. 45 from knocking this thing out. So the rally has definitely begun in earnest. As we go over to Rumble, Egg Picker Win says Melton bought McDonald's, Aaron bought Stoney's. There you go.
All right.
Oh, now wait a minute.
I gotta...
MSO says, damn. Oh, we gotta restart it. All right, last time.
Awkward.
Here we go. 3 minutes left.
That party died.
And off we go. 3 minutes to go and just 45 away. Omega Dreads with $4.99 says, I've been running my thumbs. Here you go. Steel toe. Detroit. Oh, that was one of the podcasts that Mike was plugging. Detroit is hot and cool. All right.
Okay.
35 away from knocking
Thank
it out
you.
today. MSO says, ugh. Now, wait a minute, MSO. There's still a chance here. We've only got 2 minutes left, and we're still 35 away. So there's a chance.
Spanked out of here.
Let's see what happens. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, Rumble rants, the whole deal. $10 from Hobo Chili over on Rumble says, I just gave some gutter trash a hand job for $10. Mediocre interview. The problem was you need to do some goddamn research next time. I'll work on it, Hobo. I'm really sorry. Revan says, with $1, says, here's a schmeckel for haunting that noticing on a day of the week. I don't know what
Haunting that noticing.
Haunting that noticing. We gotta work on that. A membership, gifted membership coming in from Balls Deep. 25 away.
Nice.
For today. All right, guys, it's just about there.
That's over.
Let's bring it in for a landing.
We can do it.
Let's not hurt MSO too bad here. 25 away from KOing it. A half hour of overtime on the way. Now they're saying MSOH, like MSO.
MSO, no.
But now, wait a minute, guys. There's still 25 to go. Don't call him dead yet. We've got 1 minute. 1 minute to go in this thing to fill up the last 25 in that offering plate. Thank you to everybody who's been a part of this rally. Looks like we're knocking that down in pretty good order here. $2 from Devuse Paya says Ian Hawk has a third leg. I heard that Ian Hawk guy is very, very troubled, but you know what? He's always come in and had a good time with us. So I like the fella. You tell him I hope he's well. And stop all the whoremongering, for God's sake.
Okay.
All right, 25 to go. Oh, no, 20 to go now. I'm sorry, with the gifted membership and the $2. 20 away from ending the week on a strong note. Who's going to fire in the last one? We're going to do the 30 minutes, of course.
Finish it.
So we got another 30 minutes to knock out that last $20. But let's see if we're going to do it now. Be More gifting a membership. Thank you, buddy. All right, about 20 seconds to go. We'll shake it one more time, only for the second time this week, which is fantastic. Thank you guys for all your support. It's awesome. And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. There we go. All right, let's take a look here. I am not on the screen at the moment, So let's see what we've got. You got Be More with the membership. Thank you very much, buddy. 20 away. We hit the old refresh button. All right, MSO is still alive.
Oh, man.
$20 away, and MSO is still in it. In
Uh-oh.
30 minutes, MSO can declare victory if we don't take care of that last 20.
Never.
So we will see. Everybody knows that inside of $50, we do give you guys the 30. All right, let's go to oh no, I forgot about this guy. This one you're going to like for overtime more than anything else. There was a gentleman by the name of Deshaun Brown. Don't make assumptions. And he has been accused of committing a crime inside of a Target.
Someone named Deshaun committing a crime.
What does that mean?
In Target.
I don't understand what that means.
I don't either. I'm just trying to
a guy.
I'm gathering my information.
But I haven't told you what the crime is yet. Gentleman's name, Deshaun Brown.
Theft.
See now why? Why would he have committed theft inside? Because it's a Target and it's a retail place and you just assume that it would be a theft, or because his name is Deshaun Brown?
Yeah.
Some of you are
I'll just
coming
go
up.
with yes.
Some of you are coming up with nicknames in the chat, and I have to say they're far more offensive.
Oh, see, don't make fun of me.
Well, I'm not making fun. I'm
Don't
calling
you pretend to know what I know.
I'm calling out all this Proud Boy behavior that I see. A 25-year-old man arrested inside an Iowa Target for indecent exposure.
That's a white guy crime.
Yeah, well, Deshaun Brown wanted to culturally appropriate a little inside of a Target. It's not a white guy crime. White guys indecent expose at a Walmart.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I don't think they do it at Target. But he's defending himself. He says it's all a big misunderstanding.
Okay.
People said that they saw 25-year-old Deshaun Brown jacking off in a Target.
What do you jack off to inside a Target? The hot moms that shop there?
Perhaps the moms, maybe
do you do?
some mannequins, perhaps.
A mannequin.
But they said that he was whacking it.
Okay.
Deshaun Brown. He says, no. You guys have it all wrong. I was handling a sex toy.
Testing it out, really.
So he says he was playing with a dildo, which is totally normal to do in Target.
They do have dildos.
Do they? They have like little vibrator thingies.
I'll go get one. I promise. I know.
They have
exactly
full-blown
where they are.
dildos in
I'm
Target?
Pretty sure.
Well, shit. Target not as family friendly.
I think
as I thought.
don't they have something like a fleshlight there too, but a cheap version?
Oh, that's right. People were showing us links to that. Yep, they do. The affidavit claims that Brown was physically touching and stimulating his genitalia and pubic area for the purpose of sexual arousal. God, they make it sound so hot.
Pubic area. Yeah, nothing
Yeah.
sounds more sexy than calling it your pubic area.
Than touching your pubic area.
Come on.
Contradicting the footage, Brown told officers that the object in his shorts was not his penis. It was a dildo.
Okay.
So
What if he's missing his dick and he's just trying to get a new one?
But wait a minute. But his defense is, no, guys, it's okay. I'm not committing a crime. I'm just whacking off the dildo in my pants. In many ways, that's more psychotic than what he was accused of. It's not like he's going to, come or anything. Like, you're just whacking off a dildo.
What do you do if you don't have a dick?
Apparently whack off a dildo in a Target. Now, the affidavit counters his defense, suggesting video evidence indicates the phallic object in his hands was indeed connected to his person.
So that's a really fancy way of saying it was indeed his dick.
Yeah, they are saying we would like to counter with that be his dick, Your Honor. Further, the document accuses Brown of not just concealing his actions under his clothing, but also exposing himself to shoppers. Yeah, there was a guy and his wife, and she was walking by, and she's like, "Oh my God, he's jacking off, honey." And the guy's like, "Well, maybe it's a dildo." She goes, "No, I'm positive that's a black dick." And he's like, "How do you know?" And then they had a domestic right there in Target. It became a big thing.
And suddenly the black dick wasn't the problem.
And now the
anymore.
black dick's not the problem anymore. And then that guy got a few free whacks in until somebody went, "Mommy, what's that?"
We probably whacked into the domestic going on.
"Mommy, what's that?" And Mommy goes, "Well, that's the reason you don't have a daddy." What? No, because he was caught for indecent exposure.
Oh, well, thank you.
He's going to be coming home in...
He's going to be coming
in
home?
3 to 6 years, I believe. Aristocock TX says, luckily Aaron wasn't there, or there would have been 2 dudes stroking it. Oh, you see, I would have jacked off to the black guy jacking off. See that?
Ooh, I have a question.
Yeah.
If you had to pick an aisle in Target to jack off in, where are you doing it?
The home goods.
Home goods?
Yeah, nobody's going to expect it. Plus, you got mattresses, or not mattresses, you got like comforters and stuff.
So you're going in the bedding section?
Yeah, you can go in the bedding section. You can clean up. I guess you could go in the cookware and you could jack off into a pan, but that's a little mental. Something where I have a good catch, you know?
Put it in like a, you know how they sell like nice water bottles, like Stanley's and stuff there? Just put it in one of those.
I think I found out what the consequences are when you jack off into a water bottle. I'm not willing to take that risk.
Not now, Charles.
You can't do it in the freezer section because you'll have shrinkage in a lackluster performance.
You don't want to jack off in the frozen food section either. The other bags rub against each other and now there's cum. Yeah, you're making a big mess.
You can't do it in the electronics section unless you're going to put porn on the TV.
You know what? That's not a bad one. Hobo Chili.
Screen share.
Hobo Chili Recipe saying, Jesus, Aaron, you're not very romantic. And Kane J saying, Aaron answered that question quickly. Well, when someone asks you something, you fire off an answer as quick as you can. And for me, it would either be in the bedding section, or it would be pots and pans, or it would be where they have the paper towels. Obviously. I mean, I overlooked the easy one.
I don't think you are much of a romantic. You're more like utilitarian.
Yeah, I just need to, I need to get my balls taken care of. That's all. Be More with $5 says April is a hotter Cat Timp from Fox News.
Should I know who that is?
It's a very kind compliment. Would you like to see Cat Timp?
Yes.
By the way,
Thank you.
15 away. That's the difference between a steel toe draw and an MSO win. We're limping to the finish line at the end of the week, but we had a very strong week, so thank you guys very much. Here's Cat Timp. Cat Timp is that girl. She likes to wear cum glasses a lot. She's big on cum glasses.
Okay.
Cat Timp. She's kind of one of those people who's like,
I don't feel like I look like her.
she's kind of like fake nerd in a way. Like
she's a pretender.
Yeah, she tries to like play nerd.
A poser.
Yeah, a little bit, but she's cute. You know?
Yeah, she's cute. I just don't feel like I look like her, I guess.
Oh. I feel like she could have went as Halloween if she uglied herself up as the FTX chick. You know, the gangbang chick? Remember? Like, give her some weird hillbilly teeth and like...
The gangbang chick.
You remember the gangbang chick from FTX?
Which one?
Sam Bankman-Fried's girlfriend. The one with the fucked up teeth.
That person's ugly.
Yeah, the one who looks like Judy Hopps a little bit.
This person's not ugly.
I said she could ugly herself up a little bit and wear some fucked up teeth. You've got it. Sandy Squatch says April looks nothing like her. Well, there you go. There's an argument brewing. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, I want to see Granny box Aaron in a boxing match. I would pay to see that. Granny fights like a lady. Why would you want to do that?
That looks like a hate crime.
Yeah, don't. Come on. Let's not do that to poor Granny.
It's a hate crime against a lobster.
Yeah. I sparred with a guy yesterday who was one of his first times in there. And he's just like, nice and easy, nice and easy. And that's what I do with Granny. Just nice and easy. Nobody needs to get hurt here.
For boxing, right?
Yeah.
That topic?
Yeah, no, I'm not going to fuck Granny in the asshole.
Nice and easy. Nobody needs to get hurt.
No,
here.
if you're wondering if I'm going to have gay sex with Granny, I'm not. Look, I'm not trying to insult the guy. Not my type.
Gross.
Not my type.
Not Granny gross, just the gay sex.
Right, just
topic.
the gay sex in general. Just kind of yucky. All right, MSO, they are really torturing you today. $10 away after Red Fox Mad. So whoever wants to finish that off, would you just put the fucking guy out of his misery already? This is kind of mean.
We're edging.
I'm not going to lie. We told you a little bit ago, McDonald's is going to hike its menu prices after California raises fast food minimum wage to $20 per hour. I mean, who could have saw this whole thing coming?
Wow, this seems like it's helping, you know.
Who would have been able to see? I paid a bunch of McDonald's workers $20 an hour for a job that used to be $10 an hour. There's been no more production. There's been no more goods produced, nothing like that. We're just pumping up the amount of money that's out there in circulation. Who would have saw prices going up? And who could have seen businesses who now have to pay out more in labor costs now raising their prices?
Not me.
I mean, California had the best of intentions. They're going to get everybody $20 an hour and everyone's going to be happy. And then, wouldn't you know it, prices of everything goes up.
Carlos says $20 an hour is still poverty in California, or poor.
That's just it. It's still shit. Like, they're like, hey, guys, we got great news. We're giving you a raise. And they're like, oh, wow, that's great. What are we getting? $20 an hour. Cool. Still living in the tent city.
Yeah, that's going to be poor because, like you said, everything else is getting more expensive. So even though you got a raise, you can't pay for anything.
Right. It's just everything goes. And again, I have to believe that these people in charge are smarter than this and that they know what this does and there's some ulterior motive and they're doing it on purpose. Because I cannot afford to believe that these assholes have watched this happen time and time again.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to try it one more time because this is the one that's going to work. I can't believe that.
That seems like the American way, though, is suggest the same thing over and over again and expect like a different result. Get it? Because we're all insane. Oh, let's just ban guns, you guys. We'll stop school shootings if we just ban guns.
Yeah,
let's raise that minimum wage.
But like the minimum wage, we raised it to 10. We raised it to $12.50. We raised it to 15. And every single time, hours got cut from people's schedules. There was more automation. Inflation went up. The price of goods went up. The whole deal. And then all of a sudden they go, hey, I got a great idea. Let's do it again. How do I believe that that's not intentional?
Well, right. It's either intentional or you have seriously, like, you're lacking brain cells.
Yeah.
And that seems less likely.
Guys, Michael with $10 today. That's it. Call it. But that is 12 minutes after the buzzer, so that does count as a tie for MSO. MSO does not lose today. Anything else that comes in goes towards Rumble Link Friday tomorrow. Thank you, guys, for another great week. And I'm very happy that this only came out twice. The new format is working swimmingly, in my opinion. All right, here's what you guys can get. I don't think we asked them yesterday if they wanted that Elisa Jordana losing her shit video, and they said no. Benjamin says, I think Rumble crashed. Better check. I mean, I don't think so. And they said no. Benjamin says, I think Rumble crashed. Better check. I mean, I don't think so. You fucking got me, you piece of shit. Benjamin got me. Either that or it really did crash for him. One of the two. Ruthless says, is it a short video? Okay, if so. My buddy Harry Brogan, and that sounds like such a gay name that I'm making up just to pretend I have friends. Oh, no, this one came from James, not Harry. Harry's the other guy who sends me Elisa stuff. Here's a couple.
I just feel like she's so awful.
This is a manic Elisa Jordana calling other people crazy. Okay, I'm sorry, April. This looks like it could be fun. It's a minute 20. She's sitting there She's sitting there on a patio by herself, looking at her chat and calling people crazy. You know, a lot of people who are in streaming do this, and I don't understand why they keep streaming if they can't handle it. Like, we've watched Melton just lose his fucking mind because his audience criticized him just a little bit. Kind of like when he ran off that stage shitting his pants and crying because he got some hecklers. He wants to be in an entertainment platform, but he's so thin-skinned that he just falls apart at the first sign of criticism. I think it's one of his biggest reasons he can't let us go, is because he just, I fucking steal, Johnny's going to die soon. And we just go, haha, you're fat and a hack. Haha, haha.
Right.
And we just laugh at him. And I think that's why he can't let it go, because it's like, well, no, they're just going to say more things about me. I mean, you kind of set yourself up for that. Elisa Jordana, Patrick, and Chad, I think, are the same way in that sense, in that they're trying to fill some kind of hole where they need love, but they don't understand on the internet, people are just as liable to hate you as love you.
And they're very close.
And they're very boisterous about it. So you got to be able to take that. You got to be able to just move on from it, or you got to be able to have fun with it. But if you start raging and yelling at people, that only guarantees one thing. It's going to keep happening.
Yeah, when you let people know what bothers you, it's kind of like a free-for-all after that.
They're just going to start picking you apart. So here's Elisa on a porch or a deck or something, reading her chat and calling everyone else crazy. Here we go. Remember, this is a woman sitting out on her patio with her phone turned towards her and just sitting there talking into it. But everyone else is crazy. Let's take a look.
Did you hang up on him?
Yeah, because that's James Worley, another psychopath nutcase.
Hey, how dare you? James Worley sent me this clip. Oh,
Where did you touch Elisa? She's not happy with you.
James, thank you for the clip, buddy, but she does not like you very much.
Gotta watch out for that one.
5150 immediately, and you're going by what he's saying. That's your problem, Tommy. You go by what he's
going.
No, you like that caller. You like him.
I didn't say I like him.
You obviously like him.
He didn't finish what he was gonna say.
He's sticking up for you because he's a.
Elisa, you wrap yourself in tards, and then you wonder why they betray you. That James
a nice
called
tard cloak.
Yeah, and James has been very nice to me. I like James. I like Harry Brogan. I like all those guys. But they send me all this stuff. They're like, look at her going crazy. And then I found out it was James who set her off. But then her lackey, her right-hand man, who's probably a damaged guy himself and needs, this makes him feel like he belongs somewhere.
Say it isn't so.
He starts going, haha, I like that guy. He's good. And she's like, no, he should be 5150 immediately. You're not allowed to like him. There's a lot of failed cult leader energy in Elisa.
Mm-hmm.
She's someone who wants to, I've never seen someone want to have a cult, but not be able to get one going. You know?
I think she has one.
But they betray her all the time. The thing about a cult leader is you're God and they never question you. With her, it's always my audience goes, hey, fat tits, how's it going today? I couldn't make a cult out of these people.
Sure.
It's impossible. They find too much joy in all the other fun stuff. But Elisa's like, okay, I've got a band of mentally ill people. I've got a bunch of fucking crazies who think I'm pretty and some kind of goddess. Here we go. It's cult time, baby. But then one of the autists goes, haha, Elisa, I think that guy's funny. And she just flies into a rage and you're supposed to be on my side, you piece of shit. He's crazy. Says the woman screaming at the mentally ill person. James is crazy.
A lunatic. Only a lunatic would stick up for you on this situation.
You all wrap yourselves up in cotton wool before you head out. It's
He's
cheaper
still on
than security and a nice padding should you choose to sit on hard seats.
So any lunatic that sticks up for you right now, who's insane, because you didn't know how to say I have my hand on the mace, that person I need to hang up on. So James Worley has been streaming since the early Ice Poseidon days. He gets 20 viewers, doesn't make any money.
Nice.
And you're going to go by what he's saying? Or are you going to go?
You're sure letting yourself care what he's saying?
She's right. He has 20 people viewing him. There's people who have 200 or 300 people viewing. There's people who have half the audience we do, and they're shitting on me. And I'm like, well, that sounds good. Go for it, guys.
I don't
Good
even
luck.
notice these people.
Right. I have to be sent stuff from other people. Elisa's sitting there seeking this shit out and then wondering why she's getting upset all the time.
She looks demonic, by the way, in this clip.
She does. And she's yelling. I feel kind of bad. She latches onto these mentally ill people, brings them with her, and they think, oh, this is fun. And then out of nowhere, she's just yelling at him off camera because he dared giggle at a phone call.
But it's technically on camera.
He's off camera is what I mean.
Go by the most richest streamer. Who are you going to go by? Who are you going to go by? The one who has all the money and all the people watching, or James Worley? Those are two choices.
Oh, can I answer?
Go on.
On three, can we both answer? 1, 2, 3. James Worley.
James.
Think smarter. James Worley, who can't even leech off me successfully, or someone who does it on their own and has a staff. Who are you going to listen to? You're going to listen to.
But if he's not leeching off you successfully, you seem a little pissy for that, don't you?
Well, again,
this seems like it is working.
Right, it is, because it's someone who wants to be in the public eye, who wants to stream. She's been obsessed with being famous. Dude, she took Benji dick because she thought it would get her closer to Howard and make her famous. And Howard sniffed her out right away. But I've never seen someone so badly want to be famous but have such a bad time dealing with the very basics of accomplishing just a tiny little bit of fame, which is someone thinks you suck and they might become a little obsessed with you.
James Worley, who strips at Florida Thunder. That's who you're going to listen to?
Wait, what? Hold on.
That's pretty cool.
James, really?
Or
Florida
someone
Thunder?
who does it on their own and has a staff. Who are you going to listen to? You're going to listen to James Worley, who strips at Florida Thunder. That's who you're going to listen to?
I mean,
might have some interesting stories.
That sounds fun.
Yeah. Now, James just got a little bit cooler in my book.
Yeah, same.
See a lot of lawbreakers in here tonight.
Told you, it's a good line.
It's up to you. Okay, hello?
Lisa, you're nothing with fake squirrels.
Oh, yeah? I'm nothing? Really? I could buy and sell you, bitch. Stop calling me.
I could buy and sell you, bitch.
I could buy and sell you.
Jesus, you were cold.
Elisa, no offense, honey, but that's human trafficking. And human trafficking is morally wrong.
James Worley should come out and say that he's been trafficked. Pull Eliza Blue.
Elisa's been threatening human trafficking on me. Carlos says Elisa Jordana is one of the worst people to ever be on the internet, and there's fucking ISIS beheading on here.
I know, she's truly, like, magically bad.
She's pretty bad.
The train wreck.
A Hobo Chili from my tit comment says, sorry, I've been summoned. Are we making fun of you? I mean, is it ever out of season?
To make fun of you?
People want to be famous, but do not have the talent for it. Yeah, I find IRL streaming is a step above like the stream sniping, just doing shit based on other people thing. Because at least with IRL streaming, you're going out, having your experiences, talking about them, whatever. I mean, it's kind of lazy because you're not talking about anything. You're just walking around hoping shit happens. Mm-hmm. But I mean, watching other people do better than you, that's a sad one.
I think the worst part of somebody who wants to be famous is that they forget that there's like negatives to being famous too.
Right.
We're a couple of nobodies, and we already have people that like seriously dedicate time talking shit about us, like spreading lies about us and all that. Now, if you're truly famous, that only multiplies, right?
Right.
So she's out here like, oh, I'm going to be famous and everyone's going to love me. That doesn't happen.
Yeah. Don't go to the internet for love.
Don't look to the internet for love. It'll never work.
It's a bad idea.
I promise.
Now we have one of Elisa throwing a temper tantrum after getting kicked out of a restaurant. Now, here's the other thing about being an IRL streamer is that there's a lot of establishments who don't want you filming shit and
or
being
people around you.
Yeah, and being a spectacle. And she gets kicked out of these places regularly and then asks her audience to call and pay her tab.
This is kind of like the Amaranth trying to film herself in the gym thing, and these people are like, no, you can't do that in here. These are private citizens. Right. Come on.
Oh, by the way, Egg Picker sent me some DMs. He says Rumble went down for me too. So apparently Rumble is going down for some people. Users indicate
Rumble's going down on people?
Problems at Rumble. Yeah, Rumble's going down on people. Well, it had problems last night too. We couldn't get the stream to work.
Probably get a therapist.
Come on, Rumble. Work it out. Work it out. All right. So this is Elisa Jordana at a restaurant. Is that a goat?
No, it is a dog, but it looks like a goat. It's a dog.
Goat-ass looking motherfucking dog.
Leave?
Oh, there it is.
Why? There's some things that's kind of occurred that's happened. What has occurred? It's not really to be discussed, and my chef just said he wants you to leave. Is that, what do we do? We're just sitting here.
So what happens is these fucking IRL people, they film. A, people don't want themselves filmed. B, this person talks into their phone while other people are trying to have their meals.
You're being obnoxious.
But the biggest thing is when people send in money, it plays through the speaker what their message is, and people will send the N-word. They'll send all kinds of
sexual things.
Yeah, they'll send all kinds of fucked up shit.
And these people have kids at a restaurant.
Right. It's kind of like we were talking about with like black people always talk on their speakerphones in public. That's kind of what IRL streaming is. It's like you're just annoying.
It's the white person version.
Right. You shouldn't be surprised if you're an IRL streamer, you should never go, oh, what am I getting kicked out for? You're obnoxious. That's what you're getting kicked out for.
It's just from information that we have received. What is the information?
You're Jewish.
This poor dog. He's crying.
You have information about me and you can't tell me what it is?
You know you.
So I'm not ready to call the cops. The cops? What did I do? Okay, please call them because I just sat down. That's all I did. Please call the cops. My chef just wants you guys. Your chef?
Bitch, the minute that they tell you to leave and you say no, they can call the cops. That's trespassing. They've asked you to leave.
And this kind of behavior isn't going to help. I never understand why people getting catty and bitchy thinks it's helping.
I can't imagine a 45-year-old woman behaving this way. It's fucked up, man.
So some random person just called you and you're believing that person. All right, I'll spend I'm very rich, so I can spend my money anyway.
Oh my God. What an absolutely unbearable twat. I'm really rich. Rich people don't talk like that.
Yeah, rich people don't go around saying how rich they are.
Yeah.
Fucking bitch. Okay, let's get this one. What a cunt. Fake eyebrows, drawn in, by the way. The worst eyebrows I've ever seen on a human being. All right, hold on. Sorry. All right, let's just go to McDonald's or whatever. All right, can you...
Seems like a shift. Nice seaside place to McDonald's.
I'm going to guess that somebody that works at the restaurant knows who she is.
Yeah.
And does not want that problem there.
Well, right. And a lot of times chefs don't want people filming stuff at the restaurant. Like in case you're going to trash the food or do something like that.
You get this bag, Tommy. Oh my God, that is
yeah.
such
Pick that up for me,
It's
please.
not your fault, Spinning.
We just ordered.
Not your fault.
Down.
What a cunt. Those eyebrows show mental illness.
She's the best.
Wow, she's the moral compass of mental stability.
For those of you who hung around late today, thank you very much, because that is the best line of today's show. Elisa Jordana just said that somebody else is showing signs of mental illness. Not the person with two mentally ill people surrounding her as lackeys.
Or her herself.
At the table she's filming herself at to stream on the internet while she yells at... All that woman did was carry the message that she's not welcome there. Cunt, fake eyebrows, fuck you, mental illness.
Oh my God, this is terrible.
The last two clips we've watched are of Elisa not expressing self-awareness and then throwing it onto someone else.
She seems like a weird multi-personality Tourette's person who's just fuck, shit, cock.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah, the Tourette's of like getting kicked out and then going, what? I didn't do anything wrong. Well, you have to leave. You fake eyebrow cunt, bitch.
Right.
Whoa.
Those eyebrows, when somebody has black eyebrows with blonde hair, that's a mental illness. That's what that is.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Okay.
Relax.
How about someone who's 45 years old and still IRL streaming to 150 people? How's that?
How about you just got done telling everybody how rich you are, although you're being kicked out of this?
Dude, how many autistic
restaurant?
people's parents look at their bank accounts and get fucking pissed because they find out that Elisa Jordana is getting all their money because she's convinced these autists to give her money?
Too many. And then she gets done saying, oh, I'm just so rich. And then she's like, let's go to McDonald's or something.
Yeah, right. That's what LeBron James always does.
I think he does. Yeah.
What a moron. Let's just go to McDonald's. So stupid. What a dumb cunt.
That ass, though.
Imagine looking like that in 2023. Imagine 2023 having a face and a stupid eyebrows like that.
Oh, what, are we about to turn the camera around?
Imagine having a personality like yours.
Right. Imagine being thrown out of a restaurant and then all your behavior after that confirms why you should have been thrown out of the restaurant. You're making a scene. You're being very rude. You're saying very hurtful things to the staff. I don't think that your behavior right now is making that restaurant think, maybe we fucked up.
No, this is like you shouldn't have let her in the door.
No.
Type of behavior.
I turned off comments. Why did I do that?
Well, that's nice. I mean, in IRL streaming, who needs people saying things?
Because the people in the comment section.
2023, black eyebrows with blonde hair, by the way. Black eyebrows.
Elisa, she didn't do anything to you. She just carried the message.
People in this comment section were probably telling her, look, you're being a bit rich right now.
Yeah.
This is a bit out of control.
Not the rich that you think you are.
No.
I mean, like...
Crazy rich.
Yeah, piece of shit.
Black eyebrows, blonde hair. All right, whatever. All right, is there a fast food that we can get on the way? Sorry, guys. That is such bullshit. What a stupid bitch. What a stupid...
This would be like if I walked around everywhere with Charlie filming. That's what she's doing right now.
This person is like so far removed from like who I am as a person. I don't understand the behavior. Like I don't understand what has driven you to be this way.
Yeah.
I don't know how you get here. What wrong turn did you take?
Right.
Good bitch. What a dumb bitch. Wow. All right, whatever.
This seems like you're like super drunk.
Sorry, Christy. I'm very hungry right now. I know. Should we just go to the hotel and get room service?
That would be great.
Yeah, let's just get room service. Fuck it.
That's what rich people do.
Bullshit.
In fairness.
And I know it's that ugly bitch was
wow.
From the YouTube with her stupid channel with like 30 subscribers that call.
She knows every fucking person who's ever said her name.
I told you that's why she got kicked out of there. Somebody knew who she was and didn't want her there.
She just
Which
knows,
is fine.
This person has 20 subscribers. This person has 30 subscribers. You shouldn't know who that is. That should not affect you or impact you in any way.
Because she's got nothing to do and she knows I'm a millionaire, so she wants to call on me and ruin my stream, which she won't because my stream's always fucking awesome. What a great restaurant, by the way. Sorry, Spinnin', that is not your fault. Spinnin' is Kermitarian of the week every week.
Oh, good. You're a Kermitarian of the week.
I just want to go to the hotel. I just want to go to the hotel.
Take that to your group. Let them know I'm the Kermitarian of the week.
Be so sexy as a rich person. I have a bunch of people around me called Kermitarians.
Yeah. I'm a millionaire with all my Kermitarians. That's what I mean, though. Like, I think there was a vibe where she wanted to be like a cult leader, and it didn't work. And she's bummed about it.
What is that net worth of her?
I have a hard time believing she's a millionaire.
Oh, look.
Billy Buckner says her last name is Schwartz. Oh, you know. Well, then. Huh? What? Huh? Billy Buckner says, if I go 4 days without showering and then I shower after washing my taint and bum, my soap smells like fish. Is that normal? For sure, dude. That's totally fine. Don't ever question yourself.
This is sick. I don't like it.
What?
You're right about the how many parents are mad because money's like going to her.
Uh-oh, what does it say?
Between $1 and $5 million.
Oh my God, that's great. So she's basically just taking autistic people's parents' money and making herself loaded off of it.
It's the internet also says she's 35. Yeah, bullshit.
I don't know. That doesn't sound correct to me.
Something is really wrong here.
Scoober says, know what millionaires don't say? I'm a millionaire.
Right.
I mean, that's true. They don't do that.
Oh, dear.
Hey, Adam, thank you very much for the $20 at the end of today's show, buddy. We do appreciate that. You guys are 20 into tomorrow. Very kind of you. That's going to do it for today. Tomorrow is Rumble Friday, so you can start on YouTube, venture over to Rumble. Let's get over 1,000 people over there again. Thank you guys very much. Remember to hit subscribe, hit like. All of that stuff helps the channel. We appreciate you guys hanging around. Thank you to Mike Harrington for joining the show today.
Thank you,
Very
Mike.
cool of him to give us the time. We will talk to you all again very soon. April, thank you as well.
Thank you.
And everyone else, 6 a.m. tomorrow, Central Time. Be here. Talk to you soon.